All right, are we ready? All right, good morning, everyone. It is 8 a.m. on Tuesday, October 7th, 2025, and I am calling our regular meeting to order. Let's go ahead and stand up, and we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Julie, would you like to start with roll call?
Gail Gary,
Here.
Joella West,
Here.
Michael Bacino,
Here.
Amy Dixon,
Here.
Dakota McGinley, Stephen Muntean,
Here.
and Brian Swintek.
Here.
All right, well, thank you all for being here this morning. Hopefully everybody's got their full cup of coffee, tea, or whatever works for you in the morning. We're really, excited to be here and want to just start out by saying thanks to staff, Kim and the leadership team in terms of all the work that we know has gone into getting us here today. So really appreciate that, and looking forward to having a good, thorough, robust discussion. So I think with that, we'll hand it over to you, Tom, right, to kick us off.
I just want to mention 4 of you guys missed the memo on the blue plaid today.
Oh, blue plaid.
Yeah, Dakota, me,
Man,
Steve, and
got
Tom.
the memo.
Yeah.
Tom got it. Wait, I feel, we might feel a little bit.
There was a dress code for the budget hearing.
So good morning.
Good morning.
Get there.
I'm Tom Leeson, City Manager. And I'm excited, per section 9.4 of the city charter, we are presenting a balanced budget to you for 2026. The proposed budget is 124 million in budget expenditures and 135 in corresponding revenue across all funds. Kim will explain a little bit why revenue is above expenses. I want to start off by saying thank you. And President Gary, I appreciate your comments. A thank you to all staff at all levels of the organization for their work and contribution to this budget. It takes a dedicated team to present a budget like this every year. So I just want to express my gratitude to their hard work and their dedication. And with particular thanks to Nella Poquette, Sarah Briones, and Kim Weber for their unwavering dedication and many, many hours. So thank you. The 2026 budget is a financial plan for the city in 2026. There's an old saying that if you want to know about an organization's values, look at their budget. The foundation of this budget is built upon our values, our mission, and our vision. This proposed budget is intended to reflect this council's goals and priorities, the strategic plan objectives, community needs, and the needs of the organization, while also responding to the current and projected economic conditions. The budget balances these economic conditions, which takes into account rising costs due to inflation, although not as high as previous years, continues to increase, a softening in consumer confidence nationally, and slowing economic conditions, with the needs of a growing community and an increased demand for services. Since the sales tax is not projected to keep up with costs needed to provide the needed services, this presented a challenge in presenting a balanced budget to you that also maintain the levels of service expected by the community. The city strives to provide best-in-class service, but with increased community growth, increased demand for services, and lack of diversified revenue, providing a balanced budget to City Council requires difficult choices and at times, and in some cases, a reduction in services for the community. These budget reductions are not often recognized immediately and are not extreme, but will likely be felt over time from a residual effect of deferred maintenance, insufficient staffing levels, reduction of training, delayed equipment purchases, and unfunded strategic plan implementation. So the guiding principle used to build this budget emphasized quality over quantity, as well as emphasizing effectiveness and efficiency. Complementing the budget process this year was the operational assessment by SGR Consultants, and as requested, we have included a summary of that assessment in your rainbow packet. The complete report of that assessment will be presented on October 14th, next week. But the summary includes some important points, such as expenditures per capita are trending below our population growth. The FTEs per capita are below like cities, which presents some capacity constraints. And revenues are shrinking faster than service demand. While there were no silver bullets identified within that assessment from a 2026 budget standpoint, there is an emphasis on making some changes in how we make decisions, how we prioritize our decisions, and more structure to our operational excellence efforts. And we will talk a lot more about that next week. As a service organization, we are dependent on our people to provide the wide range of services to our community. Human capital is our greatest asset and our most important asset. The last few years, the city has done a very good job of investing in our pay and benefits package for our employees, which was needed to stay competitive in the marketplace for both retention and recruitment purposes. This effort is carried out every year by evaluating and updating all of our job descriptions. The job descriptions are then compared to comparable jobs and pay levels in other comparable cities and private sector organizations. Our consultant, Graves Consulting, does an excellent job of providing this market analysis and data every year. And that's what this is based on, solid data. In this year's data, we are proposing to move ranges up by 2%, and merit increases will range from 0 to 3% based on performance. With rising costs, particularly with housing, it is important we maintain competitive with our compensation package so we can continue to retain and recruit top talent and provide the needed city services. The past few years, the City Council has been very supportive of these efforts, and for that, we thank you. With the increasing demand for the wide range of city services, we continuously evaluate how can we provide these services in the most effective and efficient manner. And in some cases, that includes additional staff. This year, 22 FTEs were requested, as well as some increases to seasonal staff levels. All of these positions are needed, and all are valid requests based on operational needs. The 2026 budget includes a net of just over 10 additional FTEs, so less than half what was requested. The decision to fund these 10 positions was not taken lightly given our economic conditions. It was based on our ranking criteria utilized by leadership team, health and safety needs of the community, and an emphasis on positions that would have impacts across the entire organization. More than half of these proposed positions are funded with dedicated funding sources, not the general fund. And 6 positions funded out of the general fund would not start until third quarter of 2026. And Kim will present more details on that in her presentation. A couple of notes about the budget before I finish up that I want to emphasize. The SST, the Steamboat Springs Transit levels of service, will remain the same in 2026 as in 2025, thanks in large part to the contribution by Ski Corps. Without that contribution, we would likely have needed to reduce service levels, and this includes investment in new transit capital assets, which is a significant need. The proposed budget for the chamber has been increased from $650,000 to $700,000. While this is not their full request of $750,000, it represents a roughly 8% increase. We heard council a couple of weeks ago during the chamber presentation, and so a $50,000 increase was included in the proposed budget. So just a reminder that any changes you request will be reflected in the first reading of the ordinance on next week's agenda, with a second reading scheduled for October 21st. The City of Steamboat Springs is a complex organization providing a wide range of municipal services. Our mission is to proudly serve our community with excellence and distinction, and we feel this budget reflects that mission. There will be a lot of information presented today, and we have very dedicated staff here to answer any and all of your questions. So please dig in, have fun, and ask away. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kim. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Kim Weber, Finance Director. And again, I'd like to thank Sarah Briones, our Deputy Finance Director, and Nella Poquet, our Budget and Tax Manager, as well as all of the staff that are budget contributors, which there's a lot of them. Some of them are in the room. Some of this is going to be kind of just additional detail to what Tom presented. The goal is to do an overview for this first 45 minutes, and then we'll jump into the detail by department. So feel free to ask questions now, or it probably would be better to get into the detail when we get to the individual budgets. But to hit some of the highlights, we're going to do an overview. We'll get a little more detail in the personnel. We'll talk a little bit about operating. We'll talk a little bit about reserves. And then we'll jump into the details of the general fund. Again, there's an enormous amount of information. So whatever questions you have, please stop and ask, and I'm happy to answer. So these are Tom hit some of the guiding principles, but I just wanted, the next two slides are what staff received in starting this budget. We talked about this in our sales tax presentation as well, that the consumer confidence is an indicator of what our sales tax is going to be. And it's trending down. It could have a negative impact on our local economy. Management team was advised to build their operating budget 2% below 2025's budget. So not everyone was able to achieve that, but most departments were able to achieve that. We have since made some adjustments since then, but that was the original advice and direction to management. We asked them to focus on budget goals, quality versus quantity, and propose budgets that aligned with our strategic goals. We also asked them to prioritize employee retention with effectiveness and efficiency, and consider their resources. And when we say that, we didn't want departments to budget for something that they don't have the resources to complete. So consider your resources. We don't want to tie up money that we aren't able to actually implement, which is really important when we get to the capital projects fund. We don't want to put projects out there that we don't have the resources to complete. And then be prepared to make hard choices. In previous years, we've provided council a list of budget cuts. We approached the budget a little bit different this year, where we asked departments to come in with a reduced budget. So we didn't have the same level of budget cuts. We still had a significant amount that at the end we said, we're not balanced, we need to come back, we need to make additional cuts. But we didn't want to focus on the cuts as much as the quality service that our team provides. So when we were looking at revenue, again, when I came to you in July, we were looking out thinking that we would be potentially 2% down from 2025's budget. After conversation with many other municipalities, some different investment bankers, we adjusted that probably about 6 weeks ago to 1% down. Most other municipalities are budgeting 2.5% to 3% up. I think that might be a little aggressive for us, right? And we like to keep a conservative budget. So this budget is balanced, assuming a 1% decrease from 2025's budget. I do think we're going to see a decrease in tourism. However, a lot of times sales tax is offset by the increase in inflation, increase in costs. So that tends to help our general fund a little bit.
And is that, are those other mountain towns that are in?
A little bit of everything. Yeah, Telluride, and some of them are Front Range, Aurora, but anyone that would respond to me, everyone was between 2% and 4% budgeting up. So we were the most conservative of all the ones that I received responses from, even at the 1% down. Again, we told people be prepared to evaluate trade-offs. The new FTEs, each one of them comes with multiple sheets of justification. We do a presentation. We ask the department to do a presentation. We rank them. And then we have several additional conversations on which ones can we fund in the current budget. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. We also, as you know, we tend to have significant vacancies. We hope that decreases in the future with our increased recruitment efforts. But we did build into the budget vacancy savings. We went back, Sarah and Nella did extensive evaluation of what we've seen over the last few years and built in a level of vacancy savings in the budget. So we don't tie up money that we know we're not going to use. And I think Councilor Bacino, we talked about that at a couple council meetings ago. So we did build that into the budget.
What percentage did you build in? Do you remember?
It ended up being about 10% of our total salaries, but it was all over in different departments. It was higher in public safety because those tend to have higher vacancy savings. But there was like 2% out of finance, and it was different, but it ended up in total being about $1.5 million.
Thanks.
These are our strategic plan outcomes. These are things that we need to keep in mind as we're going through the budget, along with City Council's goals, which fall into these. And then we're going to talk a little bit about personnel on a global level. Our approach to the salary increases is we want to keep a competitive range. And so we need to have competitive compensation and benefits to address recruitment and retention challenges. So it's really important. A few years ago, we had times where we did salary freezes, we did furloughs, and in order to catch up from that, it was a huge challenge, and the community saw it. And so our goal is, even though sales tax may not be keeping up with the cost, we need to keep up with our compensation and benefit analysis. So it's balanced, it's data-driven. We take into consideration the economic drivers. We do a market analysis by an independent external consultant, Graves Consultant. Unfortunately, they weren't able to be here this morning, so they provided the memo that is in your packet. And then every other year, we do a pay equity study. Our HR and risk director is here if you have questions about that, as well as in order to move people through the range, we do pay for performance or merit increases. So this budget includes a 2% market adjustment for all job families other than sworn police and fire, and then a 0 to 3% merit, which we averaged at 2.5% for budget purposes. But it will be required that everyone go through an evaluation process, and they could get 0 and they could get 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. And then, so for most positions, it was budgeted at a 4.5% increase. And then for sworn police and fire, they are on a step plan, which the other regular job families are not. They were at a 3% market adjustment and a 5 to 7% step increase. So they have step plans that each step ranges between 5 and 7%. So they were budgeted at a 3% market adjustment and a 1 step, and that is included in the budget.
A quick question. Not considering the sworn and the firefighter EMTs with the step plans, but just because I think that those have to keep up with the market, right? That's kind of what the step is.
Yes, and experience levels.
Okay.
The step is more about your experience levels. So the range is about keeping up with market. And then your steps is more about experience and training and certifications.
Did we consider, this is probably a little bit of an unpopular opinion, but bonuses versus increases in pay, just because it's harder to reduce people's pay if we're hitting a really hard year, but easier to reduce bonuses potentially.
We did not consider that because bonuses don't typically help with the recruitment, retention. Employees also know that bonuses are not a stable source of income, and psychologically, it's great for a one-time item, but if you're considering it part of your regular wages, psychologically, they also know that that's not sustainable. So I don't know if our HR and risk director is here, but she could speak to that, but we did not consider that. We considered trying to maintaining market and make sure moving people through those steps as their experience dictates.
Okay.
Other questions on that?
I was gonna say Tasha did just walk in.
Did you have something to add on that?
Hi, Tasha Murphy, HR and Risk Director. Kim answered the question really well. Psychologically, when you ask employees if they prefer money in their salary or hourly rate versus a bonus, bonuses are more for spot bonuses or recognition versus kind of their take-home pay.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. One would prefer a rate increase, but just thinking about it from a organizational standpoint and what, the health of the organization. But I understand that we're also weighing in the recruitment and retention, and that's like a primary priority this round. So,
and Tom's comments earlier, and Kim, we worked on that together. When you have to catch up from something, either an austerity measure or a furlough or even a cut, the psychological damage, I guess, if you want to call it that, from a security measure in your employer can have reaching effects over the course of a couple of years. And when we talk about our goal and our vision to be the employer of choice in the Yampa Valley, we really need our employees to have security in what they're going to be. They're giving their all, whether it's in their day-to-day jobs or going above and beyond in their scope of their role. And we want to make sure that we're offering that security, that we are a safe bet, that if they're making the decision to come to us or go to another employer, that we have the capital, the social capital that we're going to deliver based on the data that we get from our independent compensation consultant.
yeah, thank you both.
Yeah,
Answers.
thanks.
There questions of Tasha? All right, so Tom talked a little bit about new FTEs, which stands for full-time equivalents. This could be a full-time employee, or it could be a seasonal employee that you take whatever that FTE is and you multiply it by 2,080 hours. So a seasonal FTE, it could be 3 individuals versus for 500 hours versus 1 for 1 full-time FTE. So we, as I talked about, we use criteria to evaluate each one of these full-time equivalent requests. And these are the ranking criteria similar to our CIP. So we talk about level of service. Will this position increase? Is it needed to just maintain the current level of service? Health and safety, is it mission critical? Does it align with our strategic plan? Or does it provide a new service? And then we also, at the end, as you'll see, we take into consideration outside funding sources. All of the positions, all of the 20 positions really met this criteria. So we had to focus more on the outside funding sources than anything else.
Is maintaining level of service or increasing level of service prioritized?
Maintaining.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Maintaining has, actually, they're in order of which ones are the most important. I do not believe any of the, with the exception of maybe the water quality and conservation specialist, actually increases service levels. So talking a little bit about, and I know this is a big topic of conversation, so I'll spend a little more time on this. I broke this up more than it is in your budget letter to identify the different positions. So a net of 10.09 additional FTEs are in this balanced budget. And we have 6 of them, 2 police officers, a risk business partner, a senior planner, a data analyst, and a facilities maintenance worker are funded in this. These are all full-time positions. As Tom said, these are funded only for half the year. We would delay hiring these positions to make sure that we were hitting our sales tax projections, make sure nothing happens in the first half of the year, and then also to reduce costs. So these are not funded at 100%. They're funded at closer to 50%. Then we have a net of 5.62 FTEs that are funded with dedicated funding sources. So keep in mind, if we say that we aren't going to do one of these FTEs, it won't be a budget savings in the general fund. So we have the fire office coordinator as well as the firefighter paramedics. So there's 4 of those. That would be a savings in the fire EMS budget. The new additional fire that we have funded over the last several years since the fire property tax was passed, they're funded with by the fire EMS tax as well as about 27% from the fire district. So there's not a effect on the general fund for those. And then we have a transit fleet technician that will be funded with the ski corps contribution. A slight increase, 0.12 seasonal FTE for the lift operator. This is in conjunction with a previous Winter Sports Club contribution that we're correcting the budget on this one. And then 0.5 FTE for Parks and Rec seasonal for the Botanic Park, which is funded by the Botanic Park Society. So those ones, if we choose to take those out, it will not be an increase in the general fund. So then we have 2.53 FTEs that are just a little different. We have a project manager currently that we would like to reclass into the Workday administrator lead position to maintain our new software, maintain security, maintain business processes, et cetera. We had 3 Workday temporary employees in finance and HR that will be leaving us at the end of the year after the budget is no longer available. And then a little bit of additional time for municipal court assistant and a little bit of additional time for ice arena. Again, this was a correction from a prior year. We have a fleet specialist position. We currently have that position, and this would just be adding 0.25 FTE hours to that. We have a full-time position in water quality and conservation specialist. This will be partially funded by the utility fund and partially funded by Mount Werner Water for a total of 10.09 requested FTEs. So happy to answer questions about these now or when we get into the actual individual departments. All right, so let's look at the ones just briefly on what didn't get funded. So we have positions that are important. I'm not going to go through. You'll see police officer on here again. The police department requested 4 additional patrol officers. 2 of them are funded in this budget and 2 of them are not. And you can see the list of, again, as Tom said, important positions that we had to make sacrifices. So
Can I just, sorry, ask a little bit about those 2 positions? Those, are they mission critical? I'm assuming if they were, they would be funded, but.
I'll let the police chief talk about it.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Beckett, Police Chief. They're all critical. So we've been getting by with with far fewer than what I think we need. We're just, the number we got to, we actually are looking 5 years forward and we think we need far more than this. We're basing that on our calls for service. We're basing that on service levels and on our staffing and the impact, the fact that our folks can't take time off and we're having burnout. We're getting a lot of feedback from them. So the 4 was kind of a first stab at it. 2 is better than 0. So it's where we are as a city.
Where do you want to be in 5 years?
I think we have to look at it year over year. I mean, our first guess was 14 more personnel over 5 years. I think that, but again, we're really struggling trying to get accurate data. So we just want to take a measured approach to that year over year and see where we land.
Thank you.
Yep.
What would be the potential cost for the additional 2?
I'll need Kim to tell me the exact number, but I want to say they're about like a year for an FTE for a sworn officer is about 170,000, I think, Kim.
Yep, right around there. And then you have the additional equipment, potential of additional vehicles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for every 2 officers for patrol that we asked for 1 patrol vehicle. A patrol vehicle right now is costing us about 115,000.
Chief, do we, for other towns our size and maybe geographic size as well as population, how do we compare in terms of number of FTEs in the police force versus some of our competitors, if you will?
We're not alone in our struggle. So when you talk about like Avon, Eagle, the Eagle Valley area, I talk to folks down there. Everyone's struggling with their hiring. Silverthorne, Breckenridge, everyone's behind on hiring right now. One thing where we've kind of come around that we're unique is a lot of those mountain towns are along the I-70 corridor or they have other partners. We are on an island. So when people ask me what city I compare us to, I look at Durango because Durango and La Plata County have a similar dynamic to us where there really isn't any other support. Whereas like Eagle Valley, any of those agencies, Summit County, they all have support from other agencies. So there's more resources down there. Whereas up here, it's just us in Route County.
We competitive with Durango then, or?
In terms of per capita, I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to get back to you. We're close, but I talk to their chief every once in a while, and I know that the struggle is real down there also. It's across the board for police departments.
And if you don't mind, I'm just following up. When you say struggle, what can you define that? I mean, in the sense of we struggle because they're having trouble recruiting people, or struggling like what we're facing in terms of budget restraints?
I think that's a complicated question. There's a cultural component to that I don't know that any of us totally understand yet, but it's the younger workforce doesn't, what we're seeing is they don't stay for more than 10 years generally. So whereas our older generations stay for a whole career. So it's kind of that retention question, and we're all still trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one more, sorry. CSOs, you have 1 currently, right? And you're not going to hire any more? Is that accurate?
No, I've got 3 CSOs and a CSO supervisor, and we have 1 vacancy. We're actually testing for that today. So I hope to have it filled with one of our records techs.
Oh, wow, great.
Is the time to go into detail on this when we go over the individual departments? Kim, is that the best time for us to?
It's either way.
Okay.
I think throughout the whole day, you can ask questions. It's either way, whatever you prefer.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're just going to talk go through some graphs to just see where the city is trending over time. So this is a graph that shows the full-time equivalents, FTEs, for 10 years, year-over-year change compared to sales tax. I'm not saying that your year-over-year FTEs need to be perfectly aligned with your change in sales tax. It's just a data point to show in 2017 to 2018, for example, Our sales tax went up by 6%, our FTEs went up by 3%. And so you can see the orange line is our year-over-year change in full-time equivalents, and the gray line is our year-over-year change in sales tax from just a historical perspective. Same thing here. This is a little different. This is our general fund expenditures in the bottom part of the graph. The blue are our personnel costs. The gray is other operating costs. And then the blue line is our CPI. As we've talked a lot, that the consumer price index, all urban consumers, really drives some of our own costs. And so you can see that it's pretty well in line. We dropped down in 2021, 2022 when we cut costs significantly, and then have been increasing. And you can see the 2025 budget to the 2026 budget, just the slight increase in our budget. This is just a graphic to show where our general fund budget is budgeted. We have 27 cents of a dollar goes to general government, about 25% goes to public safety, 25 cents. 23 cents goes to public works, 18 cents to Parks and Rec, and then we have planning, legal municipal court, and debt service, just to give people an idea of where the general fund is broken up. So now we get into the fun stuff, the numbers.
Can I ask a question real quick? What's a typical KPI for FTE or personnel costs for a city? Is it FTE per capita? Tom, is that the normal metric?
I think it varies, but that is a common one, yes, per
And we-
capita.
We are below most our peer
Yeah, we'll
cities.
talk a little bit about that next week with the operational assessment, but that was one of the findings she found was that we seem to be below an FTE per capita for like cities.
And personnel costs from that study, we're finding we are also below, which is why we recommend increases of up to 3%.
That has more to do with the market analysis that we did for our compensation package, less with the operational assessment.
Will we also see with that report next week if our personnel costs are in line with other cities per capita?
I will have to ask her if she's included that in her assessment, but we can probably get that data for you too as well, so.
I'm just trying to, that's one of the topics that has come up is our spending on headcount, how it has increased, trying to understand, are we spending a lot on personnel costs? It sounds like our FTE per capita is below, but then are we paying people a lot or not? I'm just trying to get that information. So I don't need anything formal, but
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
the angle I'm coming from.
Tasha Murphy may be able to speak to that, but that's what Graves Consulting looks at in terms of our compensation package.
Okay.
And that's what that market analysis is looking at our personnel costs relative to the market. And that's why they're recommending an increase because the market is shifting. So I think we're right in line with where other organizations are.
All right, great. That's all I needed. Thanks.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It probably isn't part of the operation analysis. It's probably more of, we do an annual salary survey, compensation analysis every year to benchmark every one of our positions mid-range, and that's more of the identifier that we are market.
Thanks.
So this is a summary of all of our funds. So we have general funds, we have capital, special revenue, enterprise, and an internal service fund. This is a snapshot of what is basically not necessarily in the bank account, but what has been budgeted for and what our balance is by fund. So the top line, the dark line that says beginning fund balance, that is what is projected to be at the end of 2025. So we asked departments to estimate their projected revenues and expenses for 2025. We're looking at the 2026 budget. Where do you think you're going to be at the end of this year? And that's our starting point. So that is our starting point. About 109 million total reserves at the end of 2025, at the end of our current year. Then our budgeted revenues in the next line, 2026, estimated 135 million, 135.7 million. Budgeted expenditures at 124.5. Typically, prior to the STR fund, we would see expenditures higher than revenues in our overall budget because we would have savings from one year and then we would be budgeting to spend it on capital. Because of how we're budgeting for the short-term rental tax fund we budget for the revenue, but we take the expenses one by one throughout the year and do supplemental budget appropriations. We don't have anything budgeted for 2026 in the short-term rental tax fund for expenditures. Not saying we're not going to do anything. Absolutely. City Council is busy looking at projects, at programs. It's just not appropriated for ahead of time. So that's why you see the revenue higher than expenses. So then you have the net 2026 activity showing in the general fund. Our revenues are $22,000 more than expenses in this budget. Use of about $9.6 million of reserves in the capital fund. We don't have much budgeted for in the accommodation tax fund for 2026 at this point in time. So you have $1.5 million net activity positive for 2026. Then we have the three special revenue funds: community housing, fire EMS tax, and STR tax. That you can see the activity. Then we have the three enterprise funds: utility fund, airport fund, and golf fund. All have positive 2026 net activity. And then you have the internal service fund of the fleet services fund. Questions on the full big picture of all the funds?
Those expenditures for airport, they include the subsidy,
The revenue does.
the revenue? Yes, thanks.
That's why it balances to zero. That's a great question. We transfer money out of the general fund into the airport fund to make that ending fund reserve zero on an annual basis.
So Kim, when it comes to that net activity line, would it be fair to say I could take the STR 16.5 and subtract the total, the 11, and see that there's about 5 million in net activity that would go to reserves at the end of 2026 if they weren't allocated?
For the STR?
If we were to spend all the STR funding for next year, like that 16 million.
So how this works is let's just focus on STR. At the end of the year this year, we are estimating we'll have $36 million left in that fund. For 2026, we're estimating revenue of 16.5 million. We don't have anything budgeted for expenses as of yet. So at the end of 2026, the fund balance, if nothing got spent, which is not realistic, but if nothing got spent, it would be a fund balance of 52.5 million. So it goes vertical with
Right.
that for each fund.
So at the end of 2026, are we looking at 120 million in, not reserves, that's in reserves in all funds?
Yep. Yep,
Okay.
exactly. So starting from the left, we estimate 27 million at the end of 2026 in general fund reserves, 5 million in capital, 4.4 million in accommodation tax, a little less than 100,000 in community housing, 2.5 in fire EMS, 52 million in STR, 15.6 and et cetera.
Okay, and I know we'll get more into discussion later, but it seems like is that normal to have that large of a potential reserve?
So I really look at each fund individually because they're all very different. And I would say for the general fund, we have our fiscal policy reserve. So I'm comfortable with where we're at on the general fund. Capital fund, we look at on an annual basis. We want to make sure we keep that above $1 million because if projects go over, I would say it's not normal to have the STR fund be so high, but you guys are well aware of that, working on that hard. And then, yes, the rest of the funds, I would say, are where they should be on reserves. The one I look at with the most scrutiny is the general fund, because that is, if something happened, that's the fund we're going to need to continue with police, continue with fire, continue with streets.
Right.
That's the one we really pay attention to,
Right. Okay.
as well as utility, of course. And we have restricted policies on what it needs to be. The other ones, when they're project oriented, you can stop and start projects a lot quicker than you can operations.
Thank you.
Do you want, Kim, just a quick question. Do you want to speak a little bit to the 4.4 in the accommodations tax?
Yeah, so that is another capital fund, and that, as you know, can be used for the approved ballot language. And we have budgeted $500,000 to transfer to the capital projects fund for the potential help purchase Whistler Park open space park acquisition. And then we have not budgeted for the remaining amount of that pending any additional open space acquisitions, pending additional projects, really up to city council on where those funds are earmarked for.
All right, thank you.
Here's just a visual of just the general fund and capital fund reserves. So in total, with those two funds, we have $32.2 million. And I look at our general fund reserves as also our backstop for our capital fund reserves if needed. But as I said, you can halt projects quicker if there's economic reason to. So the three different bars, the dark blue is our capital fund reserves of 5.2 million. And then the light blue is our unassigned reserves. And this includes our budgetary stabilization reserve. So we have a fiscal policy that says we'll keep 25% of our prior year expenditures reserves for rainy day fund, fiscal policy reserve, that city council has the ability to appropriate at any time, but we hold that aside. So that's 15 million. And then we have $7.2 million also unassigned that city council can appropriate. My comfort level is usually between $5 and $7 million for that other unassigned. But legally, city council can appropriate that for a total of 32.2 million. Now narrowing down to just the general fund, here's your 27 million, the 15 million of budgetary reserves. There's 4.8 million in the green that is legally restricted. So that's your TABOR reserves, that's your inventory, those non-spendable. So really the blue is where you'd focus on. So that wraps up my presentation. We can jump into the general fund details if you're ready, or if you have any questions.
All right, anybody have questions? Are we ready to roll into our next topic?
Let's go.
Okay.
All right. So Nella's going to help drive and bring up the actual budget book. I am going to go from the budget book itself, and we're just going to start at the beginning and go through some highlights, starting with the general fund overview, and then we'll jump into public works. So in total for the general fund, personnel costs are about 2% over budget. 2%, 2026 budget is about 2% higher than the 2025 budget. And some of that is built in the personnel adjustments that we talked about earlier. The new FTEs are built into that, and then the vacancy savings is built into that as well. So and then any increase in benefits, which, as everyone knows, the health insurance costs are ever changing. The city of Steamboat Springs is self-insured. Our participants really help control those costs. They make good choices. We educate them on the good choices to make. And so we are not experiencing the high cost of insurance at the same rate as some other people are. Now, when it turns into the cost of service itself increases significantly, that's when the city of Steamboat Springs will start seeing those increases. So it's about a 2% increase from budget. Operating is about a 5.5% increase from 2025 budget. There's about a 1% increase in community support. Want to talk a little bit about transfers. We'll get there when we go into each department, but there was a couple of different changes in accounting as we were working through our Workday implementation, as we were working on perfecting or improving our processes. We have 3 business-like divisions within the general fund. We have House and Hill, we have Ice Rink, and we have Rodeo. And in the past, City Council has wanted fully allocated costs for those, and they want to know what the subsidy is. And some people use that word, some people don't. It's a government service. In the past, we charged those departments overhead. We reviewed our overhead allocation in depth this year. We found that we weren't actually going down to the level of department admin, meaning like the director. So for example, in the utility fund, the public works director is the director over the utility fund. The public works director salary is charged to the general fund. We were not allocating any of those costs to the utility fund. So we improved, in our opinion, we improved the allocated overhead to get a closer true cost. What that meant was it increased allocated overhead to utility, airport, golf, ski, rodeo, and ice arena, which we'll see throughout the day. In addition to that, we would previously take House and Hill, for example, and we'd have all the expenses less the revenue, and whatever that difference is, we would do what we do with the airport fund, and we would transfer money within the general fund to House and Hill, and then transfer it back in revenue. It was a transaction that we would have to eliminate for our financial statements at the end of the year. We've now stopped doing that. So your transfers, and I tell you all that because in transfers for 2025 projection, it goes from $2.6 million budgeted all the way down to $243,000. And that's because we started that in 2025. We're no longer doing those interfund transfers. It goes back up in 2026 because the $2.75 million that we're getting from Ski Corps is going into the general fund, and we're transferring $1.6 million out to the capital fund. So it's a lot of information. Hopefully you caught some of it, but gives you an idea of why that goes up and down. It's not an error. Community support, 1% increase, and then we have debt and a small amount of capital in the general fund. Revenues, if we jump down on page 2.2, if you're following along in your packet, to the revenue by classification, Taxes and assessment from 2025, less than a 1% increase. We have charges and services going up by 16.8%. We have intergovernmental revenue going up by 1.5%. Investment income going up by 52%. We've moved another accounting change. We moved investment interest out of the capital fund into the general fund where we can manage it all in one place. Other funds like STR fund, the investment income stays in there. Utility fund, the investment income stays in there, et cetera. The transfer from other funds, this is a transfer in from the fire EMS fund to help fund the additional FTEs. Contributions, primarily this is Steamboat Springs Ski and Resort. Licenses and permits up by 13.6%. You'll see the other revenue dropped from $620,000 down to $23,000. This is where we had the voluntary assessment from Ski Corps previously. So you'll remember about $500,000 previously. So that now has moved up into contributions. Fines and forfeits, we have trending down at about 15% due to the municipal court's projection of traffic violations.
Where the STR violations is.
Yep. So you'll see 2025 budget was at 346,000. 2025 projection is up to 500,000, and then we're dropping back down to 294. And then the rental income is going down. This is previously the employee rental costs that we would get from the employee for employee housing, which is decreasing, which the cost is decreasing more significantly based on the new seasonal housing units. So it's a high-level summary of the general fund, and we can jump into the Public Works Department. Public Works is Public Works Admin, Engineering, Streets, and Transit is under Public Works. We'll get to the other Public Works departments for utility and airport at the end of the day. And I think it's easiest to actually look at each individual division. So we can start with Public Works Admin. There are no, and that's on page 2.8. There are no changes to the FTEs for Public Works Admin and about a 4.5% increase in the expenditures 2025 over 2026. Any questions on Public Works Admin? Public Works Engineering, also no change in full-time equivalents, page 2.10. We did reduce some training, reduce some professional engineering services in order for them to meet their 2% reduction in operating. But we added some services for stormwater treatment facility inspection that needs to be done. So this is an example of an area that their operating is only in 2025 was only 120,000. And when we asked them to come in 2% below that, when they knew that they needed to add the stormwater facility inspection, it was a struggle. So they did decrease some of their training and, as I said, some of their professional engineering services.
And so this doesn't take into account the fact that there's a potential for the stormwater utility.
It does not. None of this budget, all of the stormwater utility expenses are budgeted in the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
Or I think there might be some in the utility fund, but primarily in the general fund. Does not take into account that there could be a stormwater utility fund.
Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to remember from a timing perspective, is that a reality, do we think, for 2026? Or is that probably something that we'll see more in 2027?
John, talk about that.
John Snyder, Public Works Director. I don't think it's a reality that we would have a stormwater utility in place in calendar year 2026. I think it would start, if it does start, January 1st of 2027. So council will hear a presentation on the feasibility study in December. And if council wants to move forward, then we will go into the implementation phase throughout calendar year 2026 to begin in 2027.
All right. Thank you.
So moving on to the Streets Department, page or division, page 2.12. No changes in full-time equivalents. A little bit, they have been able to keep most of their services at the 2025 level, even with increasing costs of hauling snow. There was about a 45% increase in the cost of asphalt and scoria. In order to meet their budget projections, they're deferring some curb and gutter repair with the bump outs downtown, trucks, plows, hit those. They've been doing a great job of repairing those on an annual basis. We're going to see how it is to skip a year to see in order to make the balanced budget. But from a service level, other than that, have all of the same levels of snow removal services built into the budget.
Can you remind me, maybe John, why we have those bump outs? Because they're kind of a hazard, it seems, for bikers and then the buses, and why repair them every year and, you know, kind of have that challenge for multimodal transit?
Sure. The bump outs serve two purposes. One, it makes it more walkable because it gives pedestrians a safe place to stand. It reduces the distance they have to cross. But two, it also reduces the amount of time that Lincoln has to be in a red condition in order for pedestrians to cross because they don't have to walk as far.
That's a mind boggle to me, but okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Any questions on, other questions on the streets? Moving on to transit, we added, here's where you'll see the one additional FTE for the transit fleet technician. As Tom talked about, the service level will be the same. Summer service in 2026 will likely be increased to 15 minutes, but that's more based on the SB 2030 or 230 award that we're anticipating. But winter service will likely stay the same, or will be staying the same as last winter due to the negotiated SSRC contribution, which is in this budget. You had a question?
Yeah, thank you. What award did you mean? Are we expecting?
SB 230, and I would need Jonathan's help on talking about what that is.
Good morning, Jonathan Flint, Transit Manager. We just received word on the award last week, and the award is being split into two different phases. Or two different areas. The first one is that with the reduced state funding, they cut our faster funding, which was $132,000 for regional service. We are able to use SB 230 funding to make up for that. So no change in the regional funding. And then the remaining we are using for summer service to increase from 20-minute headways to 15-minute headways. And the overall grant amount is $894,000.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
May I have a quick follow-up question? So you said that, well, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. That 132,000 was cut.
Correct.
Who, where?
We have been receiving faster funding, which is If you look on the back of your registration, there's the Faster Fund. And 3 entities were receiving Faster funding for intercity bus service, Fort Collins, RAFTA, and Steamboat Springs. And we used that as a 50-50 match to help pay for the operations, primarily personnel, to run the regional. And we are budgeting to operate the regional service next year in full. So we were looking at a decrease of $132,000 that we needed to find somewhere else. The state with this program, SB 230, the desire of the program is to get more vehicles off the road and increase ridership. However, they looked at it with the decrease in state funding that they really wanted to be able to at least maintain this service level. So that's why they have allowed us to utilize that to keep the regional funding at the same level.
Got it. So it was a cut originally from the state.
Correct.
Did that happen July 1 with the state budget issues?
Yeah,
Or
approximately
July,
that time.
probably 4th to be exact, but yeah, okay, thank you.
And maybe just to follow up on that. So you indicated that basically we'll get 194, so roughly just under 900,000. And that will be used to make up the difference that we've lost in the regional service, but then also to increase kind of service levels in the summer?
Correct. Yeah, a couple of things that we found in the summer. One of the issues is currently we operate on an hour and 20-minute loop. With traffic congestion and construction, we are unable to maintain that. And so buses are running behind. We've seen kind of our highest level of not being able to provide timely service. We've also lost some of the choice riders. So what we're doing is we're increasing the frequency. We feel we can do that with our existing fleet and provide that additional service in the summertime to try and grow that ridership.
And again, with the ski corps contribution in the winter, that's just maintaining, or are we going to see any sort of increase in terms of service levels in the winter?
For service levels, no, we're going to maintain the service that we've operated. Where that's going to be very beneficial is helping us with the capital acquisition of new vehicles to replace our vehicles that are 20 plus years old. So we're looking at utilizing their generous contribution to help with 2 vehicles. And then we're also going out for grants for 2 additional vehicles and the refurbishment of 2 vehicles. So a total of 4 new vehicles, refurbishment of 2 existing vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Other question?
Sorry, maybe I missed this. So why is the local bus service budget up 1.7 million?
That's primarily a transfer, and Kim, stop me when I'm lying too much, but that's a transfer for capital expenditure for the purchase of the 2 buses.
Okay, thanks.
May I ask one more question? You mentioned for summer that looking at 15-minute increments. Does that not include, I believe in the summertime, the buses stop longer at Stockbridge for breaks? Is that correct? Which is like great. I support that. Is that still happening?
No.
Okay.
That was the challenge that we were running into, is that we actually had to put out an extra bus so that drivers could get a break at the Stockbridge. It is scheduled for an 8-minute break.
Okay.
They were typically not getting any break at all.
Okay, great.
Jonathan, can you tell me the timeline on the delivery of the 4 new buses and the timeline on the refurbishment of the 2 buses?
Sure. The refurbishment is typically about an 8 to 10 month process from when we have the contract signed to when we receive the bus back. The grants are going in at the end of this month, the grant requests. It's typically a couple of months to find out what requests are being done. So I anticipate contracting those in the middle of next year, 2026, and then immediately turning around and sending those out. As far as the delivery of the vehicles, the new vehicles, right now the manufacturers are saying anywhere from 18 to 36 months. And that's for a hybrid electric bus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. So I just wanted to cover just part of our agreement with Steamboat Ski and Resort Corporation is that we are very transparent with where this money goes. So I just want to point out how the funds are flowing through. On page 2.18, under contributions under 2026, you'll see the $2.75 million contribution in revenue. So under revenues by classification. So that money, when received, will be deposited into the general fund, into the transit division. We will use a portion of those funds for operating, and then we will use a portion of those funds for capital. But instead of splitting out the deposit, we have, to answer Councilor Swintek's question, we added a transfer expense. So on page 2.17, you'll see 1.692 being transferred to the capital fund. And in the capital fund, you can see where that money is being spent, just to be as clear as we possibly can. The SB 230 revenue, along with the Federal Transit Authority FTA 5311, which is for transit operating grants, is in the intergovernmental revenue. And then just one other highlight in, you'll see the operating expenses of the transit division going down by about 10%. We had to spend significant amount of revenue or amount of money on leasing units for employee housing. So this is a result of building the seasonal housing because that will save us money of not paying to someone else in order to lease those units. So you'll see that operating expenses going down by about 10%. Other questions on transit or any of the other general fund public works divisions before we move on to police?
Doesn't look like it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, police department. You'll see on page 2.21 additional police officers. So there's your two full-time equivalents in the police department. On 2.22, you'll see patrol services going down by about 5%. Police admin up about 6.5%, investigations up about 4%. We have combined animal control and community services in 2025. So that you'll see the animal control expenses go into zero, but that's just because they were combined with the community services division. Personnel cost you'll see going down by 6% despite the added two positions, which again, those two positions are budgeted to be hired in the third quarter. And this decrease is due to the vacancy savings. So it's not a true decrease in, it's a decrease in what we expect to spend. If I've promised all of the departments, because of course this is new, it's a little uncomfortable. If they are fully staffed, I've promised I will come back to City Council and ask for additional funding because that would be great news if departments were fully staffed. But history hasn't shown that. So, and then operating expenses up by about 18%. And this is where I'd like to talk a little bit. I talked about it in the budget letter. We talked about it in the budget letter, dispatch services. So the county has talked to City Council, the Board of County Commissioners has talked to City Council a couple of times with a proposal of changing their funding model from funding the dispatch services, communications center from their current funding model of funding it with property tax to going from a going to a charges for service model. This will affect the city of Steamboat Springs dramatically. And it seemed like it was moving forward at such a quick pace that we needed to account for it in the budget. I've worked with their finance director on a kind of a build-up approach. So it's not $1.5 million the first year. It's about, for police department, we've budgeted $425,000 for dispatch fees in their operating expenses. City staff still believes that the county's property tax method of paying for dispatch service is appropriate, but we didn't want to leave city council without a funding source if we do move forward with this. There's a lot of steps that need to be taken. There needs to be a IGA put in place, a mechanism of communicating. There needs to be a higher level control from the city in the services, but this is a big change and it is built into the budget, but not necessarily saying we agree and we should move forward. So in year one, it is about $475,000. And then year two, I've worked with the finance director. Sorry, I need to go back to in year one, it's 470,000. In year two, it'll go up to about 875,000. And then in year three, up to 1.2 million. And we're really, depending on how the IGA reads, we're really at the discretion of whatever they budget for their community or their communications center, because it's a percentage based on call volume is how they're proposing it. They take their whole communications center budget, including all of their, what they refer to as support services, their allocated overhead. They subtract out the 911 fee, and then they divide that by the number of calls.
Just the city of Steamboat, so.
No, it's for the other entities as well. So it is for search and rescue and Hayden and Oak Creek and Yampa. But they recognize this could be detrimental to the smaller organizations. And so in their proposal, they've built in a hold harmless where the county will pay for the first 30,000, which then really took the burden off of those smaller organizations. And primarily the city of Steamboat is taking the majority. The city of Steamboat and Routt County are paying the majority of the costs.
So you're including this right now into a budget, but we still don't even know because we haven't negotiated the IGA and we're going to have a little sit down with the county. Is that the plan?
Yes, we need to negotiate an
Leadership to leadership, not just finance to finance?
Oh, correct. Yes, leadership to leadership. And Chief Beckett and Chief Sarasoli are very versed in this as well and happy to answer any questions you have, as well as the city manager.
Can you address a little bit, the city's position on this is that this should be in the county's property tax, correct?
The city staff's position on this is, yes, we've done an analysis on where the calls are coming from, and it's aligned with the assessed property valuation. And it's the city staff's position that the constituents, the property owners in the city of Steamboat Springs are already paying for this service through their property tax. And if it's charged again through their sales tax, could be seen as double dipping.
Could be. Sounds like it is.
That's the city staff's perspective on it.
So when will these funds be, I guess, allocated to the county? Not until?
They wouldn't be allocated until there's a intergovernmental agreement in place and they begin charging us. We don't have a whole lot of choice in where we can get dispatch services from. So they have a lot of control over that. But I wouldn't expect that they would charge us until we have an intergovernmental agreement in place.
Have they agreed to the phased funding yet?
Have they agreed to the, yes, well, staff has. I don't know if they talked about it at they had a Board of County Commissioners meeting a week ago, and I don't know if they talked about the phase funding or not at that point. But that was what their county manager and finance director were proposing to. So I don't know if the Board of County Commissioners has agreed.
And do we know what they budgeted for the year? I mean, in terms of, are they assuming in their budget that some of this gets offloaded to us?
If their budget is complete, when I talked to the finance director a few months ago or a couple months ago, that was the assumption that they would be budgeting for that amount of revenue in their budget.
That's going to be a big conversation later when they present us their idea, because right now there's ideas and questions that I have, but it's not for this meeting. We do need to support our dispatch.
Oh, absolutely.
Know that the county has funds, and especially, you know, my only question is that if our property taxes are covering 911 services, was that voted by the citizens years ago that we put a property tax on there, or the county put a property tax on the city's property, and they're using that funds for 911 EMS or for the dispatch, and now they're saying they're going to get that plus another $400,000. So if it was is it a ballot language that was done, or is it just kind of like they put a property tax? Because you can't do that.
From my understanding, it's not a dedicated property tax from a legal perspective on the mills that they've been using to fund this, that they can use those mills for other county purposes. And so there's no legal restriction on the county that they have to be used. They have been used, and they've been appropriated on an annual basis for the dispatch center. But the goal is to offset that with charges for service and free up that property tax due to their budget issues, which are real budget issues. I completely understand that. So they are real budget issues, and this is one of their ways managing those budget issues.
Thank you.
I just have a request, I think maybe for Tom, because we did talk about this at the joint commissioner council meeting. I don't remember whenever that was.
Yeah, it's come. I think it's been rescheduled for December.
It's scheduled. Okay, so I have to make this request super clear. We must have documents before that meeting, because I walked into that meeting with no background information. Not your fault, Kim or Tom, but the county has got to provide us all the information beforehand. We were just like fed information during the meeting on an overhead projector. So can I please make that request?
Yes, and I actually would advise that we have probably a separate agenda on a city council meeting dedicated to this, as opposed to just a discussion item on the joint meeting, because the joint meeting, we really don't have very much time.
Right.
So I'll talk to Jay Harrington about that.
If we were interested in supporting those 2 additional FTEs for the police department, what is the trade-off that's on the table?
The 2 additional ones,
Yep.
I don't know that I have a trade-off. I can tell you the cost. I think that the trade-off would be up to city council. So we're estimating $68,000 per FTE if they began funded, or if they were hired in July or August. If you wanted to do it for the full year, it would be twice that. So as the $140,000. We can note it, and we can get to the end, and it's really up to city council what the trade-off is,
So with vehicles, we're looking at 500,000.
probably.
So yeah, you have the capital too, at least 1 or 2 vehicles.
And this 400 we're allocating for the county, can we just say we're not going to do that and fund our police instead?
Tom? I don't know what we do when they send us a bill.
But they're not going to send us a bill till we have an IGA, which we can negotiate. What you're trying to do is just put some money in the budget so that we're not hit with the $500,000 hit down the road.
That's correct.
Right? And so what Brian's saying is that if we can, we don't know where that IGA is going to land, could we use that for additional police enforcements now? And that's a question for us to have later on today.
I think that's possible. And then just know that if we enter into an agreement, that it will likely be a supplemental budget appropriation before we can actually make the payments. And I would say from the police vehicle standpoint, that could come from your capital projects reserves. I would be comfortable that coming out of reserves or the general fund reserves for capital for the one-time cost.
Okay.
It would be prudent to identify, to still have a balanced budget for operations, to identify that if it's offsetting by the dispatch fees.
Would it be appropriate, I mean, in terms of the potential 475,000 adds up a potential also capital reserve? I mean, in terms of put a pin in it, in terms of,
You,
My motivators.
you are, there's nothing that says that city council can't use their reserves for that. It's just staff needs to bring you a balanced operating budget, but there's nothing that says you can't use your reserves for that. It'll just be an ongoing cost in the future.
Mhm.
Could be an ongoing cost in the future.
I have one other question. Maybe Tasha or the chief can answer this, but in terms of turnover in the police department, what is it percentage-wise yearly? And this 49 FTE that we have for 2025, how many do we actually have right now of that 49 number?
Hello again. Okay, there's two parts to that. So I'm going to go backwards first. I think we have you're making me dig into my brain a little bit. I believe we have 2 officer vacancies right now for patrol. And then we've got 1 civilian vacancy for CSO and 1 civilian vacancy for records.
So that means we have 45, let's say, FTEs, and our head count is at 49 is our target.
I think our head count right now is 52.
The 52?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then what was the first question? I'm sorry.
Turnover.
Oh, turnover. We're doing a lot better than we were. Our challenge right now, we did an internal employee survey this year, and the feedback we're getting from our folks is twofold. One, I think across the board in the city, you're going to hear people want pay. For the PD specifically, what we're seeing is burnout. So we've got, I think probably what's worth clarifying is on paper, it looks like we're doing really well staffing, and we are with our hiring. That includes 3 who are in field training right now, so they're not solo status, and that includes 3 who are in the academy right now. So we actually don't have 6 officers solo status on the street yet. So I believe my patrol status or my patrol staffing is 16. So we're at 10 of that 16. So those officers are having a hard time taking time off. They're getting burnt out. So we did lose 1 to Hayden, who went over there for burnout and pay, is the feedback he gave us.
Okay, I just want to clarify this, that it says here that 49 is the number for 2025 police FTEs, and you're requesting 2 additional for 51 in 2026, but you'd really like to have 53, 2 additional ones for a total of 4 incremental.
Correct.
53. And at 53, though, we may not have actually 53 who are on the streets at any one given point in time, whether it's patrol or whatever it is. So is that 53, do we have to overstaff the police to really have a number that gets you to the level of community support, safety, and everything else?
I think what you're asking is the idea of like a +2, like unfunded positions that would allow us to continue to recruit because it takes 18 months to recruit, hire, and train an officer. So yes, and Kim said it earlier, I think what we see historically is we always have vacancies. That's not unique to Steamboat Springs. That's anywhere I've ever worked. So that rate varies. I think +4 or the 4 additional or 2 additional FTEs is it's gonna help us. One of my biggest challenges right now, and I know I'm not directly answering your question, but one of our biggest challenges is data. And trying to do like a true staffing analysis. We have a lot of issues with our records management system where we're having a hard time getting that data out. You've heard me talk about this before. So when I say I think we need 14 over 5 years, that is kind of just that's a spitball. So 4 or 2 would allow us to evaluate it. We would look at it, year over year, and then we would see where we're at next year and evaluate what our additional needs are then. Does that kind of answer your question?
No, it does. But I think what you're saying also is that the +4 gives you a much better chance to be fully staffed ongoing than the +2.
Yeah, this department hasn't been fully staffed and so like long before I got here. I don't know that anyone really knows what that looks like. So that's why we're kind of going with the idea, asking for 4 at a time.
I have a question, Chief Beckett. I pulled up a city manager report where we get call volume for fire and police. And just looking at the graph, I mean, it is clear to me that we're seeing an increase in call volume year over year. Doesn't have the percentages in here, it just has the graph, but is that accurate to say that you're seeing? Minus, I take out the April, May of 2020 because of COVID, everyone saw increased calls, but is that a fair assessment that we are just seeing an increase?
Yeah, and if I can take 2 minutes and expound on it.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. Some of that is driven by internal direction to our officers. So our call volume also reflects proactive calls for service, traffic stops, DUIs, things like that. So as we hire more officers, our call volume will increase by the nature of what we're asking them to do. What is harder to grasp is the complexity of what we're dealing with in law enforcement these days. So if you look at the calls for service that we have today versus the calls for service we had 10 years ago, they're very, very different. So, and as an example, we've had 2 fentanyl overdoses in the last 2 weeks, and we treat those as homicides now. What we're dealing with now requires so many more man hours and so much more work that it really changes the dynamic where 10 years ago, our response was probably more of a 911 based response. Today, it's more of a proactive response where we're doing drug interdiction, organized crime, things like that.
Yeah, great, thank you.
I just want to make one comment about the county dispatch. And I just want to qualify the staff's position about saying that we feel that it should be with the property tax. I think we do because it's been paid out of the property tax, and I think there's a sense from the community that, as Kim said, maybe they'll be double dipping, although that is not a dedicated property tax, and they can use it. And I think what we're seeing here is an example of some of just sort of macroeconomics as federal government retracts, certainly from grants and those types of things, and funding that gets passed on to the state. States obviously having significant fiscal issues, that gets passed down to the county, and you're seeing it trickle down all the way down to the local government. So this is a trickle down effect of some of the decisions from a macroeconomic, and I think we're going to see more of this in the coming years, just as a result of what we're seeing. So we completely understand where the county's coming from. They have significant financial challenges. And so I would say before we just jump to conclusions that they're sort of being unfair or we should just use this money for police officers and do a supplemental appropriation, we certainly can. I would fully expect these conversations to lead to a decision of needing to come up with an IGA and fund this out of our local government. I think that's probably where we're headed.
It's truly a partnership. I mean, this is our community, our dispatch, and we want to make sure it's robust and not, I mean, they work a lot and they're fully understaffed. So we do need, there's a problem, and I'm glad the county brought it up to us. I agree with Amy that they didn't do it appropriately at the last meeting by giving us some more headroom to understand what was going on. But no, I think as a community, we need to support it and prove that this is one of those team efforts that we do. And I appreciate your description of the trickle down effect. We can carve out money and work together. Let's just kind of find out where that is. So I appreciate you guys on staff putting that in the budget. But I think like Brian says, that could be sitting there keeping us from doing something else when we don't even know what the IGA will look like, when we know we do have some reserves that we can tap into at that time. I look at it from that fiscal responsibility set, personally.
Mhm. Mhm. And I don't, and exactly that. I don't think that we can underestimate the impact of the trickle down effect, either from the federal level or from the state level, in terms of how that's going to impact, our community, both at the county and then obviously at, our level in terms of how we provide services to our community. So I think it's absolutely something that we need to keep, at the top, top of mind. And so maybe, Kim, just a process question. One of the things I think we had talked about coming into this is we're not taking any formal votes today, but we are obviously making recommendations in terms of what we would like to see come back to us next week in terms of a budget, and with the idea that we would do probably kind of thumbs up, thumbs down in terms of any sort of proposals. So to the extent that we're having this conversation right now, do we want to do that now? Do we want to wait till we get all the way through this section before we move into Parks and Rec? Or do you want to put a pin in it? What's going to be easiest for you in terms of the modifications?
I think waiting for budget wrap up, but having a clear understanding of what you're asking. So what I'm hearing is at the, if we added 2 additional police officers also to be hired in July or August in third quarter, it would be about $70,000 per position. If you wanted to do it starting January, $140,000. I want to be clear, Chief Beckett talked about for every 2 officers, they need an additional Tahoe. The Tahoe that they requested, or additional police vehicle, the Tahoe that they requested for $105,000 in the 2026 budget was unfunded because it dropped below the funding line in the capital projects fund. So they have the 2 officers without a vehicle. So we would need to talk about, do you want to add 1 vehicle or 2 vehicles if you add 4 officers? So those are the things that I think we need to talk about. And I think it would be best to wait for the end wrap up so you understand all the implications to the entire budget.
Okay, so you'll just you'll know,
Well,
right, that potential for
These guys
4.
are keeping a list, and at the end of the day, we'll go through the budget wrap up to decide thumbs up, thumbs down on different items that you talk about.
Okay, and again, just noting, I think that
Because I captured that correctly.
okay, right. I think you captured it correctly. I think the other thing, just the other fine point would be that the potential $475,000 that is discussed for the dispatch, maybe that's I think what we talked about is potentially using that as the funding mechanism, with noting that the $475,000 would then potentially need to come from reserves.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I just want to make one note, since I won't be here in December to comment on the dispatch conversation, that the heart of that conversation really needs to be collaboration, because we are also seeing a trickle down effect. We're going to see cuts to certain grants that we rely on or, try to plan for. So it shouldn't be upon us to solve the issues for the county's budget necessarily, but we can be collaborative partners to meet the needs of our community.
Thank you.
Anything else on the police department? Moving on to fire services. So here is on page 2.24, you'll see the increase of 4 FTEs for the fire department, 1 fire administrative coordinator, and 3 firefighter paramedics. Just from a high level standpoint, our fire department is funded from multiple sources. So about 27% of our net fire expenses come from the Steamboat Springs Area Fire Protection District, based on an intergovernmental agreement that we have with the fire district to serve the larger district area, not just the city of Steamboat Springs. We get about 11% from charges for service, from ambulance fees and other fire service charges. About 15% of the 2026 budget comes from the fire EMS fund, and about 47% comes from sales tax. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. The fire EMS property tax can be used for fire operations or for capital. In the spirit of the, when it was passed, it was to fund the strategic plan, to fund the growth of the fire department, as well as the capital needed to build the facilities, along with the additional vehicles that would be needed as they expand. So we are careful to make sure that any money transferred from the fire EMS fund is for expansion and capital replacement. So you'll see $1.3 million transferred in order to cover the 14 additional FTEs that have been added since the tax was passed. So, and in this budget, you have $40,000 for the dispatch. So that's the total between the two is $475,000. And the fire department, with the anticipation of these 3 additional paramedics, is planning to decrease their overtime. As you've heard from Chief Beckett, one of the primary concerns is burnout, and they work an enormous amount of overtime to cover for injuries, for medical leave, whether it's work-related, unwork-related, for vacations, for holidays, and just for deployments. And they are consistently backfilling, which is a struggle to keep employees motivated and not get burnt out. So the additional positions is to reduce the overtime and hopefully reduce some of that burnout. But I'm sure Chief Sarasoli would be happy to answer any questions about the
In
additional.
the vein of that, and I appreciate you making that clarity of the overtime, when you look at the other requests for FTEs, the other 10, those don't necessarily have an offset of an overtime fee.
Well, and I wouldn't say, I think this was offset by maybe $50,000, so it's not a direct offset. I would not qualify it as a direct offset.
Okay.
But
Unless you have something more to add.
Chief.
Fire Chief Chuck Sarasoli. In 2026, it's a $50,000 offset that we've proposed. Actually, in 2027, when those firefighters are fully trained, we're looking at a much more substantial offset in overtime. But we have to train them. So they can't, it takes about 6 months to train them. And until they're fully trained, they're not really filling a seat yet. Once they're fully trained, they can fully backfill.
Thank you.
I have a more of a question comment. So I think it's important for folks to know the numbers around, again, our fire call volume. And so just looking back at a relatively recent city manager report, when we compare June 2025 to June 2024, 6.6% increase. When we talk about 5-year look back for calls, up 37%. So I don't know if you want to comment on the impact your staff seeing with that.
Yes, quite a bit. And that's why you've seen the fire department grow at the rate it has over the last 24 years that I've been with the department. We started with robust strategic planning back in about 2010, 2012, and we're still playing that strategic plan out. Now, obviously, it continues to get updated. We update kind of on a micro level every year and on a macro level every few years with the strategic plan. And you're still seeing that with this request. What happened, the big thing that happened in 23 was we were able to hire the staffing that Kim has referenced over once the EMS tax was implemented. And that allowed us to staff a second Type 1 engine in our system, which was a huge benefit to the community. However, what's happening now, and then we actually had these 3 FTEs slated for 27 originally in the strategic plan. But what we're finding this year and last year was that it's kind of a pendulum balancing act. And what happened was between injuries, maternity or paternity and maternity leaves, which has been, we have a young department, so we're seeing that. And everything else Kim mentioned, we've been asking our firefighters too much to come in and backfill. And so with the oversight committee, we had a discussion regarding these FTE requests, and we decided that it was warranted to move them up a year. And believe me, I have an incredible staff. They work incredibly hard. They're incredibly well trained, but they are struggling to fill the need of the backfills.
Yeah, perfect. Thank
And
you.
it's reflected in the overtime budget.
Yeah. Yeah.
And do you want to speak to, I think we've also seen potentially kind of a change in the types of calls, right?
Yeah,
And I
you
mean,
know,
both
and
from the
Chief
fire
Burkett
and the
mentioned
chief.
it.
Yeah.
I think the other thing is, you know, we've the fire department for years has really focused on call volume and just call volume. But I think the one thing I would emphasize is what the fire department does nowadays is much different than what the fire department did when it was just a volunteer department, not just a volunteer department, when it was a volunteer department and they came in to run calls. We have a lot going on. Obviously, the growth in the community is reflected in the work that our fire prevention department does. Our fire inspectors are actually online firefighters, so they're managing their online duties as well as getting out for plan reviews and fire inspections and sprinkler inspections. All the buildings we're seeing going up have sprinkler systems and alarm systems and all of that. And so all that is happening. The public education events, in fact, they're in the schools this week doing Fire Prevention Week, EMS weeks, CPR classes. So all that stuff is just notched up from what the fire department used to deliver. The other reason is the concurrent call volume, which we also do provide in those reports. I don't like to focus on that because, well, they've increased dramatically over the last 10 years. And where that becomes very important is you need staff to be able to run that second call or that third call. And now, I mean, we're even seeing fifth calls out. And I think it's worth noting when we do compare ourselves to comparable cities and we talk about population base, it's also worth noting that we have an increase in a population base that is dramatic compared to non-tourism type of cities with maybe equal populations, but not equal influx of people. And so in the public safety world, that's, well, in all of our worlds, but that's a big deal.
And I think that's a point to elaborate on, right? I mean, in the sense of I hadn't really thought about that, right? But when you staff, I mean, we're not staffing for our full-time resident.
Correct.
Numbers,
It's
right?
hard to use a per capita employee for the whole city, really, in my opinion. But certainly for in the public safety world, if you just compared us to a similar sized population city that wasn't as tourist focused as Steamboat, you wouldn't be doing the service justice as to what we're actually doing, call volume wise as well as service wise. So, but I believe that's applicable to every department in the city.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I also, can I ask one more quick question? I also feel like the work has changed a little bit for you all around wildfire preparation, mitigation. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, without a doubt. We've always been trained to respond to wildfire when I started. However, obviously the landscape, no pun intended, is quite different today than it was 20 years ago. And so a major focus of our department, both education-wise, mitigation-wise, and response-wise, is now focused on wildfire. And Kim did mention deployments. Deployments are a big part of how we maintain training, gain experience, as well as sort of we'll scratch your back if you can scratch ours when we need it. And so this year we have a mountain area mutual aid agreement, and we deployed three times this year just over in areas like Eagle, the Roaring Fork Valley, to help them on some of their quick fire attacks. Made a difference. Their fires were stopped at the early stages. But that also applies kind of reciprocal for us. But what the overtime issue we've struggled with is when we send crews out on deployment, they need to get backfilled. Now their backfilled is fully reimbursed by their deployment, so we get paid for that. However, you need the body to be able to backfill, and that's what we're struggling with.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you.
So there's no doubt wildfire has changed the fire department landscape for sure.
Yeah, thank you. And congrats on the national recognition.
Thank you.
Yes.
Very excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was nice.
Any other questions for Chief? Thank you.
If we are done with the fire department, public safety, we can move on to parks and recreation.
You know what? I might suggest that we take a 10-minute break. I think this is a good place to do that. So we'll take a quick, right? It was 10 minutes. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10.
This is a slow.
All right, we'll go ahead and try to get started. If we can take our seats, please. Okay, I get to use the gavel. All right, let's go ahead and take our seats and we'll get started again. All right, we'll give it just one more minute so everybody can get settled. Then we'll hand it back to you, Kim.
All right, sounds good. So starting with Parks and Rec, if we look at the bottom or page 2.29, that is the total of all of the personnel FTEs for Parks and Rec. And this is the only thing we'll look at from the total and we'll go division by division, but you'll see from 2025 to 2026, there's a 0.72 FTE change, and that represents the 0.5 FTE for Botanic Park, the 0.10 seasonal correction for Ice Rink, and the 0.12 seasonal correction for House and Hills. Looking at 2.30, the total expenses increase from 2025 is about an 8% overall. But we'll talk about what that looks like as we get into each division. So looking at the Parks and Rec admin division, so there was some, as we talked about early on in the meeting, there was some reallocation of FTEs along with some changes in allocated overhead, which we'll talk about. But you'll see in the admin division, the FTEs are going down by 2 FTEs. And that's because we're moving the House and Ski and Rodeo Complex Manager into House and Hill and Rodeo. So you'll see that. And then moving the Recreation Manager into the Recreation Division to try to reflect accurate costs. And those are the main changes in the admin expense when you see the 2025 going from 1.7 million down to about 1.5 million. It's because we moved those 2 managers into other divisions. Other than that, there weren't a ton of changes in the admin division. As we move into Parks, Open Space, and Trails on page 2.35, these FTEs are going up by 0.25, also just a reallocation of a maintenance worker. And then we have it broken out by, so part of the Parks, Open Space, and Trails, we have the Parks Division, we have Streetscapes, which is primarily medians and tree maintenance. And then we have Botanic Park, which is fully funded from a direct operational cost by the Botanic Park Society and Foundation. And then we have Trails and Open Space. So we have divisions within this section. When we look at it by division, we have the Parks Division going up by about 11%, Trails going down by about 2%, Botanic Park going up by about 16.5%, Streetscapes going up by 3%, and Open Space going down by 4%, which is an 8% overall change in the Parks, Open Space, and Trails. Much of that is capital equipment. So the Parks Department anticipates purchasing a mini excavator, a lift for the Parks shop, a top dressing unit, which will help in the future reduce contract labor so we can do our own top dressing on parks. Also have a air compressor. Currently, a large air compressor. We're not talking like the air compressor that most of us are familiar with, but we typically we have to blow out all of our irrigation lines at the golf course and at parks. And it all has to be done right around the same time. It's difficult to find a place to lease that equipment. If you can, we've had to go out of town the last couple of years to get that. So we're budgeting to purchase an air compressor that can be used across the city. So that is built into the capital outlay of this department. And I'm happy to answer any questions, or we have several representatives from the Parks and Rec Department if you have questions on parks, open space, and trails.
As a PSA, if a local vendor wants to have the ability to provide that equipment, how would they do that?
It's large enough that we'll be looking for quotes. It's part of our practice and requirement that quotes are received locally, and it is our policy that we will give preference to local vendors if the price, and I am struggling to repeat this, but it's 5% above, I believe, that it doesn't have to be the lowest price as long as it's not more than 5% above the lowest price.
And do they have to apply to be a preferred vendor?
No.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. And so heard that we will be reaching out to all local vendors. Other questions on parks, open space, and trails?
I guess when it comes to open space, there's been a lot of public comment regarding Whistler Park. Would that fall into this item to discuss or different item?
Good morning, Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director. I believe that discussion is probably best suited for either the accommodations tax budget discussion or the CIP budget discussion versus operating.
There are no additional costs built into this budget based on that potential acquisition.
I don't know, and is this where we want to maybe talk about some of the questions that I had raised? Or do we want to go?
No, this would.
Are we going to go through this and more?
No, you can ask now. Would you like to ask if there's any service reductions?
Yes, yeah, exactly. I don't know if everybody had a chance to take a look at, a couple of the things that had been flagged from the perspective that I think at one of the recent Hallison Hill user groups, there was an announcement made that they would be cutting back on the hours at Hallison Hill. And then, and again, just kind of more broadly looking at Parks and Rec and specifically some of the other potential cuts that are being proposed that will, beyond the Hallison Hill hours, but will also operating hours, but also in terms of other programs that Parks and Rec offers that will be cut or eliminated.
Yeah, I think we could go at each division level. We could ask if there are any operational reductions or service level reductions.
Perfect.
For the following year. So parks, open space, and trails.
All right, Angela Cosby again, your Parks and Recreation Director. Our approach to the budget reductions were as minimally impactful reductions as possible. So all of these, I believe, are on the smaller end. For Parks, Open Space, and Trails, we eliminated from the budget a bobolinks wildlife study at Legacy Ranch. Also, we had planned on contracting with AECom for a study of our mineral springs to provide us with best practices for maintenance, construction restrictions, et cetera. We also reduced the ball field maintenance budget by $25,000 to decrease the amount of laser leveling we do. The rest of the notes, I believe, would be in the recreation division budget. So those are the highlights for you.
How much was the mineral spring study?
One moment, I have it up on my computer, unless Stephanie knows off the top of her. Perfect, yeah, 7,000, and the bobolinks was 12,000.
One common question I'm going to ask is for like minor increases in fees for cost recovery for each of these areas. Does that apply to any of this?
Absolutely. Our fees are approved annually by the city manager. We have based our total revenue off of those projected fees. Typically, each year, once the budget's adopted, myself and finance will review the fees one more time before we ask city manager to approve all of them. We do have our cost recovery model. So we typically do see anywhere from, say, 2 to 10% fee increases annually.
Thanks.
Yep. Any other questions? No.
We can talk about this maybe more with the accommodations tax, but I'm curious, you know, with Sports Barn, it's been kind of on hold since the Brown Ranch discussions. Has there been any outreach done with that user group since Brown Ranch vote?
Not too much. They are aware of, with our parkland acquisition of Slate Creek, there is 7 acres of that parkland identified to be some type of indoor recreation, whether it's a sports barn, community rec center. The way we've structured all of our grant applications is to allow 7 acres of that to be developed for indoor recreation. I believe for our current parkland inventory or plans for the future, that's the best location the city could partner with assisting.
And where are we at with the acquisition and the grants?
Yeah, we're doing very well. We're pretty well on track. We're scheduled to close July 2026. So far, we've received 3 significant grants. We do have a funding gap currently. We have 2 more grant applications we plan on submitting before July 2026.
What would that funding gap be if those grants don't come through?
If I can hold an answering that until Matt's here a little later on, I don't want to do math at the podium.
I understand. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Can I ask a question? Sorry, Kim. I'm looking at the expenditures by division. And it's in the document number 12 of Parks and Rec. And as I scroll down the bottom, you have the cost recovery model. It seems like in the past, some of these areas were at the 80% or higher. I think about like the ice arena. I feel like I've heard that they had 80% or higher. Am I just not remembering correctly, or have we seen those drop due to other factors?
You're remembering very correctly. Historically, the ice rink has performed over 80%. And since the cost recovery model was adopted, staff has intentionally dropped that to be within the 50 to 80% range.
Okay.
Yep.
Say more. I'm looking at you. I'm like, okay, yeah. Okay, say more.
No, those have been intentional decisions of smaller fee increases. So on the 2 to 4% side, while expenses increase over the years, we haven't kept pace with our fee increases. If council does want to change that, staff absolutely understands. And we can get direction to update the cost recovery model if needed.
Okay, yeah, that totally makes sense. And Kim, is this also part of what you were saying at the beginning about the allocating overhead a little bit more appropriately?
Yes, and so we don't see it in parks, open space and trails or in recreation, but you'll see it in the ice arena, Halcyon Hill and Rodeo that I can point out to show where it shows, which if you look at Parks and Rec overall, it's harder to see it, but in the individual divisions, I can point out where that is located.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Angela.
That's a good point to bring up with the ice arena budget. Same with Haymaker. Though the allocated overhead for some of those divisions, Halcyon Hill, Rodeo as well, did go up, and it probably will take us a few years of incremental price increases to make up that gap.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Angela. All right, moving on to recreation. Recreation includes the youth summer school year, summer camp, athletic programs, teen school year, and therapeutic recreation. The only changes in the FTEs is we allocated an 80% of the recreation manager took it out of the admin budget and put it where it belongs in the recreation budget. And it's pretty evenly distributed amongst the different divisions under the expenditures by division, that there's about a 7% increase in the recreation division. And there's about it was about a 14% increase in personnel costs due to that reallocation of the manager, and then a 14% decrease in the operating expenditures. And I can let Angela talk a little bit about what we can see from a level of service perspective for recreation in the coming year.
Hi again. So for the recreation division, there is a reduction in service levels for the Town Challenge Bike, Ski Ascent, and River Series. Make note, we are not eliminating the program. We're eliminating some of the expenses associated with it. So whether it's prizes, contract services, et cetera, staff will be getting creative, asking for more donations from the community for some of those prizes. And associated services, same with bringing in our contracted medical in-house, those type of reductions. Same with similar reductions in our youth programs. Asset clubs will be eliminating contracting out some of those services, providing more in-house, but the youth programs will still be offered. We're not reducing the number of children served. I believe those are the main service reductions in the recreation budget. Oh, I'm sorry, one more. Reduction to our free community events. Major cost driver on our free community events is staffing, largely through our full-time salaried personnel. So we're still going to provide as many of those services as possible, but we did reduce the associated costs for program supplies, meals, et cetera. So we'll also be doing the best we can to provide those services still.
Maybe just a point of clarification. So actually, I think one of the notes said that there is a reduction in the asset club service offerings.
There is, and that reduction is still providing a service to the youth, but instead of, for example, one of the asset clubs being rock climbing at the local gym, we might transform that into being an art class that our own staff can leave and saving in that additional contracted service.
Okay, so it'll be, so not fewer, but different.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't want to be the person who's like, what do kids do for me? But I feel like a sense of obligation. Like, this is an expense for a really nice amenity. Would this be the first thing to be cut? What would it still be affordable for people if we were to move it up to 100% cost recovery? If we were to remove these services, would the gap be filled? What's the history here? I'm coming at this from we're under a lot of pressure of live within your means, and just looking at it through that lens, this is the first thing to go. So I'm just trying to have that conversation.
Really good questions. Give me a second to think of it. So I'll start with a little bit of background information on it. We have our standard youth programs, after school, summer day camp. Asset clubs are essentially one level of service above that, where instead of your routine childcare program, you can sign up for essentially an added program to expand the offerings for children. So you're not incorrect that this is a higher quality service. Absolutely is. We could go back to and specify our cost recovery model or get council direction to this level of services to increase our cost recovery on them versus lumping it into our standard youth programs cost recovery that is lower. That is an option we can do yet.
And if you were to increase the cost recovery to 100, who does this typically serve? Are these individuals who do not have access to childcare, and therefore if you were to charge full costs for cost recovery, it's out of reach for those individuals?
Hard to say specifically. I suppose it depends on every individual family's financial abilities. For most families, I do not believe they'd be able to afford this. Yep. This still boils down to childcare between school and while parents are still working. and to provide children with more experiences and quality of life than, say, being in the gym or things like that.
I'll just address counselors. As we hear these comments about living within our means, I would highlight this as the prime thing to be cut to those individuals and ask those people, is that what you would want to cut? If they say yes, encourage them to run for office and sit up here and recommend cutting it. I don't know what the right answer is, but it's an awkward question to be asked. And then we're sitting here. It's a story, a narrative that we need to make sure is publicly known, that we are providing these services as a community. There are things we want to support as a community, and it's intentional. That's all.
I would ask Angela, is this common for communities, city, to have services such as this?
Yes. In fact, it was my college jobs growing up.
So this is not uncommon?
No, it is not. Providing after-school childcare and recreation is pretty standard of a Parks and Recreation department.
And remind me, but we also don't do anything in terms of income or do we do income qualifications in terms of pay what you can?
We do not.
And so to do something like that would be, obviously would cost, right? From the perspective of putting in place a program like that, but ultimately it would be, potentially more in line in terms of those that can pay full price and those that can't are subsidized.
We could look at that.
So, I mean, that's just an alternative to your comment, I think, Councilor
I'm
Swintek.
not recommending a change. I just think it's a conversation that's worth having publicly to make it very clear when we get that thrown at us of living within our means, this is a natural thing that would be cut. It's not necessarily bus service, it's not streets, it's not police, it's not fire, it's a program like this. That's all. So no, I'm not recommending any changes. I just think it's a conversation we need to have publicly.
That's a bigger conversation. I think it would, if we have that conversation, it's not targeting this particular program alone. It's asking the big question. I think you're saying, what are the optional items? What are the luxuries? Nobody talks about luxury anymore, but in a way, is this part of that or is this something else? It's a big conversation.
Councilor Swintek, I would just say that this is an example of some of the cuts or decreases in level of service that I talked about in my opening comments. They're not drastic, but they are a reduction in level of service, and the community will feel them. So we're going from rock climbing to some other event or asset program. So we tried very hard to not significantly reduce levels of service, but in order to come up with a balanced budget, there was definitely a concerted effort to look at some of our programs and probably reduce some of those costs, but not at a significant loss of a total program.
I hope the community can hear that in every one of the departments, that you all have been so creative and doing the best you can to protect our service levels while also meeting the budget. So thank you, everybody.
I failed to mention, and I don't want to get us off track, I failed to mention one of the senior citizen programs. We did remove those about 6 trips per year as well.
How many people utilize that service?
Oh, Drew, can you answer that question?
Good morning, Drew Pickle, Deputy Director for Recreation. We average around 12 to 15 participants per trip. Most of those trips that are targeted to our senior population are trip and travel. We facilitate them to go see a baseball game or go to see an event at the Dillon Amphitheater, et cetera. And so it's a pretty core group that is interested and they register repeatedly, but it is a relatively small fraction of the programming that we provide to seniors.
Get an understanding for myself, how much does that service cost the city?
It depends on the event, but the fees range. Most are well under $50 per activity. Depends on what additional services we have to pay for, whether that's a baseball ticket, et cetera. So it hits in the cost recovery model below 50%.
And again, just to clarify, is it elimination of the total program or we're just eliminating 6 trips?
That's correct, 6 trips.
So is that,
Just
so
those
there are
trips.
still additional trips for the
Yes,
senior
there's
program? We're just
activities.
cutting it.
Most of them will stay local to reduce cost
Mhm.
and reduce staffing levels. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions about recreation before we move to House and Hill Ski Area? All right, so on the House and Hill Ski Area, so this is one of our divisions that acts as a business-like division. At one time, years and years ago, it was an enterprise fund, but the definition of an enterprise fund is you need to have the desire to actually, has the desire to make it self-sufficient. And it was determined that there was always going to be a level of subsidy from the general fund. And so we moved it back into the general fund, but council has wanted to have a fully allocated cost associated with it. So we do have a level of allocated overhead, and we worked hard to try to make that as real as possible. So we moved 60% of the House and Hill Ski and Rodeo manager into this budget out of the administrative budget. And then there was just some reallocation of FTEs from rodeo, a quarter FTE into here, and then an adjustment of lift operators up. And so looking at the budget, if we look at page 2.45, you will see the operations of the ski area up 21%. If it was without the overhead increase, it would be an increase of about 7%. So allocated overhead went up by $275,000 from 2025's budget. So that's part of the jump, as well as moving the personnel into the appropriate place. We also had an increase in insurance. There's an additional policy that the Ski Hill must maintain that is charged directly to House and Hill. And that went from $10,000 up to $55,000. And then we also stopped doing the internal transfer. And so if you look at 2.46 and you look at the revenue classifications, so you have the charges for services, the transfers from other funds, and the other revenue. So the charges for services are obvious items such as pass sales, ticket sales, any contributions. That's going from a little over 1 million in 2025 up to 1.08 million in 2026. Here's where the change comes in, transfers from other funds. So essentially the subsidy from the general fund is 1.4 million in the 2025 budget. And it is, if you look down at revenues and expenditures, it's about 1.8 million in 2026. I don't know if I said 2025 before. 2025, 1.4 million, in 2026 up to 1.8 million. Primarily the change of allocating the personnel costs. There is a service level reduction in order to balance the budget of reducing the weekday hours, closing the hill at 6:30 versus closing the hill at 8 o'clock. And so that would create a reduction in ski patrol hours, some lift operator hours, as well as some utilities. The department averaged or calculated that would be about $139 per hour savings. And over the course of the season, that would be about a $17.5 million savings to the budget for that reduction.
Where again?
$17,643 if you.
Okay, I was
Yeah, I was
like,
gonna say.
what?
Oh, did I say million? Oh, geez. I'm so sorry. That's
Savings we need to
we
take.
are balanced. We are out. We're good.
I was going to say, you just saved us a lot of money. Wow.
That hour and a half every day is so expensive.
Every day.
Sorry.
So how, 17,000
Millions, thousands,
or 1,700? Sorry,
17,000.
17,000. Got it. Okay. Thanks.
Yes.
What's the impact on Winter Sports Club of changing that closing time?
I will let the department talk about that. That or Angela.
And go into some detail, please.
And I think just, right, and just to clarify, it goes beyond Winter Sports Club.
Brad Setter, ski and rodeo manager. Yep, to answer that question, you know, we have been talking with the Winter Sports Club throughout as we propose this cut. So, you know, what happens at night, primarily from 4 to 6:30, it's a lot of sports club use at the Hill. And then from 6 to 8, we have one sports club group, I believe it's U14. And then we've got CMC and we've got the high school team. So, you know, we talked to the club staff, is there a way to take those teams and incorporate them from 4 to 6? But we're really busy. There's not a lot of space on the face to do that. We did look at, you know, if this cut remains, can we run 2 days a week, say Tuesday, Wednesday, and get those 3 teams onto those 2 days, keep the face open and just run the PAMA lift. And we would then be charging the club for that for a couple of lift operators and ski patrol, just to keep it open, face and PAMA, to be able to accommodate those teams so that we don't put out CMC in the high school and the additional club team.
And go ahead.
I would just say, how was it received? I mean, it sounds to me like it's a big reduction in services, not necessarily revenue or anything like that, but it's a part of the evening that's being used by the community. And you guys work that out.
Yeah, so let me go back to kind of why we proposed this in the first place. We were looking at what service reductions could we do that weren't a big hit to revenue. We looked at maybe losing 1 or 2 weeks at the beginning of the season, end of the season. We have significant ticket revenue, especially at the end of the season. We've been getting a lot of spring break folks the last few years, so we've done really well. So it was almost a wash at the end of the season. At the beginning of the season, it's a few $1,000s that we would save by closing for 2 weeks. That would be a really big impact on the club and, you know, local kids, as well as our early season events. So we looked at, you know, generally for night skiing, we don't sell a lot of tickets. We don't have a lot of local use beyond the teams that are training. So we don't really have a ticket revenue loss if we're closing at 6:30. It also allows us to be a little bit more efficient in how we staff the facility. So when we're open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., we need to bring in kind of a second shift to help close down the PAMA and the carpet that do run till 8 p.m. The chair closes at 6:30. So, you know, beyond that, it's a little bit of efficiency. We've also looked at how do we change our operations to have tubing and lift operations be one mountain ops position, and potentially running with one less person by sharing resources between the 2 operations, and then not having to bring in that second shift, if you will. So there's definitely savings, operational savings for us for doing it this way. If we can work with the club and still get those 2 nights a week, then we can get those teams still in training. In the past, you know, they were kind of training on different nights. So this would be squeezing it together a little bit and having more activity for those 2 nights that we would operate, whether it's a Tuesday, Wednesday, or a Monday, Tuesday. That's still TBD. But
when was the last time that you closed the House and Hill this early?
so several years ago, I forget the exact year, we had opening times and closing times that were all over the map. Not ideal, definitely budget related. We were kind of carving out our hours to meet the club needs. We didn't have nearly as much public skiing. A lot of that was kind of before Ski Free Sunday and the first couple of years of Ski Free Sunday. We had start times and close times we had, I think, 5 different start times. It was not a great operation for a public skier who wanted to come and they didn't know when we were open. They didn't know when we were closed. We had different hours on the weekends and during the weekdays, and we would open and close at different times based upon club training. So we standardized all of that. Standard opening time at 11 a.m. on weekdays, closing time on 8 p.m. on weekdays, and then on the weekends 10 to 4. So now we have 2 different opening times, 2 different closing times, but it's standard throughout the week and it's standard on the weekend. We see a lot of the public skiers like to be there early. That's why we have public hours from 11 to 1. It's before the club starts training. You get good snow conditions. You're not, skiing at the same time as teams are training. So generally that's when we see more of the public is morning, early afternoon. That's when they're used to skiing as far as coming from out of town. And then at night, there's so much club activity. There's not a lot of space for public. We also have less terrain open after dark. It's more just the face, the beginner area over at Pony and the carpet, and then lower ends. So it's definitely been an improvement standardizing our hours, and that's helped us. So we also don't want to go back to having 3 or 4 different closing times. If we do stay open a couple of nights late, it would really just be running the PAMA and having the face open for club training or in these other groups training.
What is your actual cost savings for this reduction?
17,000, yeah, and change, yep.
And I do want to clarify that like the first round of budgeting, this wasn't proposed as a cut. We weren't able to balance the budget. We asked departments to come in with a tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 potential reductions. House and Hill had already trimmed everything that they could trim, and it was proposed as a reduction. And so that it was a budget balancing effort.
Are these evening hours used by those 3 user groups? Could we just get cost recovery from those 3 user groups for 17,000?
So we would, if this cut remains and the club wishes to continue this way, we would be charging the club for these hours. We would have cost recovery for these hours. It would be kind of a pass through for us, for the city.
Well, and one of the programs is the Steamboat Springs High School Alpine Ski Team, right? I mean, I think if you kind of look at this memo, it's a lot about safety in terms of you don't want your alpine skiers coming down the face when you've got, other skiers out there. So I think that's one of the uses, right, of the 6 to 8 period. One of the other, I think, proposed cuts or proposed impact would be Wednesday night jump, which for anybody, that's been in this, that is a classic event of this community, right? And to the extent that we talk about history and we talk about culture and, our heritage, the Wednesday night jump it's been going on as long as I've been in this community. So, and that's open to the community, right? So this is going beyond, and the Carl's Cup ski races, this is going beyond just impacting Winter Sports Club.
Yeah.
So just FYI.
Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director again. Want to clarify one of the statements that between 6:30 and 8, the Hill is still open to the community historically. Well, it's primarily used for training. The general public can still access those lighted runs. We did talk with those user groups who would be impacted, and depending on what council decides today to leave the cut remaining, we would talk with them further about making up that cost. The 17,000 was purely just the cost of eliminating our seasonal staff to provide that service. If we were going to look for cost recovery from those groups, we'd team up with the finance department to include things like allocated overhead into what that cost we would pass on would be. Does that make sense for options for next steps?
Yeah.
Cool.
Could an option be blend of increase ticket prices to cover that additional and then also the user groups? Basically pass the burden on to all users during those hours.
Yeah, our season pass and tickets fees have been set for this year. We're currently selling passes. We could look for other ways though. I understand what intent you're looking for.
Can I ask you a different question? I'm just curious about what is the impact on revenue or expenses of ski-free Sundays?
I don't have a number off the top of my head. We could run that exercise and get back to you. We have noticed ticket sales on Mondays since we've started Ski-Free Sundays definitely going up. Folks will come for a Ski-Free Sunday, have a good experience, come back the next day and buy tickets. And we also, it's our largest service day of the week, seeing very high community attendance at Ski-Free Sundays. Does that answer your question, or would you like us to run?
I just wondered, I assume it's like a trial generating device too, that does increase revenue as well as, just the community benefit of it. I just didn't know if it had any impact on expenses as well.
It does have an impact on expenses. We can bring Brad up to provide more detail. We do have to provide additional Howelson would already be staffed. We're so busy that we have to provide an extra ski patroller, an extra lift op, but the baseline staffing would still be there.
Thanks.
And have we ever looked at what it would cost, what the difference would be in terms of, Howelson Hill Ski Free Sundays, right, is an amazing benefit to our community. From the perspective of limiting the ski free Sundays to anybody in Routt County. And then if, to the extent that we know that and I don't know, maybe you all know what the percentage is in terms of the ski free Sunday use of beyond locals or beyond pass holders in terms of, actual tourists, right? From the perspective of limiting the ski-free Sunday to our local community that expands to Routt County and, let's say, Craig.
Mm-hmm. I don't have that number, but we do collect the data and we can provide you with how many folks outside of this region do come to Ski Free Sundays. We track by our region, by state, and by country.
Mm-hmm.
Brad, do you have that number off the top of your head?
Come on, Brad.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Brad.
I do think it's not 50-50, but it's kind of close. It's about half and half between out of state, out of town, and local.
Well, I got to start off by saying I appreciate you guys going to the effort of saving $17,000. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. I would propose that we keep it open till 8 o'clock the way we have for the past few years. And, I appreciate the effort of going through that second tier of saving some money and budgeting. But to me, that's not one that I would support. So we'll add that to the list. We'll talk about it this afternoon. For me, at least, you guys can add more. Nothing more?
Added to the list.
Thank you.
Other questions on Howelson Hill?
Just wanted to note that I like seeing the tubing hill success. At least it's generating revenue for us as its own cost recovery. And as you set those prices and continue working through that, it's just nice to see that the investment is paid for itself and now it's an ongoing revenue stream.
Yeah, and the team's working really hard to try to bolster sales. We're partnering with Central Res to help drive more people to the tubing hill. So looking forward to that in 2025 and 2026.
A robust restaurant or robust snack shop late in the evening would probably help out too.
So noted.
Just saying.
They've done a lot. No, I think they've done, no, that's it.
They've done a
Right?
lot.
Yeah.
That amount-
Concession stands have increased a lot.
No, true. But, pizza parlor.
Oh, okay.
Midnight.
A pizza oven.
Something warm. All right. Rodeo grounds. So 40% of the Howelson Hills Ski and Rodeo Complex Manager was moved to the rodeo grounds from administration. And then we moved a portion of a seasonal maintenance worker or parks worker out of here into Howelson Hill Ski area. This one you'll see an increase of about $75,000 in the allocated overhead. And in 2.4 on page 2.48, you can see that the change in the increase is primarily due to those changes. And then capital outlay, they have $18,000 to purchase a side-by-side for rodeo personnel. That is going to be a summer vehicle. And then on page 2.49, you can see the change in the revenues by classification, showing the transfer in 2025's budget to the rodeo of $466,000. And now revenue less expenses, it's about $586,000, which again is primarily the change or all the change in how we're accounting for those administrative costs. Don't believe there's a change in service levels proposed in the rodeo area that I'm aware of. Questions about how the rodeo operates or the rodeo budget? No?
Just looking at it, just make note, when you're looking at a budget of minus $586,000, it's encouraging to know that it's drawing some huge sales tax for our community. So this is one of those areas in rodeo that it costs us money to put on, but my gosh, the revenue that comes from it is huge. So just want to make that point.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Moving on to the House and Ice Arena. We have a 20% of the recreation manager moved into the House and Ice Arena. And we also have about $36,000 of planned maintenance in this budget, along with cleaning services. So a little bit of difference between these business-like departments versus some of the other general fund departments is you'll see a line in there specifically for facilities. So we budget the cleaning and the repairs specifically in the department versus in the facilities department. So there's $138,000 in facilities maintenance costs in the ice rink, of which about 100,000 of it is just your typical system services and your cleaning, and about 36,000 is for planned maintenance. If you looked at their operating expenses year over year without the allocated overhead, it's about a 2% increase. And don't believe any changes in services are proposed at the ice arena.
Is that electrical issue expense already done? That's finished. Okay. The answer was yes.
The answer was yes, and that would be in your, so if you look under facilities on page 2.52, the year-end projection is up around 310,000 and then drops back down to 138. That's the reflection of that cost.
And can I add, for us to address as a council, is trying to get the ice arena back up to a higher cost recovery where it was before, for us to discuss that. Please.
I
Thanks.
think we have a lot to discuss on the ice arena.
Yeah.
I know.
Is this the best time to
That's a
talk
capital
about?
project.
Okay, yep, you're right.
Pinned.
But I do have a question that's related to this in terms of, let's just say hypothetically, there was a second sheet of ice. Could we assume that the personnel costs would double?
Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director. The personnel costs would not double. Believe currently that the ice rink has 6 point some FTEs. We'd be looking to add 2 with a second sheet of ice. So it would go up by about a third. We already have a supervisor, assistant supervisor. We wouldn't need duplication in those efforts. We would need additional frontline staff by what's expected to be 2.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What about maintenance?
That would be similar. It would go up by a fraction. It would go up some, but it would not double. Staff has provided a pro forma for the second sheet. If it was done, we would be looking at covering all of the added expenses. The city could try to be aggressive and have it generate money. I wouldn't feel comfortable making that recommendation to you or providing you with that, but I don't believe the subsidy from the general fund to ice rink services would go up with a second sheet. I think it would stay about the same.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
really? I mean, from an operation and FTE, so you said 2 FTE, you don't anticipate the O&M going up?
I believe O&M would go up, but it would be offset by corresponding additional revenue.
Okay.
Yep.
Huh. Okay. That was my biggest concern. I know we have 2 things going on. We're talking about the general fund budget for the ice rink, and I know we have the capital coming up, which is why we're talking about this for that second sheet. In my notes, but I can't see, I put in here that our The city's cost containment for the ice arena is 745,000. Is that right, Kim? Did I?
Correct, yes.
That's correct. Okay, I'm trying to find it. I put this.
It's not, unfortunate, we have a incorrect table on page 2.53 that isn't relevant. So yes, if you take revenue less expenses, it's 745,950.
Okay. Okay. So, Dakota asked the exact same questions I was going to go into. So if you've already done pro forma, awesome. We can talk about maybe during the CIP conversation, because that's my biggest concerns, those ongoing expenses. We will have new expense. Therefore, we need new revenue to cover that. We can't shift revenue, already realized revenue over to the second sheet of ice, because that then does us nothing. So I look forward to talking more about that with the CIP for the second sheet.
Angela, when was that pro forma done?
There's been several done over the years. Staff updated one mid-September, and I believe that was provided to City Council.
When was that? Sorry.
Mid-September.
September. Okay, I'll look.
And it can go into a lot of detail in this way or that way with it. But yeah, my general recommendation is that it can be done flat.
Okay, thanks.
Was that pro forma in this packet?
No.
Was not included in this packet.
Okay. Sounds like Drew sharing with me, it was a memo provided.
Memo, okay.
We can reference it later in the discussion too.
All right, more questions on the current ice arena budget? Okay, and then, so we're done with Parks and Rec. Any further questions on Parks and Rec?
I think the only thing I guess I'd like input from council on, right, is when we take a look at the elimination, and back to the original question in terms of what is happening kind of beyond Hallison Hill, right? The elimination of the senior citizen programs, the reduction in the asset club, right? Service level cuts for the town challenge bike, ski ascent, river service, river series. And then were those tier 1 or tier 2 cuts? I guess from a council perspective, I would like to put a pin on that one too, as we talk about these Parks and Rec overall.
They were all tier 1 cuts. I know it's a difficult conversation, but when we're reducing the budget to try to make a balanced budget, we're a department in a city that provides services. So any budget cuts does result in service impacts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. But I think back to, as we look at this, right? And what we don't have here is kind of the numbers, right? In terms of community members that are impacted and, or, how much actually is, what is the reduction in cost for those, those programs. I mean, we talked about the Mineral Springs, we talked about the wildlife study, and we've obviously talked about the Hallison Hill hours, but we don't know, and it might be helpful to have what that cost saving is. And maybe it's right. I mean, I know you're talking about maybe not eliminating, but reducing or changing
You just
services.
Out though, we're only at a surplus of 22,000. I mean, that hours changed is going to be 17 grand. That basically eats it all.
Right. I mean, I think it's looking at it.
Cuts are necessary.
To our list.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, if that's okay, if we could add, if there's agreement. Okay.
Yeah, because I have comments on other areas that I think, could potentially have cost savings in our general fund. So I think we should add it. And then when those areas come up, I'll talk about it.
Mm-hmm. So I think to do that, to have that conversation, hopefully you guys have the numbers when we kind of do the wrap at the end of the day. Okay.
I would also like to discuss the 7,000 for the Mineral Springs and maybe the 12,000 for the link study. I mean, with what happened to one of the Mineral Springs this last year, I think it would be imperative to spend a pretty minimal 7,000 to ensure we have a proper understanding of what we need to do. So.
My only input on this is that we purposely didn't include the list of cuts. We cut well over $1 million out of the budget. You're just hearing the ones from Parks and Rec. And I think if you saw the list of everything that was cut out, there would be a lot of things from deferred maintenance that you would say, why did you cut that out? Why did you cut that out? Why did you cut finance training? Why did you cut, there's just a lot of like streets. And so maybe that is a list that you want to see before we start adding, nothing, all departments did this, all departments did tier 1 cuts. So maybe that would be part of the discussion.
May I ask a question of councils? What's our goal here? With adding these little things, onesies, twosies back in.
My goal would basically be making sure that we understand, right? And I would love to see the tier 1 impact so that we understand what is being cut, what impacts are going to impact, what are the impacts going to be to our community? And so that we go into this eyes wide open, right? So that when we start hearing from our community members, we know, and have had, and to the extent possible, have had kind of the discussion in advance as opposed to after the fact.
But
So it's choices. It's back to your point, Councillor
I
Swintek.
understand, but we're running a surplus of only 22,000. Staff is in the best placed position to be experts to say what should and shouldn't be cut. I don't know why we think we would look at the list and cherry pick the things and say, don't cut this or cut this instead. That's like, what's our goal? What are we trying to accomplish?
That's something that's what, as leaders, we get to choose.
Right. As per the charter, our overall responsibility is the budget. So again, absolutely, the staff has done a tremendous amount of job. So we're not, I don't want to be second guessing staff, but I do want to understand because, right, we've got a 22,000, but do we, just in terms of reallocating the monies? That is our responsibility, and particularly in terms of representing our constituents.
Kim, you have the spreadsheet with all the tier 1 cuts.
I do.
I'm not asking for you to show that now,
Yeah.
but I think to President Gary's point, and for the community's standpoint, it would be good to have an understanding of what all those cuts are, because there are some levels of service that are being reduced, and I think it's important that the community understand what the entire holistic scope of that is. So,
And the reason we didn't include it this year is in prior years, we asked departments, tell us what you need. This year, we said, cut 2% off before we ever see it. And so some of those cuts are documented not in this document. So some departments made more cuts up front and less cuts during tier 1, but we're absolutely happy to share it with you. It's not a whole picture. So, but we can share it with you. It's $571,000 was cut through that process, and we could share that with you.
To rephrase my concern, if the goal is transparency and to communicate, I'm on board. My concern is exactly what Kim just mentioned. It's not fair to all the departments. If it's not a complete list and then we start cherry picking the things that we like, it's not fair to the department heads who did take the initial cut of 2% and it's not in that list. So if our intention is communication and understanding, I just would caution us against picking things off of this list. If that's the goal, then we need a more comprehensive list.
Understood.
If you're looking at me, I say it's
Great.
both.
It's both.
Yeah.
So then we need the department heads to provide a complete list of all the cuts that they've made. We're asking them to do more work.
Well, you could look at it that way. You can also look at it as, those initial cuts were made, and then there was additional cuts made, and maybe we're just kind of seeing the additional cuts. We're not seeing the initial cuts. So as long as we have an understanding of that, we might not have a full picture of all the things that were cut, but we can see, what was the tier 1 and the tier 2, or at least what was the tier 2.
You're rephrasing exactly the problem. We aren't seeing the initial cuts.
But but we're seeing what was cut beyond, what people were comfortable with. Does that
I
make
think
sense?
it's also, in some cases, it's a little bit of a misnomer because in some cases, departments were proposing things that they feel like they need from an operational standpoint, that then they cut out, but it's not necessarily because they cut out, it's a reduction in level of service. It's just that they cut it out of what they were proposing in 2026. In a lot of cases, or in many cases, some of these are actual cuts to the 2025 budget. And I think that's probably where really you want to focus, because that's a reduction in level of service to the community, and that's what needs to be communicated.
I disagree, but we can continue.
Well, I just want to share something different too, because I know that you have put together this based on sales tax revenue being flat in 2026,
1% down.
1% down.
1% down. And I could make a case that that is a little too conservative based on a number of other factors that I see in the economy. But that's neither here nor there. If we find ourselves next year from a sales tax perspective doing 2 or 3% up like this year through first quarter, through May, June, whatever, what flexibility do we have then regarding these cuts?
It depends on what the cuts are. We have some flexibility, but we haven't created a great methodology of adding items back mid-year. We've proven that we're really good at cutting things back, but adding stuff back on a global basis because of the way our services are, we don't typically do that. We could identify items that we're going to add this back. But since the general fund is primarily services, those are planned for way in advance. It's a little bit difficult to say, oh, all of a sudden we're going to add this service back.
So my other point then would be that it's a lot easier to cut the services during the course of the year than it is to add them back.
Typically. That's
So I still want, at some point, I'd like to have a bigger discussion about this 1% reduction personally, as to whether we think that's too conservative or not.
Kim, haven't you kind of done that in the past where we'll like come back first or second quarter, and if things are looking different than we thought, then we can adjust a little bit?
Yeah, we did it both in COVID, and then we planned it for 2025. We budgeted 3% up in sales tax from the prior year, and we weren't sure if that was going to be accurate, and we've monitored it, and I think we're going to come in pretty close to that. But that was our plan, was to, if we were seeing major reductions, we would come back with reductions to the budget to city council.
So that probably goes in our last, kind of our last agenda item, right? Review and budget wrap up in that last hour when we talk, broadly about the 1%, as well as kind of everything that we've put on the list so far for continued discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, moving on to general government, and I think this would also be one that's easiest to skip to the specific departments. So, city council budget. We have for the city council budget, we've budgeted city council salaries at the new voter approved rate for all seats. There's a small change in operating supplies. We reduced some logoed items for city council members. And then the detail for the memberships and subscriptions as well as donations are on the top of page 2.58. You can see Northwest COG, CML, CAST, Colorado Association for Recycling under memberships and subscriptions. Under donations and sponsorships, we have the junior livestock sale for 4-H, the Tread of Pioneers, and the Farmers Market Main Street. So happy to answer any specific questions or overview on that.
Let's just start with how much money was left over in this year's budget.
So operating budgeted at 123, projected at 117. So $6,000 is projected savings, but what actually happens might be, it will likely be more than that. This council has not been spending the training dollars at the same level. I think there's $7,000 of contingency, or $5,000 maybe, that hasn't been spent in 2025.
There's your spring study.
Mm.
There's your study on the springs.
I know, look at that.
Just finding money left and right. Questions on the, or changes on the council budget?
You said there was a reduction in something, a locum or.
Logo. Julie, do you have the detail on that one?
Yes, we budgeted 2,800 in 2025 to purchase logo items as gifts to outgoing board and commission members. So that was just a one-time thing. We bought a bunch of Yeti stuff, and so to have a bank to give as outgoing board and commission members retire.
Got it. Thank you.
And do we have enough left?
Yes, we haven't given any away yet.
Oh, okay. Again, that's a small token of how we as a city council, right, can show our appreciation for all the people that step up and serve on the boards and commissions. Because it's, it does take time, it does take, resources. So I think that's probably the least we could do.
No reduction in services planned for the city council budget.
We didn't talk about reducing our budget, did we?
Julie does that for you.
Thanks, Julie.
It was not reduced. It did not follow the same. Okay, city manager budget. We provide a lot of detail for the city manager budget because over the years, the city manager budget has been the carrying place for community support. And so we have in the city manager budget, we have the city manager administration, the human resources, risk management, as well as all of the community support, or not all of it, but most of the community support. No changes in city manager admin FTEs. There's one addition for the risk business partner, as we talked about earlier, as one of the proposed FTEs. The economic development incentives was budgeted at the requested amount from RCEDP. We have the sustainable energy incentives, the Northwest Colorado Development Council, the $85,000 for the CAP Collaborative. We, as Tom mentioned earlier, $700,000 for the chamber request. They requested $750,000 as part of our proposed budget. We have it budgeted at $700,000. Special events and Main Street at their requested amount. We have the free summer concert series in this budget. However, we have talked with them. We were going to propose this move back to the coalition funding as it was in the past. We agreed that we'd keep it in the city manager's budget one more year and next year move it into the Arts and Culture Coalition as it once was with all the other community support requests. But it is funded at $50,000 in this budget, search and rescue, and then the coalition funding at a percentage allocation for a total of $860,000.
With that coalition funding, do other communities have a similar program? And I mean, other mountain towns I know rely heavily on nonprofits for a lot of support services. So I wonder if there's something similar and if we compare.
I think a lot of other communities have dedicated funding streams for that specifically and don't rely on their general fund to fund those. So this is essentially $860,000 out of our general fund to fund it. And there's typically a dedicated funding source of some sort that funds those, and it's not funded with just general sales tax is my what I don't have any specific details, but that's my experience. And then specifically, you know, on the chamber destination, that is other communities, that's typically either from an accommodation tax or another special dedicated funding source and not necessarily out of the general fund.
And it's interesting, do I see two different special events? Oh, never mind. I see.
What do we get for this 85,000 for the CAP collaborative?
Would you like me? I mean, I would be happy to address that.
Sure.
So to the extent that this is the management entity costs for the Climate Action Plan Collaborative Board, which is an intergovernmental agreement between Routt County, Steamboat Springs, and all of the municipalities within Routt County. And so, you know, Yampa, Oak Creek, Hayden, as I said, Steamboat, Routt County, and per the intergovernmental agreement, in order to be a member of the Climate Action Plan Collaborative Board, we do contribute. We are kind of required to contribute. It's part of, as I say, it's part of the IGA that each one of the entities needs to contribute to run the Climate Action Plan Collaborative Board. But kind of specifically to your question, so the 85,000 goes to the management entity company, which currently is the Yampa Valley Sustainability Council that was originally put out for bid in terms of what the services would be, what the cost would be. This is a flat, I mean, it stayed flat from last year with the recognition that, you know, there wasn't going to be, that we needed to do that. But I would tell you in terms of what we get is you get action on the climate action plan. And particularly I would say a lot because of this, got a $265,000 grant from the state to move forward on electrification, decarbonization, a dashboard, and actually development, workforce development for our community as we kind of move forward in terms of going down that path. So and then additionally got another 50,000, again, a lot because of the management entity and the relationships that they have in the, in the broader community. So there was a $50,000 donation that was then used to provide grants to the Northwest COG, Routt County Writers, Strings, and Book Trails to basically fund projects that show how different sustainability efforts can be realized, right? So solar panels at the book trails, right? So they're fully off grid, and that's a program for kids in the summer. And these are all projects that are replicable in terms of in the community. So also when we look at like what Northwest Colorado office, Northwest COG is doing, they do a lot in terms of weatherization. So, what we're seeing in the community is people are taking the steps to do energy audits. So, i.e., how can I make my house more energy efficiency, whether it's windows, whether it's weather stripping, various things like that. But what you then see is there's a fall off, right? We know what we need to do, but we don't necessarily take that action because of the lack of funding. And so, again, what Northwest Colorado COG is doing is is using that money to kind of move it forward to realize, okay, it's not just energy efficiency, it's also cost efficiency, right? If you've got a home that doesn't leak, you're going to spend less money on your energy costs. So that's my maybe 3-minute spiel and would be happy to talk more about it. But does that answer your question, Councilor Swintek?
So we pay YVS Seed Act as a grant, as a fundraiser.
No, it's way beyond that. I mean, and as I say, I would be, I'm happy to have the conversation. I mean, they staff the meetings. They also, we have, over 70 community members who have dedicated their time on working groups. The working groups through the original process dedicated more than 2,000 hours to operationalize the climate action plan to basically say, okay, we've got the climate action plan, which is at a 30,000 foot level. So what do we need to do to put in place implementation actions. So they staff that. And now those meetings have they've moved to quarterly. The CAP board meets on a monthly basis.
So it pays YVSC to act as a project manager.
A project, whether, yeah, they're the management entity, exactly. So they do all of the communications, then exactly that. They're definitely staffing the Climate Action Plan Collaborative Board and all of the various different working groups and all of us from a community perspective. I mean, our staff sits in on those working groups. And so hopefully, there are savings that are realized from the city's perspective in terms of the research and the expertise that comes out of that effort.
And how much is the county paying?
85.
Okay.
So the county and the city and the county. So again, I think we've talked about this a little bit before. The city and the county match in terms of what we spend, and then each one of all of the partners have to pay into it. But obviously, Yampa doesn't pay $85,000,
Okay.
right? So it's more commensurate with what the budgets are.
Okay.
Happy to answer more questions.
It's kind of the same category as the Economic Development Council. I mean, we're helping out with, the county puts up money, we put up money, and that's just where it comes from.
Question, Kim. When we look at the coalition funding at 860, I believe is that a partnership with the county? Is that the services coalition? Is that separate?
It's separate.
Okay.
It's all us.
Okay.
And we do include Human Resources Coalition, which they have funding that they get from the county that they also grant out.
Okay.
And then they get funding from the city through this that they grant out. So it goes through that same granting cycle. But in addition to that, it's arts and culture and environmental, and it's completely separate from the county's process.
Okay. I wonder if at some point, if council would ever want to have the conversation around how we allocate those dollars. I know, controversial. It's all important, but we've talked so much about the mental health challenges and the substance use disorder that our community is facing. Would we ever want to look at allocating more funds to those efforts? So I don't know if it's a lot for today, so maybe not for today, but I think we should have that conversation.
Are you proposing adding organizations to the list or a category to the list?
I am proposing you keep the funding amount the same at 860, and do we have a different focus? Focusing on mental health for the community.
So you would propose replacing some number of organizations that are currently funded by this?
I don't know. We would have to. So yes, that's what I'm saying. We would to keep the amount at the 860. And if I'm saying, do we want to have a conversation around mental health? We would have to pull out some of those currently funded. So anyway, we always talk about it. We don't ever have funding for it. Is this the area we should talk about?
When is this done? When they actually go through the human resource allocations, and what team, kind of explain everybody the process?
I'll have Kim do that, I think.
So there's a grant procedures where there are 3 coalition steering committee members or grant steering committee members, and each one of the coalition heads is part of that steering committee. And this is calculated on a percentage of the general fund. And so it's a calculated amount. That amount goes to this steering committee, the Arts and Culture, Environmental, HRC coalition chairs along with myself. And we allocate the funds based on the number of organizations applying for the funds, based on previous application process. And they allocate those funds out to the 3 organizations. Then they have granting committees that then review the grant requests from each one of the organizations. And the granting committees recommend an amount per organization based on the amount that is allocated out. And then it comes to city council for final approval of the allocation to those organizations, and then the city finance department writes the checks to those organizations.
Do you recall, I'm trying to think, it would be interesting for us to probably get the list again, just to refresh in terms of what organizations are currently getting money. Would that make sense, Counselor Dixon?
Yes. Yeah, totally fine.
Wouldn't this be a goal-setting conversation?
Possibly.
I would recommend we discuss this at our annual goal setting rather than during our budget meeting.
We can do that. It sounds like the conversation was more about reallocating some of the funds to mental health, which would mean a different formula to allocate those funds. And that would be part of the budget process. So I don't know if that's something you want to talk about at the end.
Well, this gets into also and where is the appropriate time? I know we have public comment scheduled right before the budget wrap up. And so when we want to talk about, for example, a request from Northwest Colorado Health around home care, is that the appropriate time to have that discussion? Number one. And number two, since this is in here around the chamber and 700,000 versus 750, when is the appropriate time to have that discussion?
I think now, in terms of the chamber, for sure, right? And probably potentially if we think the Northwest Colorado Health would come out of this budget.
Well, my
I mean, you know,
concern is if Northwest Colorado Health is planning to make a public comment around it, then that's not till 2:00. So that, I'm just trying to clarify here what we're.
Well, it's a conversation, but remember, we're keeping our list, right?
Yeah,
So,
but we
right,
can talk
so-
about those at the end with the
Right.
list, but I want to make sure, I do want to make a comment about the chamber funding, and I also want to support Northwest Colorado Health's request too, at some point during today. And if you say that's at the end of the day, that's fine with me.
I think that would be at the end of the day, and I think the chamber would be now. At least your comments.
Okay.
So that council has the time to think about it.
But, you know, that's tricky because if we're going to say, yes, a certain amount can be allocated to the chamber, that I think should be weighed into all the lists that we're talking about later as well.
I'm not suggesting you make a decision on it.
No.
That would be added to the list, but I think Councilman Martini at least wants to make some comments
Got it.
with regard to the chamber. And it's in the city manager budget, so it seems like this would be an appropriate.
So I guess the question is, are you, whether you're supporting it or whether you're, again, right, the whole point now is to have this conversation and ask the questions. And so if there is council, if we want to put a pin in having that conversation about the chamber funding, right? I mean, we can have it now, but it also then, potentially goes into the broader conversation that we're going to have at the end of our meeting today, where we're saying, okay, to your point, Councilor Swintak, we've only got, a small percentage in terms of excess, but that doesn't mean that things can't get moved around. And that's.
Whatever makes the most sense here. I mean, I can give my little spiel on the chamber. That's fine. It will not take very long, but.
Oh, give your spiel.
Okay. When I look at what's going on in our economy, what we're seeing is a stock market at an all-time high with a government shutdown. Now, those don't correlate very well unless the expectations are extremely positive from an economic standpoint. And those economic standpoint is that we're going to get 2 or 3 interest rates cuts in the next 3 or 4 months, that the depreciation, accelerated depreciation in the big bill is going to free up billions of dollars next year. And the expectations are from corporate America that there will be an over 10% increase in profitability next year. All those are very, very positive things. However, when I look at tourism and what we are dealing with here, that I think from the standpoint when I'm in like a coffee shop yesterday and their beans are going up 20% because of tariffs,
Right.
That's going to hit our locals a lot harder. And from that sales tax perspective, I think we need to count on our tourists for more. There are the higher income people mostly, not all, but in a very real way. And they aren't impacted so much by that, especially when their stock portfolios are very well healed. So my concern is that by not granting them the extra $50,000, I would rather see the focus be on giving them the other 50 and have them explain what they're going to do with it versus the 700, because I think we need to ensure that our tourists come and our tourists spend, because I think the locals are going to be harder hit in terms of what's coming our way with cost and prices. So that's all.
Fair,
Add it to
fair.
the list.
I had a couple of, any comments on that?
My only comment on that is what I heard at the chamber meeting is that they don't want to do any new events because of community sentiment towards the last resident survey. But where we're going to see more tourists is probably with more events. So I would support that if we could have another event.
Why don't we save this conversation until the end?
Well, they asked if we had any comments on his comments. I made a comment on his comments.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, so it sounds like we're again, this will be a conversation that we have at our wrap up. I was confused by that when we look at the 2000 in terms of the 2025 budget, the traffic control and the 4th of July, right? That 32,000. And then we're not seeing that correlate anywhere. There's nothing in there for the 2026 budget.
That's a great question. It was moved, it was previously under the Main Street program, just not even sure why. And we moved it to donations and it's not in here, but we did decrease it to 25,000 from 30,000 down to 25,000 for 2026, honoring the guiding principles of reducing our budget. So we have $25,000 in donations for a 4th of July event.
It's on page 2.61.
Say that again.
On page 2.61, upper right corner.
It just got
Oh,
moved.
thank you. I didn't.
Main
Okay,
Street.
thank you. Okay.
And then the traffic control was the request on, from Lisa Pavlovich on Main Street. She said she didn't need that funding. So that was her request.
Okay. And then in terms of the sustainability events, or I'm sorry, the special events from 40 to 30?
Yep, that was a reduction by $10,000 also in some of the, trying to reduce costs. That is the sustainability incentives, special events. And we have yet to spend more than $30,000. So we thought that was an appropriate number to put in there.
Okay.
One final question on the search and rescue thing, where I remember last year they requested 50 and we gave them 25, this year 50 and 25. So what is the impact on that of requesting 50 and only getting 25? Is there any impact in our community to search and rescue?
I'm sure there is impact. Again, that was because we were trying to hold the budget flat but I'm sure if they were here, they would say that there was impact in that the need is at 50,000 and they're receiving $25,000.
It just seems to me that they've asked for that twice, and I'd really like to understand what is the need? What are we missing here? What is the issue? Or
I can ask them for further written detail if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I mean, they did come before us, right, and give a presentation. So I don't remember whether it was equipment, right? I mean, certainly it impacts their service level.
you would think.
I will get follow-up information from them. Other questions?
So I don't think there's much movement on my wanting to focus on mental health with the 860, which is totally fine because that's a lot to drop right now during the budget meeting. I would just really ask council, for those of us that are going to be on when this comes forward, to really think about that. So I'll bring it up as I can move forward with what we have now, but as it comes to the city and the council, when is that, December? Is that what we said?
Yeah, it comes to you at the end of December on what is allocated.
Yeah. I'm really going to be pushing that we really look at that and start talking about, is that how we should be funding, and should we be looking at more mental health? So I'll leave it as is today.
As I said, I think it'd be good to get the list.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, in terms of what did we find, I can't remember, because I think there probably is some in there, and what you're asking is potentially that, again, be reallocated.
Well, I'm not sure, reallocating the list is one thing, but I think that doesn't prevent us from addressing the request that we are going to talk about later today from Northwest Colorado Health, which is specifically a mental health issue.
Health?
Yes. The piece of.
Actually, that letter, I think it came in, Steph Einfeld, that's the one you're referencing, right? Actually was sent on September 12th, and I think it was re-added to the packet. Okay, we're moving right along.
All right, yeah, we are running late, so
Oh, we're
we'll
behind,
go through the next ones. Deputy City Manager, a large division or large department with lots of divisions, so
Just
we'll.
FYI, we're not presenting on Zoom anymore. I don't know if we're.
She's
Oh.
going back and forth, so when we have discussion, it's on the people.
Sorry,
She's-
continue.
So we have 2 additional FTEs in this department requested. One is a data analyst in the IT division, and one is a facilities maintenance worker in the facilities division. So if we look at this on a total department basis, there's about a 5% increase. And the major items in this, this includes the majority of our planned maintenance. So all the maintenance on our buildings, we have things such as paint and carpet and HVAC and concrete and sidewalks. So this year, there's $316,900 in planned maintenance for the budget. There was, when you get the list of items that were cut out, they did make a reduction in order to balance the budget. We also have about $218,000. The majority of this capital outlay that's identified in the Deputy City Manager budget is IT equipment. It's equipment such as like new networking for the combined law enforcement facility, printer replacements, storage expansion, servers, switches, IT capital equipment is the majority of that. So you see all the different divisions, IT is going up by 10%. IT manages and pays for all the software software costs, as well as hardware costs across the city. And then we have the facilities maintenance only going up by 3%, communications going down by 3%, clerks 4%. Programs and grants, previously known as intergovernmental services, that's been rebranded as programs and grants, going up by 1%. And then shifting costs around in the waste reduction and recycling due to less revenue collection on the paper bag fee for an increase in department by 5%. Yeah, any questions on the Deputy City Manager?
Is the recycling covered by the bag fee?
Yes, that portion is this waste reduction and recycling. It's primarily our community recycling coordinator, I think is the position title. That position, yes, community recycling coordinator. That position is about anywhere between 60 and 80% covered by the bag fee. Yes.
I will make a personal pitch for, are we using OpenAI ChatGPT at Steamboat?
So we are using some AI in the city of Steamboat. However, we are very aware of any information issues of putting information in there and it being public. Our IT department is working on a citywide policy and has requested that we use a different type of AI so we aren't jeopardizing our information.
So I'll just make a plug. I know that it's a sensitive, like with the information top, but there is a subscription with OpenAI that's a business subscription. It is a private workplace and it does not train its models based on what you input it. And I would highly recommend, I know it's an overwhelming topic, but I would recommend Tom, Kim, and Sarah at the chamber. Those three would be great to use it. For crunching numbers, it helps save time by creating tables. You can import data so that you and your team could use your time to actually think and like apply your expertise rather than create those things. From the chamber point of view, it can pull in information that's publicly available about other places, marketing, advertising. It's a really strong tool. And from a city manager point of view, you have so many different data points that you have. And it is as simple as, like I did it for this exercise. I imported our PDF. I asked for a summary. I asked for areas of that we could poke holes in, places to save money, and it saved me tons of time. I know it's an overwhelming topic, but I would just say that's a really easy win, that if you could get IT on board to pay, it's a $300 a month per license, just a few people to get used to it. I really would recommend it because I don't think our staffing will ever be high enough to handle the amount of work, and it really can save a lot of the grunt work so that you guys can use your expertise better. So that's my personal plug, like highly recommend trying to explore that. The end.
And that is part of the reason for the data analyst. We want to become even more of a data-driven organization. We need more KPIs. We need more reporting out to the community where we're at on our KPIs, and to integrate that into our regular day-to-day job is difficult, but we need to be able to use all our tools.
Mhm. I'm a huge proponent as well. I hear you. Working for the state, it's locked down. So it's not, so I think city government would have to look at a different option, not just the business, but there are for sure options for government to use it. Because I 100% agree with you, Ryan. Yeah.
Other questions on Deputy City Manager? All right, moving on to Finance Department. Happy to announce that our Workday program went live earlier this month, and working through all the kinks, but it was a huge project, a lot of people involved. City Council approved temporary employees for us to implement that, which was invaluable. So appreciate that. Our FTE number is reduced because we won't have those temporary employees anymore, which is the reduction of our accounting budget. And then we are hopefully going to be replacing our tax software in the coming year, which is the increase in our tax budget is some overtime or additional overtime for that. And then finance admin at 3% and procurement and contracting at 6%, for an overall decrease in the finance budget of 7%. Just a little plug on community support in the finance department is for the senior sales tax rebate. We had originally proposed to increase that because it hasn't been increased over many years, but in order to balance the budget, we took that back out. And just charges for services include the managing the taxes for the local marketing district, the school sales tax. And then the investment income actually isn't investment income for this. It's a sales tax interest that gets paid when people pay their sales tax late. Any questions on the finance budget?
Kim, the temporary staff that you had for the transition of the software, are those in place until December 31st?
So we have one that is in place through, we have budget for it through the end of the year. One actually got hired on as a full-time position, and we lost her, but she went to the utilities department, which is great. We lost a grant accountant through this process, and we hired one of the other temporaries on for that position. So we actually we only have two at this point. So.
Okay. I would just keep an eye on that and for city council to know, this is not, I've said this before, it's not an on and off switch when you transition accounting software, especially the scope of what the city did. And coming from experience, you will most likely find areas that either revenue or expenses that are not rolling up correctly to the correct GL account or fund, and that will happen for months. And so I just want to set expectations for folks that you will still be working on it, which I know you know, but it's important for all of us to
I
talk about it.
appreciate that because we did all of our financials through September in our old system, brought over totals, starting in our new system, everything like feels like it's working okay, but we really won't know.
Yeah.
And we find stuff every hour of every day. And through our audit, it is going to be difficult. Our controller actually initially requested the temporary position stay on for 6 months because we didn't have that temporary employee anymore to bring someone in and train them. We decided not to request that. So I appreciate that because we are just at the beginning.
I know. There will be reclasses done, all of it. So, yeah, okay.
Thank you for that. I will come back to city council if needed.
All right, I think, can we go backwards a minute?
Of course.
I'm back to the deputy city manager. And I think this is where this issue comes up, right? Is that in terms of facilities, good news, right? I think we just received, and maybe Eric can speak to this, a $40,000 grant to look at studying the feasibility of geothermal at the transit center.
I was going to bring it up in capital because it was one of our capital projects, but we.
Okay, well, if that's your preference, I wasn't quite sure where we needed to have that conversation.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up in capital if that's okay, but go for it.
Yeah, it is in part of the capital package, so that'd be the appropriate time to discuss.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we'll talk about it then. Thank you.
I appreciate. All right.
Okay, thank you. So on to legal.
Under legal. So a little bit of change here. Operating, you'll see going up by about $10,000. We've added some contract services for a municipal prosecutor. You'll remember that we brought our municipal contractor on staff. However, that position is also doing all of the contracting as well as municipal prosecutor. And we found that we probably still need some contract services to help with the municipal prosecutor. So put in $10,000 and really no other changes from the legal services division. Municipal court, there was a little bit of additional hours requested, 250 more hours requested for the assistant position, the municipal court assistant. So that's the increase in personnel costs for this department. And then some reduction, as we talked about earlier, in the projected fines amount, revenue amount, projecting some lower traffic fines. Planning and community development, if there's no questions on legal and municipal court.
Why are we projecting lower traffic fines?
I think it's a conservative approach from our municipal clerk, not wanting to overstate fines, and with lower staffing levels, we've been seeing a decrease in those traffic fines.
Thank you.
Planning and community development, there was a funded senior planner in this budget that would focus on long-range planning primarily. So you'll see that reflected in the personnel costs, operating expenses going down by about 6%. And then a little bit of capital outlay for some software changes in CityView. Anytime that there's changes in CityView, we have additional costs on that. 2025, you'll see high projections in the operating expenses, and that's due to the plans, there's Brown Ranch deliberations in there, Brown Ranch communication, Mountain Rail station site study is in there, Steamboat Springs area community plan, housing strategy. So all that's housed in the planning department and have it in the 2025 projections. So that is why that is high. In 2026, we have continued community plan implementation and continued Brown Ranch deliberation.
For all of the activity in here related to affordable housing, is it covered by the STR funds through this intergovernmental revenue?
I will let, so your question is,
Are we
all the activities for,
using STR funds to fund the planning department activities related to affordable housing?
Rebecca Bessie, Planning Director. The answer to that question is no. There's no STR tax funds used to fund the Planning Department's operating budget. This is entirely out of the general fund.
Thanks.
we have some grant funds, which is the intergovernmental revenue is grant funds.
We were to use STR funds to cover the affordable housing stuff, would that increase capacity at planning for day-to-day planning activity?
I don't believe that there's anything eligible for STR tax funding in our operating budget.
Like all the stuff Brad does and everything?
Rebecca,
Right, but
we are using STR funds to fund Gates Gooding and his efforts with the STR allocation. So Brad was doing a lot of that, and he was over capacity. And so we've hired Gates Gooding to essentially, in some degrees, administer the ad hoc committee and the requests for STR funds, and we are using STR funding for that. But that's not necessarily directly in the planning operations.
right, and there's not a proposal for that in the 2026 budget.
Maybe this is a topic of conversation add to our laundry list. I feel like planning is constantly underfunded, and we see the effects of that in everything. And staff, I feel like, is always over capacity in planning. And I know we don't have extra funds, but a lot of the STR related affordable housing things, I feel like fall in planning. If there's any way we could allocate funds from the STR fund to planning to free up resource so that planning can focus on all the other stuff that they're unable to handle. I don't know. A feeling of mine is I just feel that planning is constantly underfunded.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's worth a discussion, and what we probably need would be just, again, reminded guidance from Dan as to what the STR monies can be used for, right? I mean, so certainly that was the discussion we had with the ad hoc committee. So, kind of where's that line?
Yeah, and what Dan has said is that we can use STR funds if we're working on specific projects that result in the addition of additional affordable housing. That's the ballot language. So that's why we felt comfortable funding Gates, because he's working on specific proposals related to additional affordable housing. The affordable housing efforts that are in the planning are more programs and policies and that type of thing, and not necessarily directly attributable to new affordable housing units. Dan can certainly explain the ballot language.
So I would echo what Tom had to say. The ballot language refers to increasing the stock of affordable and attainable housing. And, to the extent that planning is required to get there, that is incidental to the approved voter purpose. And so those are acceptable expenses, but we just have to document what people are working on so that we can, properly account for those funds. And so I think I've given the advice in the past that we really should focus on projects instead of people. You're going to hire somebody, but, documenting their every move and, paying their entire salary with STR funds, I think would be hard to justify and easier to do it on a project basis.
Thanks.
But maybe to the extent that we've got the housing strategy action plan, and certainly there are certain components I think that we have asked staff to look into, right? Whether, whether we move forward with inclusionary zoning, right? Or whether we do something, as we've talked about in terms of the LTR, right? Subsidization or deed restrictions, right? So back to kind of your capacity issue, I mean, to the extent that those efforts are specific to policies that will result in affordable housing, attainable housing, workforce housing, would that be allowable?
So there's a continuum here. I mean, you were talking about policies that may lead to projects, and that's a little bit nebulous. I think you can make a case that, yes, that is intended to promote the voter-approved purpose of the funds. I would say it's relatively low risk. I mean, the worst-case scenario is someone challenges that expenditure, and we have to reimburse the SDR fund from the general fund. So I wouldn't say no, but the closer the connection, the better.
Mm-hmm. So maybe it's after the policy is adopted in terms of the
I think
actual
putting the word
implementation.
policy in the middle of that process sort of dilutes the connection.
Well, or right. I mean, so you've got something already in place, right? And so you've got to do the implementation that actually results in the units.
Sure. And then when you're talking about implementation and you have a project in mind, I think that it makes it easier to make that connection.
But council could give direction that for any of these projects, like developing a policy for affordable housing, we could say we're comfortable taking that risk and let's outsource it to a contractor and pay for it with STR funds.
Yes.
Okay. May I ask one more question? This is to Rebecca. Before I realized I was doing this all based on my personal opinion, do you feel that planning is over capacity, or am I making this up?
No, I think we feel it. I think that's certainly why we put a request in for an additional planner, was to try to do some more proactive work. I think that's really where we feel a lack of capacity, is doing sort of the forward-thinking planning work, program development, code updates, that sort of thing. Certainly the reactive work that we do based on development review applications, though we don't control what comes in the door, and that takes up a lot of our capacity. So we do certainly feel that need. We do want to do more proactive work, and we are limited in the capacity that we have.
Great, thanks.
Mhm.
All right, other questions or comments about planning and planning? The last thing on the general fund is the debt and transfers, which is fairly self-explanatory. We have some outstanding 2016 COPs, 18 and 23. And then a few transfers that make up the general fund. Other questions on the general fund?
Is there more money somewhere?
Is there more money? Believe me, I try to find it.
Kim, can I just ask you to answer a question? There's been a couple comments recently that I've heard about additional debt and our level of debt and your comfortability with that. So I think given where we are here, I think it would be probably good to hear your comments about how you feel we are from a debt service standpoint.
So I feel like we're in a good place from a debt service standpoint. If we were to issue additional debt, I would say that we need the offsetting revenue to service that debt. Meaning, if we're going to issue debt for a recreation facility, we should have additional revenue, which would have to be voted on by the voters to offset that. I think we would just have to see also what the sales tax is doing, where city councils add on diversifying revenue, to determine whether or not for a municipal building or a large debt issuance, if we had capacity. I think we have low debt. compared to a lot of municipalities. But it also is serviced from the same place that your everyday services are paid for from. So any additional debt that you put, that comes from the pie. So that wasn't a straight answer, but my comfort level is if there's going to be a big debt issuance, it needs to have corresponding revenue to come with it.
Thank you.
Okay, should we do a time check? Everybody okay continuing on, or are we, I don't actually know if lunch is here or not.
Yeah, lunch is at noon.
Do we want to break for lunch, or do we want to maybe get through accommodations tax capital fund?
Let's do one.
The other thing we could do is we could push accommodation tax capital fund to the capital fund because really all there is the Whistler Park item.
Okay.
And do fleet and
Let's do it.
special revenue. There's a couple of them. I don't know how many comments there are. It's up to council, or we can go to 12:15 and however you want to do it.
I think it's a cold lunch, right? So it won't, we can take another 10, 20 minutes, try to knock out a couple items.
Perfect. Do we want to, are we okay with the suggestion to move the accommodations capital fund to the broader capital?
Yep.
And just go,
It's going to be a long conversation. So, yeah.
perfect. So let's go ahead with fleet.
Okay. So on the fleet services fund, we have the addition of 0.25 hours, 0.25 FTE for the fleet specialist seasonal. We have the replacement of, I didn't count them, 2, 6, 8 units, a small pickup for the facilities department, 3 patrol vehicles, a grader, for the streets department, an SUV for the parks division, a pickup for the parks division, and then a pickup with a plow for the wastewater. And so those are all replacement of current assets on our replacement schedule. Then we have the addition of the fire SUV, which was ranked in the capital fund. It's funded by the fire EMS fund, and then it's purchased out of the fleet fund to make sure all of our fleet other than transit vehicles and fire trucks remain in the fleet department. If council chooses to move forward with 1 or 2 of the additional police vehicles, that would be added to this budget. This is our only internal service fund. All the costs get allocated back out to the departments that have fleet vehicles. There's an estimated ending fund balance of about $9.3 million in the fleet fund at the end of 2026. That has been growing over the last couple of years, but in the next few years, we have some large purchases such as graders and groomers that will then bring that balance down. So happy to answer any questions, or the Public Works Department can answer questions.
Are buses run through this?
Buses are not run through this. Buses are maintained in the transit division and purchased out of the capital projects fund. And the reason for that, there's 2 reasons. Typically, we get grants for the majority of our bus purchases, and we don't want to supplant, meaning we don't want to pre-fund those and then ask for grants in money we have set aside. Same thing with the fire trucks. That was one of the reasons that fire trucks are not included in this. We used to get a lot of grants for that. We've been considering putting them back into this to save for fire trucks as well.
Thanks.
Questions on the fleet?
Okay, one question. I think this was asked last year. So when we look at replacement vehicles, are we moving to EV for some of these?
Yes, we are. I'll let Jason answer those.
I think Jason talked about this last year, because I think we asked the same question.
Jason Weber, Fleet Superintendent. Yes, we do. With our EV readiness plan, I meet with departments before budget process. We discuss current needs, additional needs. The fire vehicle that we're potentially proposing for the fire department will be an EV. Meeting with Chuck and his crew. In our preseason meetings, we talk about that, hey, what is your needs? We evaluate what the current vehicle is, and can we move that current vehicle into an EV capacity or a hybrid capacity? One of these vehicles on here now at the Parks and Rec Department, it's an SUV. Working with them, we've determined that we're actually probably going to move that into a small hybrid pickup, a Ford Maverick, if you're familiar with those. So yeah, so as we move through all of this stuff, we evaluate the EV and hybrid technology.
Awesome. And it doesn't compromise, because I know we get this question, it doesn't compromise the safety for our employees or response times or any of that stuff.
No, one thing that we do when I have these meetings is we really try to talk about functionality. What is the functionality of this vehicle? How many people does it haul? What do you need to carry? Is this just an SUV or is this a pickup truck? A couple years ago, you guys provided us to be able to buy a couple electric vehicles in the fleet department to use as test cases. We put those out to departments to see, hey, use this vehicle for a test case. We bought a Chevy Silverado. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it at all. It's kind of a 4-door, half pickup, half SUV kind of thing. And we gave that to departments to try. It didn't really work for a pickup. It kind of worked for an SUV, but it had an open back. But working with the police department, we're turning that into the school resource officer vehicle. So we're currently right now outfitting it with the school resource officer vehicle. So it's a perfect fit for that. So yeah, so having the meetings and talking to everybody, trying to figure out what their need is and their operational need has been beneficial to try to figure out what vehicles we move forward with.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, a quick question for you before you go. I don't know if you were I don't know that you were part of the conversation regarding potentially adding the police vehicles. I'm curious on, on your thoughts. I mean, is that really just purely a budget question, or I guess
That's an operation question too.
yeah. So would appreciate your thoughts on that in terms of, to the extent that as we noted, right, we're looking at a potential $1 million surplus, but what did you say the cars were 100,000?
110 to, yeah.
110,000 and looking at one or two of those. Can you kind of we'll put you on the spot and give us a sense of what your initial reaction would be to
So
that?
also during our summertime meetings, we discussed that and trying to figure out that what kind of impacts is that going to have on fleet. Industry standard for municipalities is 50 to 55 vehicles to one technician. Right now, we sit at about 230 assets or vehicles, and I have 4 technicians. So our ratio is starting to get a little bit skewed as we're starting to add more and more vehicles to the fleet. Fleet can support this. We may need to change my budget a little bit for fuel and oil and tires like that to accommodate the additional vehicles. So if it is approved, we may need to massage my budget a little bit to add a little bit more money in it. But from a functionality standpoint, yes, we can provide the service for a little while longer. But as the fleet grows and we start getting closer to that gap there, we'll have to do something different because we're outgrowing our facility. I could hire another technician, hopefully, tomorrow, but our facility is where we've outgrown our facility right now to be functionally operational.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I missed it. That you need one technician per how many
For
vehicles?
50 to 55 vehicles.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions for Jason?
Your facility is in the facilities master plan to see an upgrade and
Yes, I believe Eric has been working with that, and it is in the plan to do some stuff with it. Cool.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Right. Any other questions about fleet? Do we want to move on to Community Housing Fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
Quick one.
Community Housing Fund. Yeah, it is a quick one. We have little bit of revenue that we get from the Yampa Valley Housing Authority for a loan repayment, and then we turn around and have requested to pay them $50,000 for community support payment for them to help with operations. With an ending fund balance of about $95,000 projected at the end of 2026, because we don't have a lot of revenue or expenses going in and out of this fund. But we maintain this fund in case, because the discussion is still occurring on potential future revenue going into here.
Yeah, just in the past, this has been the one that is related to
Inclusionary zoning.
inclusionary zoning.
Stumbling on that word too.
Inclusionary zoning is kind of what, and that's my question is that as the fund slowly gets there, it's kind of going down. So
Typically, I would probably eliminate this fund if the discussion wasn't still occurring.
and now we're in the middle of having that conversation. So we should keep it for sure.
I was curious, with this community fund, the description of it made it seem like it could be used for planning purposes. So I don't know if we could potentially look to this fund when trying to hire some technical experts for next year's studies or support the planning department in some way. I know it's not a lot of money, but was curious if that was discussed at the staff level.
It wasn't discussed at the staff level. The assumption is that city council will continue to want to contribute money to the Yampa Valley Housing Authority on an annual basis. And it is nice to have that not impact the general fund and have it in its own fund. So we probably could use it, the $100,000, but it would disappear really fast.
Okay, why don't we go? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was saying that was a good thought.
Yeah, I agree. Fire EMS tax fund. This is a special revenue fund that we put the revenue into, but we don't house any of the expenses in here except for the treasurer's fee from Routt County. So that's the operating expenses that you see of the 55,000. And then we transfer the money out to fund the fire EMS operating and capitals. So the transfer to the general fund is 1.34 million. And the transfer to capital for 2026 is 787,000. And with our revenue projections and these expenses, the ending fund balance is projected to be at 2.5 million at the end of 2026. Any questions on the fire EMS tax fund? All right, short-term STR tax fund. You'll see that there are no, talked about this a little earlier, there are no expenses budgeted for 2026. However, that doesn't mean we don't plan on spending it, just we are appropriating them on a project-by-project basis. So that will come back to City Council. Hopefully you guys all saw my email indicating that the loan, the $2.6 million loan that you approved for Riverview was repaid. We received the full 2.6 million plus $72,000 in interest a week ago. So that was a great example of a public-private investment that paid off. And so that is not reflected in this budget because it happened so recently, but that revenue, both the interest and principal, is deposited back into this fund. So estimated ending fund balance without any of those expenditures allocated is 52 million at the end of 2026, assuming the 9% increase or 9% tax in 2026.
Okay, that's great news.
Yes.
Right? I mean, absolutely. In terms of the Riverview
And it just opened,
loan.
so it's probably not, like there's probably not staff living in it just yet, but.
Not yet, we are working through the policies and the rollout to our staff for the 11 units, because we have 11 units deed restricted employee housing that starts with the city and then has a waterfall effect if the city's not able to fill those units. But so those are still deed restricted in perpetuity, even though the loan's paid off. So Yeah, it's very exciting. I think
Very
it's
exciting.
great. I think council did a great job on that.
We took a chance that paid off.
It did.
Mhm. Time to
So
celebrate a win.
Let's do more.
Let's do
Yeah.
more.
Any questions on the STR fund?
The interest from that fund just sits in that fund.
So you'll see there's 1.125 investment income in there. So yes, any interest earned on that money goes back into that fund. Held separately.
Mm.
Yep.
Yep.
And it's entitled to like the same restrictions as the rest of the funding.
Correct. Yep.
Got it.
All right.
Okay.
Does it have to be? Sorry, my
No.
mind, when we talk about investment income outside of city services, you use that for spin-off to potentially fund other projects, initiatives. Is that not possible, though, based on, this is from ballot language, that investment income still needs to sit within STR?
I know I'm sitting in Dan's seat, but I'm going to let him answer this.
I know,
Good
don't
thing.
trip.
Yeah.
I know.
Sorry, you don't have to answer it now. We can bring it back, but
Yeah.
Yeah, revenue.
You know, this is an area of the
Lunch.
law that's not very well developed. And I would say yes, that, you know, interest that we earned on restricted funds should also be restricted, but that's just my opinion. You know, if you found a use, some other kind of use for it, I think we probably would want to talk about it in the context of the specifics. So that's basically, and I don't really know.
Is
I don't think there's an answer out there.
If some of the $50 million sitting in an interest-bearing account of some kind that's generating interest on that?
It should be, not very much, but I think some, right?
Some of the what?
The interest on the $50 million we have currently is collecting interest, and so this maybe would be considered the same category?
Yeah, I think that is the question. Yeah, we have $1 million budgeted for next year in investment income. And right now it's being put into this account or this fund. Yes.
Just, yeah, I think that for all of us, just find out if that's available to use in other areas, but if
I'll do some
we need
digging.
to stick to the STR, I'm fine with that too.
You know, I would also point out, I think there's a legal aspect to this for sure. There's some case law that says that these sorts of things are enforceable. But I think you should also consider the political aspect and, you know, what do the voters expect us to do with this money when they approve these sorts of taxes?
Yep, agree.
Maybe it could be used in a periphery use, like not necessarily a project that's developing affordable housing, but the planning of the project or.
You know, I would say, I don't think I would agree with that. I would say it's either subject to the restriction, in which case it would be used in the same way as those funds, or it's not at all and could be used for anything. I think it'd be an either or, not something in between.
I thought your answer was total gray area, and now you're going back to black and white. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Okay. Are we ready for lunch?
Lunch.
Okay. And are we planning to take a 30-minute break, I think, for lunch? Yeah. If that, yeah. Well, we could do 25, you know, or, you know, probably.
Less?
How fast are you willing to
Here
eat?
20 minutes.
We could bring our lunch back in here. If we do want to take a 15, do we take a 15-minute break and then bring lunch? Sorry, hang on.
Offer lunch.
Oh. Okay, we might have to take our first thumbs up, thumbs down. What's that? Are you guys okay with the 30-minute lunch, or do we want to, we could compromise and do 20 minutes?
Neither do
I'm
I.
not paid enough to eat at my desk for this job.
I'm good with it.
Okay, Steve, Amy, what do you guys want?
I don't care.
Any strong feelings? Okay.
Let's give
Okay.
ourselves time to eat, not in this room.
Okay. All right. So we will be back at 12:45.
2 minutes.
Ready to go.
Oh, we're over.
All right, if everybody will sit down, if everybody will come back, we'll get started.
Okay.
We're-
Yeah, there you go.
How about we start? Sure. Then we can roll right into. We can roll right into.
For lunch.
All right, we'll go ahead and let's reconvene. It is now 12:48. We're going to go ahead and as I say, start back through the remaining items, and we'll begin with agenda item number 3, which is the accommodation tax fund.
Great, thank you. All right, the accommodation tax fund. The accommodation tax fund is another capital project fund that is funded with the 1% accommodation tax that's citywide. The most recent election expanded the use of the tax to be used to include maintenance of improvements of amenities and that enhance the community identity, environmental sustainability, and economic health of Steamboat Springs, including acquisition of real property for parks, recreation, and open space purposes, and preservation of the city's natural resources. There is an estimated fund balance in this fund of $4.5 million at the end of 2026. And the only expense currently allocated for 2026 is $500,000 transfer to the capital projects fund to help in the potentially acquisition of Whistler Park. In 2025, the expenses include the Mad Rabbit Trails, the Bear River Park, and the West Steamboat Multimodal Trail. So those are what is included in 2025. Whatever isn't complete will then carry over into 2026. So happy to answer any questions on that or wait until we get to the capital fund to talk about that transfer.
The only question I had is just this reference on the first page, kind of at the bottom, the estimated ending fund balance is 4.4, providing a stable financial foundation for the upcoming transfer and plan park improvements. What does that mean?
Providing us.
It's right.
Yeah, I see that.
No,
Not
I was
understanding what we meant by that.
Counselor Pacino was asking for it. It's up there.
It's a lot of words. I'm
it's a
not
lot
really sure. We'll look at that. There was no meaning that I'm aware of.
The extra.
I think I'll delete that.
Okay. I mean, again, is that encouraging us to keep it because there's ideas, or it's just we know that we're going to end up at the potential right now if we don't do anything at 2026 with 4.4 million?
No, I wasn't encouraging anything. So.
Okay.
Well, the $500,000 Whistler set aside funding, can you talk a little bit about that? Is that like is that like a shot in the dark for what might be needed to get some match funding from a grant, or what is that?
I will have our Parks and Rec director address the questions about Whistler Park.
Well, and Angela, if you don't mind, maybe bring everybody up to speed on last night's conversation.
Sure. Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director. The school board Board of Education had a meeting last night in which they approved a resolution authorizing Dr. Wick's permission to sell Whistler Park for the appraised value. The appraisal came in about a week ago for $3.6 million, which is very similar to the appraisal done about a year and a half prior, just a $200,000 increase in the last year and a half. So pretty realistic with what staff expectations were. Parks and Recreation and city staff have had some very brief conversations with school district staff, with their finance and operations director, Stephanie Juneau, and Dr. Celine Wicks, the school district superintendent, about the city's desire to be able to keep that land as parkland and be able to preserve it for the public. Staff needs to come to city council to get official city council direction on how you would like to see that go. In preparation for that, we did ask for $500,000 in the 2026 CIP budget. So we could use some of that funds for grant match as well as for a down payment.
And you said that Celine Wicks now has permission to sell the land at the appraised value, but could she sell it for more? Like, is it going to go out to bid? Or, you know what I mean? Like, is there going to be a bidding war over it, do you think?
I suppose there probably absolutely could be. The Board of Education was pretty sincere with their comments of wanting it to be maintained as parkland and preferring to sell it to the city. The resolution they approved very clearly gives the school district superintendent authorization to sell it for appraised value. So my interpretation of that is, per their resolution, she cannot sell it for less. And they are very well aware the city cannot pay more than appraised value. So.
And there's not a right of first refusal currently?
There is not.
What is the time frame around reaching a agreement on this?
Yeah, in just staff to staff talks, they know it will take us about a month, maybe two, to work through the city council process and get authorization to actually purchase the property if that's what you would like to do. We have also shared with them our purchase agreement on the Slate Creek property and talking about how a timeline of 1.5 to 2 years provides us time to go apply for grants, fundraise, do a lot of the things we would need to do for the Whistler property as well.
I would just say there is urgency around city and city council acting to keep it parkland open space without having the right of first refusal. We have heard through the grapevine that others being developers are interested. So there is urgency for us to act.
And I think in recognition of that, just for everybody to know, we're looking at either adding it as an agenda item to next week's council meeting or as an executive session. I think that Tom was going to talk with Angela about whether we need an executive session or we can just have this conversation as a regular part of our meeting.
We did discuss that, and it's recommended that we probably have an executive session.
Okay.
We know generally what the terms are, but there may be other things you want to talk about that would be good to talk about in executive session. So our recommendation would be to put that on the agenda for 4 o'clock. Next week's agenda is pretty full, so I think doing that first would probably be better.
Well, thumbs up.
Is there a thumbs up to have an executive session probably at 4 o'clock, given all of the agenda items next week? Okay. All right. So we'll move forward with scheduling an executive session at 4 o'clock for our meeting next week. Thank you, Angela. Any other questions on the accommodations tax?
This is also, is all the Mad Rabbit taken out of this?
Yes, it is.
Right? Okay. So this is remaining. Thank you.
This is the
No more.
Well, and remind me, do we think we're going to have more expenditures for the Core Trail West next year? I know
It was a $600,000 increase, but in capital, that's in the next discussion for additional cost.
But we could use this money potentially for that, right?
Hi, Matt Phillips, city engineer. Yes, there's 2 capital project items dedicated for that project specifically, for the additional costs associated with that.
Okay. And is it this, how much?
525, 175. was a portion of that, and then 673,346 that are in the CIP fund, that I believe we could transfer money out of the accommodation tax fund to cover that or put those expenses here.
Great. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And then when it comes to the second sheet of ice discussion, that could be within this tax fund if we decided to move forward with something like that, or the CIP.
Correct.
Yes. What second sheet of ice?
Oh, you missed those 100 plus emails?
Been reading it, yes.
Any other questions for Kim on the accommodations tax? Okay,
Hey,
thank you.
thank you. Moving to the capital projects fund, agenda item 6. The majority of this was covered in the September work session. After the September work session, when we were reconciling our prior year reserves, we found that there was an error on the beginning reserves, which gave us an additional $4.4 million on this for the 6-year CIP. So we took the comments that were made during the CIP discussion and made some adjustments based on what we thought council might want to see. So we moved up all the rooftop units and HVAC replacements, the 4 that were just barely below the funding line, and show them as funded. I know it's really difficult to read in the packet, so you did get this large piece of paper if you want to review it. The first page are the items that have been funded in the proposed CIP. What this did is it brought the reserves for 2026, the unrestricted reserves, down to 3.7 million. And 2027 down to 2.5. If you remember, during our conversation at the 6-year CIP work session topic, it's recommended that we keep that reserve amount over $1 million. So we continued to keep the House and Hill jump repairs unfunded at this point in time because there's $125,000 in engineering for 2025. We aren't sure if the $900,000 is really an accurate number on what that is going to cost. And so we left it unfunded, knowing that there's probably a cost in our future. But still moving forward with 125 of the engineering cost. There's one other project that President Gary started to talk about earlier, a geothermal project at the Public Works facility was ranked, it ranked 72 on our list. It's a total cost of $205,000. We had applied for a grant during the process. We didn't know if we'd received the grant, but we didn't want to take that into consideration when we were ranking the project. It ranked fairly low. We found out we actually received the grant for $41,000, but the city's match of $164,000 isn't budgeted anywhere in general fund or the capital projects fund at this point in time. And we need to let the granting agency know, I believe today, whether or not we plan to return the grant or that we will commit to the $164,000 of city funds. So that's another consideration, as well as either 1 or 2 of the police vehicles that you talked about earlier. They were initially, the 1 was initially ranked in this, did not rank above the line, so is not funded in, again, the general fund or the capital projects fund.
All right, let me ask you the question that's hanging out.
Okay.
So what we're talking about right now is an extra, let's just use $4 million as discovered money.
Mhm.
Correct? So now we have, from the meeting we had 2 weeks ago, when we were going through the CIP and you were limiting that, we're looking at an additional $4 million that we can allocate toward different things.
Correct.
You guys have then applied this to 4 items that's on our agenda, or at least our packet. And that's with the transit building and public works and community center and city hall.
Correct.
And then outside of that, what does that leave us if we agree to those 5 projects? I had it come in about at 1.8 million.
About 1.5 million.
Okay.
So, and that is if, in order to keep the 2027 reserves over $1 million. At the end of 2026, you have about $2.7 million, but then you need to look at your 2027 projects and say, well, which one of these are we not going to do in 2027? So I am comfortable with 1.5, understanding that your projects that are below the funding line are also vying for those funds.
Wait,
Does that make sense? Or
It makes sense, but I just want to get to the crux of the conversation we need to have today with the CIP discussion.
Mhm.
The discovered extra money that we want to apply, specifically going toward a second sheet of ice and other aspects of it.
I don't know that I consider it discovered extra money that we have. It was the where the funding line loss, or where the funding line stopped. So in September, the funding line stopped at one place. Now we are saying the funding line was able to go down lower.
Gotcha.
Is my perception of that.
Okay.
Wait, just to take a step back, I'm so lost in this spreadsheet.
I'm so sorry.
For the green highlighted ones, those are funded, those are above the line.
Correct.
So page 1, page 2, and page 3 are funded projects. But why are they all have funding in 2025?
So some of them have funding. So page 1, items that are funded that have funding in future years.
Okay.
The gray color, kind of a brown color, like system stormwater improvements. That is project that has funding in 2025 and future years.
Okay.
So anything that has a brown funding or brown color has funding in 2025 and future years.
The projects on pages 2 and 3, they were approved last year as part of the capital planning process.
That is
Really what we're approving today is on page 1, the ones that are white.
And the ones that are, yes, the 2026, anything in the 2026 column. So if you go over, you have 2025, 2026, 2027. Anything in the 2026 column is what you are approving today, or asking us to approve, which is a total of 22,904,000 in projects, which is on the
Page 3.
bottom of page 3. With
Isn't the brown ones, aren't those already funded from last year?
2025 portion is, so let's look at stormwater improvements. 501,814 has been approved for 2025. They're asking for 425,000 in 2026.
Got it. Okay. So we're approving all dollars being spent in 2026.
Correct.
And then the page 4 with this blue, this is a walk forward of our reserves from the beginning balance down to the ending balance,
That is
2025, 6, and 7.
That is correct. And the line at the bottom in the yellow, we want that to stay above $1 million. The goal is that stays above $1 million.
Okay, and that assumes, okay, got it. It assumes flat revenues for 27. And then the last page are below the line project.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. And then the HVAC ones that were added, are they on this front, the page 1? They're
They are
29, 27, 28?
Yes, they're, fun, 27, 28, 27, 28, 30. and 31.
And the geothermal thing you said was 72?
It did rank 72, yes. And
That looks to me as Reg Bus 102 fire replacement 2024.
Yeah, no, that's
That's
not
what you
right.
said.
Yeah. Well, or maybe that's adjusted numbers now, probably.
It's not line item 7.
line 214.
Makes more sense.
14 is the geothermal.
Which one is geothermal?
214.
The last page, line number 214, Public Works geothermal system design, ranked 72 out of the 94 projects.
And the question on that one is, we have potential grant revenue. Do we want to push it above the line to use that grant revenue? That's the question for that.
Exactly, yes. Do we want to use $164,000 of reserves to match the $41,000 grant revenue for a total project of 205?
And Kim, on that blue sheet,
Yes.
2027, 2.567 million
Mhm.
at the ending balance. So whatever we add, we don't want that to impact 2027 by more than $1.5 million. Would that be fair?
That is very fair, yes.
Okay.
That's exactly it.
Doesn't mean you have to spend it all.
No,
It
but
just would go into reserve.
Really?
No more. It's Dad.
Thought that was my line.
Yeah,
exactly.
I stole it from you.
No more than $1 million.
It's good to save it, kids.
And I don't know if there's general questions or if we want to, I mean, does everybody want to kind of marinate on this for a second in
Well,
terms of it's a lot of moving parts?
Maybe we should consider the meeting that we previously had. We went through it all, and let's kind of get back to that base. And then what she presented is the changes, and let's just focus on today's meeting on the changes. And so that, let's have a quick discussion of there's anything from the prior meeting that we can kind of go through. And then from that point, we can talk about these other items that have come up. Because up until this reallocation of money, dropping that down, we now have decisions to make for the new stuff. Yes.
I do have a question that follows that process. Are these HVACs that were added in, is that all of our HVAC work, including below the funding line?
No, I'll let Eric talk about that. And I'll just quickly run through. There are 4 projects that were added since your September work session. Centennial Hall rooftop unit and chiller for $773,000. Community Center rooftop unit replacement for $487,800. Public Works admin HVAC replacement for $278,000 and transit operation building HVAC replacement for $625,000. So those are the 4 those are the changes made since the September meeting.
And those were just because they fall in the category, you guys ranked them, and as a group, you decided those would be the best choice of.
Yeah, so they had been moved below the funding line because they were 27, 28, 30, and 31. So we had, in balancing the 6-year CIP, we said, we can't do all this. We moved those 4 projects down. When our reserves changed, we said, okay, we heard Council President Gary talking about potentially not doing paving and doing those. Thought those were a priority. We'll move them back up for council discussion.
Hello, Eric Freeze, Facilities Manager. Yes, to Kim's point, just as we did a couple of years ago with the roofing projects, we did a batch of 7 roofing projects, all as one RFP, and we're able to get economy of scale and combine projects to the cost. All 4, these are the 4 fully designed HVAC replacements that we have ready to go now. Trying to spread these out over a couple of years. We have design efforts in for next year as well, but these are the 4 fully designed, ready for construction projects, lumped. Yeah.
My other question is, if the Public Works Operations Building is in the list, why would we add the HVAC replacement?
Yeah, so the Public Works Operation Building is a new building out of Public Works that would have its own system. So this is replacement of a small area of the building where the admin staff is. There's a end-of-life rooftop package unit that supplies heat and air conditioning for that space, and an older furnace and a closet that we're combining into one efficient dual fuel rooftop unit. So this is two separate buildings.
Got it. Thanks.
Are you looking at heat pumps or ways to make these more
Absolutely, yes. So these systems actually have been on the schedule for replacement a couple of years ago. So we, for direction of the Climate Action Plan, we've done extensive engineering and design to find the best solutions to move forward. The unit here that we're looking at, we did extensive electric evaluation of this building. We are underpowered at this building, so we're looking to do a dual fuel unit for the rooftop above your heads right now. And then the transit building, we have recently replaced some rooftop units there, but these are the two remaining units there. Those are able to go all electric. The community center, we have good power there as well. So we've already replaced the large unit that heats the main room of the community center, but the three smaller units that are kind of the auxiliary rooms there, we're able to go all electric on those. And then at Public Works, we are a little limited on electric, so we're going to dual fuel, which is a heat pump with a gas backup. So yes, we are utilizing heat pumps wherever possible and on all the projects. Yeah.
Okay, and maybe just because you're already up here, Eric, and to the extent that we're talking about the public transit facility over there, maybe talk a little bit about the grant and in addition to obviously, I guess, today's deadline, can you also talk about the federal tax credits and the information that you got from McKinstry regarding kind of potential future ways that this could be funded?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the outcomes from the decarbonization plan and facility master plan that we did over the last couple of years was we have a fantastic opportunity to do a district geothermal system, similar to what the ski area is looking to do for the Gondola Transit Center and their operations up there. So as you all know, the Public Works campus, we have a number of buildings, city-owned buildings there. So what this project is to do, just design, to check, first of all, check feasibility of the location, the soils, the proximity to the Lithia Springs, if it's going to have any impact on that. And to be able to do a large ground source heat pump system to be able to provide heating and cooling to 5 buildings we have identified over there, looking at possibly 6. So we have the existing Public Works building that is one of our largest building and energy users, the Transit Operations Building, again, large garage bay, older building that could use an upgrade. We are designing the future Public Works building out there to be ready to integrate into the system. The animal shelter has large boilers that we could offset with this heat pump system. Part of the common space of the seasonal employee housing, we could heat off of that. And then the new Public Works washout facility, the grit dump, we would look to integrate that building too. So it's just study right now. So total cost is $205,000. We have just over 41,000 in the grant. So the remainder is 164,000 that is below the line. As we know, funding is a moving target right now for these. So as we stand right now, the federal incentives are good until 2032, but after 2030, they start to taper down. So that could be upwards of 50% tax credit on this project, which is this would be a large project over multiple years. So it's not something we can design, build, and implement in a year. So waiting would put some risk on the project. Also, the grant that we did get was just for the design. They do have a final round in next June. So if we could get design done early in 2026, we could apply in June for upwards of $5 million through the state tax credit grant program to be able to do this. So we really have an opportunity at hand right now to capitalize on this. And we have a fantastic opportunity with that Public Works campus to move forward with ground source heat pumps for our largest buildings.
All right, two questions.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Any idea what the final cost could be and what the savings could be in the long term?
So that is definitely part of the study. So I think we haven't wanted to speculate what the final cost would be. We need to check in this study is to do a test bore to be able to see how the ground will react to the system, how many holes we'll need, which is the major cost driver for it. But they are some of our largest buildings with are some of our highest energy use with natural gas.
So if we get, I just want to understand of the $205,000.
Yeah.
Will that give us a shovel-ready design that's ready then for any grant for the future? Because that seems to be one of the catalysts for grants is having this.
Yeah, correct.
So
Yes.
It'll include digging some geothermal wells, seeing if the ground can handle it, coming up with a design plan and saying, for $205,000 total, here's the plan.
Yeah,
the
and
hope
checking feasibility with the proximity to the
Right.
Lithia
And
Springs.
so
and
that's
everything.
all included.
It is.
So we have a shovel-ready project to go
We'll apply for the grant.
grant with some cost savings. Okay. Just wanted to be clear on that as we discuss this.
Just do a
No.
It's not.
Sorry. If you could do a quick summary on the significance of a district, because I know Steve and I attended up at the GCC and that was like so eye-opening. I know we're going to try to potentially get a meeting for all of council to hear about that. We'll have to coordinate. But anyway, for those that couldn't attend, I don't know if they all understand what we mean by districts.
Yeah. So first off, just a little bit on technology. So there's two types of heat pumps. There's air source heat pumps and then water or ground source heat pumps. So air source heat pumps, like we're looking to do on HVAC replacements, they are energy efficient to about 10 degrees. And then after that, we need auxiliary heat to be able to take on the load. A ground source heat pump, which has traditionally is a field of boreholes sized to the energy load, produces a consistent 50-degree water or loop temperature that can, through the magic of heat pumps, pull out electricity or pull out heat or cooling energy at a very high coefficient of energy beyond what natural gas can do. So where the real value comes in this is the economy of scale. So like one-off buildings mobilizing the equipment have a lot of initial costs. So being able to combine it into one large system, but to the point of the district, where it really becomes super efficient is when you're able to tie in multiple buildings. So if there are buildings on the system that have different heating or cooling needs, you're able to kind of balance the system across multiple buildings and see even higher efficiencies than just doing a standalone system.
Yeah.
Can I do it?
Yeah,
Cool.
thank you.
Other questions for Eric? Don't go too far. Thank you.
Okay.
So I think so we added 2,163,000 since council kind of gave the thumbs up. So we can talk about whether or not you want us to move that back below the funding line, or if you want to continue that to be funded in the 2026 budget. I'm hearing that we want to, well, I guess I don't want to, we need to consider whether or not we add the 164,000. And then if there's, how you feel about the $500,000 transfer from the Whistler Park, and then if there are any other projects that you would.
Well, I mean, the big fish, we have to talk about the second sheet of ice.
Right.
So let's kind of hit that one first.
Okay.
And let's see where we land on it, because it's going to really dictate what we do in the other decisions.
Okay.
And to me, that to me would be the paramount, and for the community that's given us well over 100 emails in support of this project. So I don't know, how do you want to present?
Pardon me?
How do you want to proceed?
Yeah, I mean, I think that maybe in terms of, as we think about the list, right, that's the list, right? 164, potentially 500,000, potentially for Whistler, and then 2 million for the arena.
2,163 for the 4 HVAC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's just, there's I thought it was a 1.5 million. Now it's 2.1.
Oh, no, sorry. The total, the 4 projects that we added total 2.1 million. So if you said we don't want to fund those rooftop units and HVAC units, we want you to unfund them,
Yes,
that's 2.1.
gotcha. Or some
Okay.
of them are part of
Can
them.
can I ask you one more question? Because I'm a little confused on this blue sheet again.
Okay.
Because when you go down to the bottom where you say ending reserves, including restricted at 13,394 in 2025, right? 13,394 at the very bottom.
Yep.
And then you go up to the 2026, and halfway down the page, you have the balance at 5,213.
Mhm.
But then you subtract the same restricted reserves again.
Yep.
But it's all the same amount of money each year. So aren't we double counting this?
So let's just take 2026, for example. We're starting with an estimated $4.8 million of reserves. We add in the tax revenue we anticipate receiving. We add in the transfers from other funds. We subtract out what we spend in ending reserves. We estimate it being $5.2 million.
Yes.
But some of that money is restricted and can't be used for a second sheet of ice or an HVAC unit. So then we say we have $64,000 of developer contributions for 13th Street. We can't use that for a second sheet of ice.
Gotcha.
We can't use any of this stuff down below for anything but exactly what it's been contributed for. So
And
unassigned reserves is 3.7. So that's the money you can spend.
And when would restricted reserves come out and become unrestricted?
When we are doing that project. So when we do the intersection of 13th Street and US Highway 40, we have $64,000 to seed that
Okay,
project.
let me say it another way. How can we decide to cancel out a project that's in restricted reserves?
That's a developer agreement, and that would be a legal question.
Okay, so for example, the two things in here under Stone Lane Bridge,
Mhm.
which are still in here for a total of over $388,000, $389,000, right?
Mhm.
Between the two?
Yep.
We have to give that money back to the.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is that money that we have to give back?
Yes.
Or is that money we have to use in some way, shape, or form?
Those funds can only be used for the projects that were identified when they were exacted from the developer. If they're not used within a certain period of time, which is kind of indefinite, then they would have to be returned to the developer. There's no circumstance in which they can be repurposed unless the developer were to agree.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so then going back to my question, thank you for that clarity. So at the beginning of this conversation, you said we had $4.4 million discrepancy that we,
Correct. So
in the bottom of this, it's now 3.76.
So we had $4.4 million. We added 4 projects.
You did, that's included in that? Yep. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Okay. So in a nutshell, approving the 4 projects that are already in there, we have 3.76 million.
Yep.
Just a what if, we give $2 million to a second sheet of ice. That leaves us 1.7. We can still do $500,000 for the Whistler project and the geothermal and still be under that $1 million. Is my numbers correct?
Your numbers are correct in 2026.
Correct.
So if you look at your 2027, you just want to look at what impact that has to your 2027 projects. That then you just
Oh,
move
gotcha.
your 2027.
0.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I didn't go out further.
Well, and that I think we're all getting closer to be on the same page to kind of see the questions that we're going to have to ask is second sheet of ice and not do a couple HVAC units.
Well, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
And just based on our Hallison Hill user conversation, so we did meet again with the Hallison Hill user group.
It was the Wednesday before October, like September 25th or something.
Right. So I'm going to go back to Stables toilets. Again, from the perspective that that's, 1.5 million that we currently have in the CIP. We did discuss it between the ice arena, the rodeo, as well as Winter Sports Club. And I've got like a minute message from Brent Romick on my phone that if anybody wants to listen to, Winter Sports Club and a rodeo basically support holding on the redoing the bathrooms at the stables because there is a bigger vision for those stable restrooms and using at least $1 million of that for the ice arena. So
what happened, just to kind of give you guys some background, all right? So at this stakeholder user group, which we had on the 24th, we wanted to ask the question specifically about where does the group support the hockey or the ice, the second sheet of ice? And specifically the use of the bathrooms, but also giving $2 million to basically build our own facility. How would that affect donors from Winter Sports Club? So asking Brian Krill, would they be offended if they don't get any money for a project they want to maybe bring in the future? We don't want to make this a precedent that we keep giving money to projects even on our deal. So I asked the question up front, how would you feel if we gave $2 million to build a second sheet of ice and then you guys come to us and want some new facility? Are you going to be asking and expecting us to give more money in the CIP? And the answer was no. And I would say, great, but I wanted to ask the question today, not 2 years from now when they come to us. So at least what we found at the user group, at the stakeholders, was that we have support from that group in all of those stakeholders that we've been meeting with to support using CIP money for a second sheet of ice. And Brent Romick was paramount in stating how important it was because there's so many people of our community that use the ice. And he says that is just one of those things that we really need to focus on. And so for me, it was a question that I was asking for this meeting to kind of make sure that, is that what we're getting from our stakeholders? I wanted to make sure our stakeholders that we've been meeting with for the past few years is, and we asked them to work together and coalesce. What do you want to do next? The stables bathroom, Brent Romick was like, listen, we can get a really nice porta potty and put there. He says, it is important, but they do have a bigger vision. We don't want to just force that 1.5 million into solving a bathroom when we can use the money somewhere else and we can do the facility that they want. So that's the message that I wanted to bring back to you guys and let you know what the conversation I wasn't indirect. I was very direct with that about asking them where they have the support for this, because we need to come to this meeting today and tell you guys what the stakeholders had in mind for House and Hill. And so that's kind of where it led.
And just one other background information is this was all, the catalyst for this conversation was the conversation with Paul Sachs and Carrie Shea in saying that they have donations committed up to $4 million. But in order for those to be unlocked, much like Casey's Pond, you need the city monies as the, kind of as that linchpin or the corner piece.
So why don't we just offer the 1.5 for the bathrooms to the ice rink, give them 1.5 would be my recommendation.
Well, they're needing to.
Well, we have 1.5.
We really don't know that they need to. They want to. We're very clear on that. We don't know what that project is going to take at this point. We've been through this so many times, but the years go by and the costs go up. And at the same time, I understand that the pressure from families with kids who are on umpteen ice-related sports also grows. But my concern is, what happens if we pick a number? I don't care what the number is, but pick a number and we say, we want that to be above the line in the 2026 CIP. How long will it sit there committed but not used while we figure out if everybody who pledged for the $4 million that the two groups have, if they can come up with the money, and B, what is it going to cost to build this? Are we looking at the same design that we looked at, what was it, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, when we did the last round where everybody was quite serious about building? Is it the same design? And what are the costs for that design 2.5 years later?
When I talk about shovel-ready projects, this is one that has been ready for building. And so, yes, the answer is they're using the same drawings, the same structural engineering, the same design and plan. It's costing more in construction. But all the monies, the hundreds of probably $600,000 or $800,000 has already been spent on the project to this point. We just don't have it funded to build it.
Well, that was $600,000 of our money,
Our money?
not anybody else's.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. Was that all our money that we spent for design?
I think it was both.
They may have had some, we had the lion's share.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that really is the question. If we identify this and it sits in the CIP, I'm presuming that if this council turns over and this same conversation is had in a year, that council is perfectly capable of saying, we don't want this, and eliminating our contribution. Am I correct in that? That could happen?
Yeah, if that money's not spent, the city council can unappropriate it.
Yep.
And would we be under some kind of a contract with them if we have to appropriate the money to 1.5 million, we'll use that for now. And we just went ahead and said, okay, in order to get that and appropriate that money, do we get into a contract with them that that's what we're guaranteed? And then it stays on this until they don't perform like they did in the past. And then it goes back to available for another project.
So that would be my recommendation, that there's a lot of due diligence left to make sure that $6 million is the correct number we would want. There's a lot that needs to be done. You could appropriate that with the expectation that staff would bring back some sort of an agreement as we did before. Before a penny of it is spent.
Yeah, and that agreement could be something that says, if it's more than 6 million, we're only going to give 2.
Yes.
Right? And then
The agreement doesn't concern me.
Exactly, me neither.
It's the uncertainty of the inability of council to make multi-year fiscal commitments, and a question of how long would this have to sit before it could actually be spent on the second sheet of ice.
And that could all be negotiated, right? I
the
mean, but we
contract.
can't even get into negotiations until the money is allocated, right? So again, I think similar to what we've done in the past in terms of setting deadlines that, that if the money, you don't have 4 million by March or, whatever is appropriate and agreeable, then I think those are the terms of the agreement.
And jumping to that other part, and Brian brought it up, is that the stables bathrooms, which I think is a fine project to consider at this point, with the stakeholder group backing down and saying, not right now. I would want to pull all of that out not even apply any of it.
Mhm.
And then that gives us back 1.5. And again, that was part of the conversation that we had. They were like, hey, take the money for that and use it for the second sheet of ice.
I think we're missing something too, is that we've talked to the hockey people quite a few times over the years. And we've always said, well, how much money have you raised? And it's always come back as not that significant in the grand scheme of things. So we said, go back. And now they've come up with a commitment supposedly for $4 billion. They've done what we asked them to do. And I think it's important that the legal side of this thing we can figure out. But the question is that we told them, go back, get money, and then we'll see what we can do. And it seems to me we have the opportunity to move forward on this. And we'll figure out the legal language to make sure it works in a way that protects us and them. But they did what we asked them to do.
A good point.
My,
What do you think?
my one request, so I'm totally supportive of taking off the Staples restrooms, allocating that 1.5. With the, when staff comes back with an agreement, we can talk about, I really want to see the impact to our general fund year over year. Again, it's going to be increased expenses. And so I really want to make sure we really have a good sense of what new revenue will come in to offset those new expenses. Because coming back requesting more than $750 from general fund to help support the ice rinks, we had a second sheet of ice. We need to go in eyes wide open and make sure that we're not putting a strain on our general funds by adding a second sheet of ice. Or if we are, we have that conversation. So with that, I am in full support to move the conversation along, take off the Stables. I personally would like to see the ice rink above the funding line at 2 million. I would like to see the district that Eric presented for the geothermal, since we have grant funding also to help offset that. I think that should be pushed up above the funding line. And I would like to leave it to staff to determine what comes off to balance that $600,000 and $700,000 that we've just added.
Of those rooftop units, like which rooftop unit would not be
Ask
done?
staff to do that. I'm not going to do that.
I would agree with you on that one.
I'm not supportive of the geothermal.
The
Just
one-
because we have grant funding doesn't mean we have to chase after it.
The one thing we have to consider, I think, is also if we're going to talk here in a little bit about the police increase of 2 people, we need to at least have 1 vehicle added to it. So that's 105,000.
That's my point, is this is ranked lower than the patrol Tahoe vehicle. It's up 2 lines of 105. So by bumping this geothermal up, we're prioritizing it over a police vehicle. And based on the ranking,
Because of the funding of the grant is the reason why it gets bumped.
And it's in addition to it's not just the $40,000 grant, but what it is when you look at the fact that there's a time clock on a potential of 50% tax credits for any sort of geothermal that is installed, as well as, 50% project, potential 50% project funded, and another potential 5 million. And maybe, based on the experience you have, like whether it's with Colorado Mesa, in terms of what you're looking at from an operational perspective, in terms of the reduction of cost when you put in geothermal. And I recently learned and didn't realize this, the water conservation is significant as well when you move to geothermal.
I'm not going to be sold. The world's
Okay.
already burning. We have police who see horrible things on a daily basis and have been underfunded. We need cops. Us putting in a geothermal study is not going to save the world's problems. We're already doing other cap project things. We desperately need to fund our police.
Oh, I totally concur with that. I don't
So
think it's
doing
an
it at
either
the
or.
cost of a geothermal study when it is more money and it's lower on the list just because it has grant money makes no sense.
Well, we could also take the money for Whistler out of the accommodations tax. That money can be used for park.
It is
Requisite.
already, is it not?
No.
It is. It's being transferred out.
It's coming, it is,
That's that 500 that was in the accommodations
Is
tax.
that 376, is that 500,000 out of that?
It's,
Or that's not included?
it's included in that.
On the blue page, it's at line 140, transfer from accommodation tax fund of 500,000.
Can I add something?
Sure.
Can I clarify, and make sure I understand?
I see. that-
So the number that we're concerned about right now is the 2027 reserves of 2.567. That shouldn't go below $1 million. If we take out the stables restroom, that goes up to 4,067,000. Then we put $2 million towards a second sheet of ice. That takes it to 2,067,000. If you choose to fund the geothermal, that's 164,000. It takes it to 1.9 million. You still can fund a police vehicle without taking that below $1 million.
Why are we putting 2 towards the ice rink? I thought I would advocate for 1.5. We have 1.5 for the restroom.
Oh,
I would go with 2.
Why?
Well, just because you suggested it doesn't mean we have to go with it.
did you have something, Tom?
Goal spend.
I was just going to clarify that the proposal
Recommendation was
2
1.
million, not 1.5. So it takes it down to 400,000 in terms of what is available.
But I mean, I would also, I mean, I would,
I mean,
I'd be comfortable with 1.5 so that we can get a police car.
I would say 1.5. What's the worst that happens?
We still can get a police car and have how much left? 1.9 million?
1.8, yeah, just shy of 1.8 million in 2027.
And do
And do the
2 million.
to ICE, 164 to geothermal, and 105 to a police.
Okay.
And we know that we have some time, again, some unspecified period of time on the stables, restroom / concession, whatever it ultimately turns out to be. The urgency has been graciously removed in order to enable the second sheet of ice to go forward. So we have harmony among the user group, and that to me, that is absolutely key here.
And you're comfortable with $1.8 million in the capital reserve at the end of 2027?
So I'm comfortable with that amount. It is important to know that there's a whole list of unfunded items, but yes, I'm comfortable with leaving with that reserve balance.
There will always be
There's always
a
trade-offs.
whole list of unfunded projects in
Always
Steamboat
trade-off.
Springs.
We're talking about 1 vehicle, but we've talked about 4 FTEs. Wouldn't we need at least 2?
Chief has requested 1 per 2. I talked to him during break. He said he'd be comfortable with 1. But he has said that the expectation or the need is 1 vehicle for every 2 officers.
Yeah. Okay.
I would still advocate for 2 vehicles.
I would too.
Get rid of the geothermal.
I would be perfectly happy to say 1 vehicle in 2026. If there is a need for another vehicle in 2027, great. That'll be ranked again.
But there is a need.
Call them down there.
There's a need for 1 vehicle per 2 officers.
Well, and there is the one, they're starting, again, maybe Chief Beckett, do you want to come down and speak to this, right? From the perspective of timing as well, right?
Sorry, I was around the corner. What's the question?
Question is on, if we're going to allocate 1 police vehicle, the Tahoe, for this year, 2026, if we also include 2 other FTE employees that would start halfway through the year, would we need to allocate a second vehicle this year coming up?
No, the soonest I'd get them into academy would be August. We wouldn't see them on the street till December and through field training, May.
Okay.
No.
27.
Thank you.
27, correct.
So maybe just, do you want to recap, Kim, where we are?
Yeah, so at the end of 2027, $2.5 million. We're taking out $1.5 million for the stable restroom, which takes the balance to about $4 million. We're between 1.5 and $2 million on the ice rink. So if we say $2 million at the high end, that means there's $2 million left. We want to keep it at above a million. So then we take the 164 out. It takes it to, let's say, 1.8 million. Then we take the 105 out, takes it to, let's say, close to 1.7 million. So that's, yeah, so that's if there's $2 million ice rink, 164 geothermal, 105 Tahoe.
Can we take a thumbs up on the 2 million?
Well, can I chime in, please?
Please.
The other thing that I've been thinking about is if we wanted to keep the CIP above, 1.7 or whatever it was there, we could look at funding the ICE through partial accommodations and partial CIP.
What is the difference between keeping the money in accommodations and keeping the money in capital fund?
Capital fund is less restrictive. Accommodation tax, you would want to use that for items that fall within that restriction. So what Councilor McGinley said.
So we have,
Work.
at the end of 2026, you had
4 million.
0.4 million in the accommodations fund.
Correct.
And that we could take the whole $2 million out?
Can I finish my point?
Sure, sure.
real quick? So I did the math and I could be wrong because I'm not the math whiz over here, but if we held some money in there for the full price of Whistler, just in case we don't get grants, then there might be around 0.8 million, like 800,000 or something. So we could just take a portion.
Tell me what you're trying to,
2 million.
what are you trying to do?
Just maybe if we needed to, we have the potential flexibility to split it up. So like 800,000 from accommodations and then whatever the remainder, if we're going for the full 2 or 1.5 from the CIP.
So you're just trying to mix those up so we don't have to use all of this
Yeah.
capital reserve.
Not like fully one
get
or
it.
the other.
It would make more sense to flip it. You'd fund the 1.5 out of accommodations. And then if you need to fully fund Whistler, you just would pull the remainder and take the delta out of capital fund.
2 million.
It's like half dozen or 12,
What is the assumption, Angela, on what kind of grant funding would be available for Whistler?
Great question. I'm going to expand it a little bit. We have a few ongoing acquisitions. Whistler, Slate Creek, grants lined up for Slate Creek, and then some hopeful ones for Whistler. I would be hesitant to bring accommodations tax below 3 million. And I believe Kim said right now 4.4 ending 2026, so still some room. But I would recommend to City Council for our pending parkland acquisitions, Whistler, Slate Creek, and one other hopeful one, that we leave 3 million there.
At least, right? Because if we need more for Slate Creek.
That's, that's some assumptions on all three in there to be able to have leverage. Slate Creek, we do have plans for 2 more grants. One's out already. Slate Creek will need $1 to $2 million to finish that out in July 2026.
So a conservative approach based upon this conversation you've had this last couple minutes would be possibly just use 1 million from the accommodations tax, not do the stables, get our $2 million and still fund the other things we're talking about.
Or not touch the accommodations is almost what I'm thinking would be a more conservative
We can do that too.
and just use, I don't know. Now I'm going back and forth, but if we need that funding to get Slate Creek and Whistler, then, might be better to leave it alone.
Although what I heard though is we could still take $1 million out, right? Because the goal is not to go up below 3 million, right? And if we're at 4.4, that gives 3.5.
That's perfect.
And you typically want to use the most restricted funds for the purpose. So it would make sense to utilize those funds, a portion of those for that, because you can always use your capital funds if something happens over there or general funds.
Yeah.
But not, right? But again, the
Not the other way
accommodations tax is restricted.
All right, so 1 million from the CIP, or from the accommodations and 1 million from the CIP, and we get a second sheet of ice. Moving forward with that, they can fund up $4 million. looking at all. you.
Hang on. Yeah, well, let's
Sorry,
make
we're
sure
having
that-
a side conversation.
Yeah,
over
exactly. I was
here.
going to say, let's make sure we're clear.
Yeah.
right? So
We're
Kim,
not-
you want to walk us down one more time in terms of what we're talking about, right? Is again, $1 million right now from the accommodations tax, $1 million from the CIP. We're going to eliminate the 1.5 for stables, right? And then we would have the 164,000 for the geothermal and another 100,000 for the vehicle.
That is correct, yes. And the $500,000 transfer for Whistler Park is already accounted for, so we would be moving $1.5 million total over from the accommodation tax into the capital fund, funding $500,000 for Whistler, $2 million for ice, second sheet of ice, eliminating the bathroom for now, the stables restroom, adding the geothermal and adding the vehicle.
So the capital reserve ends up at 1.7, $1.8 million, and the accommodations tax sticks at 4.4. Is that what you were saying?
In my head would be about $2.8 million at the end of 2027 in the capital.
Oh, at the end of 27.
Yeah, and 3.4 in accommodation tax.
Splitting it up.
Can we,
So I,
1.5?
I'm confused. Are we splitting up the 2 million? Are we taking the whole 2 million out of the capital reserve?
Splitting it up, but bringing accommodation tax over. Yes, splitting it up, $1 million
You
out of.
think that's a smarter move than just taking it all out of the capital reserve?
Yeah, because it's a qualified expenditure for accommodation tax. So in order to not use your unrestricted funds, you use your restricted funds and not take that below the $3 million that your Parks and Rec director.
I think we should take public comment before we vote on anything.
Do you think we're going to get any public comment
No.
that disagrees with what we're saying?
No, but I know it's coming upon that time. and-
Well, I think,
Emails,
I mean,
Public comment.
Can we
Yeah.
discuss the one?
hang on a second.
two?
Yes.
Yeah, we
I
can,
would like to go exactly there. And
we can do that.
here's my thought on that.
Hang on. Just to be clear, right? I mean, we said public comment around 2:00 or right toward the end, no earlier than 2 and probably later, sorry. So that's kind of that's where we stand, just so everybody in the audience understands that. And so, yeah, I'm hearing a call. And again, everything today is just a thumbs up, thumbs down. This is a recommendation for what comes back to council next week for the first reading of the ordinance, and then it would subsequently come back for another reading on October 21st, just for everybody in the audience that has joined us in the last hour. So with that, yes, we can, it sounds like there's would like to be continued discussion on the ice arena 2 million is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I jumped on you.
That's okay.
last time.
Just
I love the idea of just using the 1.5 million that's been made available to us. What I don't love is the certainty that $6 million is not going to build this. We're going to find out just how much more it's going to cost now than it would have 2 or 3 years ago. And I don't want us to be stuck, and I don't want any of these user groups to be stuck and unable to move forward on something that we have all struggled with for years because we elected to just allocate the 1.5 million. I say we go with the 2.
I agree.
and do you the 2 allocate? Do you care how it's allocated?
You said 2?
I
Yeah.
said 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joella, do you think one from CIP and one from accommodation, or do you not have a preference?
I have no opinion on that.
I really think the other piece implied here is that if the 6 million is a real number or not a real number, they have 4. If we throw in 2, it's my belief that whatever comes in over that they are going to raise those funds if they need it. Because if you've raised 4 and we're putting in 2, if it comes in at 6.7 or whatever, you guys need to close the gap, fill the gap.
I know Councilor Swintack.
No,
would like to
just
voice his
if there's a
opinion.
majority, if there's one other person who's on board for 2, we can just save us all time and move forward. we don't need to debate this. Michael, do you feel strongly about 2? Amy, do you feel strongly?
I've already said.
I was going to say,
two.
we can,
I've
yeah,
already
we can do it.
Then let's just move on.
Just do it. Yeah, thumbs up.
Okay.
Okay.
We don't need to
I
continue.
think
to
we're
debate
in
this.
consent we've got a majority.
Great.
I would like to comment though on the million from accommodations. Just to remind council, we lost out on an amazing property because we didn't have funds this past year. And so 1.5 is already in the CIP budget for Stables. If anything, I would say we could maybe pull $500,000 from accommodation to make up that gap. But property is expensive. I would hate to get in that same position where we are unable to move because we don't have money.
But I have to lean on Kim's, this is a qualified project for accommodations funds. We don't know, you're planning a what if we could have got Copper Ridge.
That wasn't a what if, that actually happened.
Point is, that it would require a lot of funds to be able to make it happen. So you want to keep money in the accommodations for a possible acquisition of Whistler and other things.
I want to be smart about you all are very smart. That came out wrong. I want to just be very mindful, not that you're not either, that we've already budgeted 1.5 in here. So I'm fine. I'll go either way. That was just my point about taking $1 million.
Okay, well, a quick question. If we do the 1.5 out of the
Stables.
CIP, do we still get, I'm trying to remember that, figure out the math, right? In terms of, do we still get?
You could do the full 2 million out of CIP and still stay above the minimum. You would still
Okay.
Why would we
stay
do
above the
that?
1.7 million. I'm hearing that in order to keep the money for open space acquisition is what I'm hearing. So you can do it either way and still I would be comfortable with the balances in each of the funds.
Maybe do a
I hear
thumbs
what
up
you're
to
saying.
Brian's point. Like I might be the only one, so I'll stop talking about it.
I'll give you a thumbs up.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I think you're right about maintaining the one place where we could actually move fairly quickly on some piece of property. Not that there's one presently lurking out there, but I think you're right.
Well, the one thing that I would add to that, Councilor Dixon, is that the reserves in the capital fund are now at 2.7. So you still could use that funding for property acquisition. So it's either the accommodations tax that's going to have the reserves or the CIP that's going to have the reserves. The accommodations tax is more restrictive. So there may be some other project that's not property acquisition that you want to do out of the CIP. It's less restrictive, so you could use that. So I think to Kim's point, it is always good to use the more restrictive funds. That money is still available in another fund if something were to come up.
I know. I feel like that's always a hard sell though, taking it from CIP when everyone's like, oh, but we have a list. But yes, we do.
You do.
I hear you.
I guess I'd be
Okay, so
interested in.
I'm good.
Well, no, I was going to say, I'd be interested, other thoughts on the 500,000, whether it comes from CIP or from the accommodations tax fund?
Money is zeros and ones and it's fungible. Making a decision about it based on emotion is a bad idea. We should be pulling it out of the accommodations fund because it's more restrictive.
I agree.
No emotion here. I want to clarify. All numbers.
Yeah, I feel torn. I see the value in doing it either way, so I can go either way.
Do
Okay.
thumbs up. I don't, yeah. you guys can-
Well, I think you might have a few votes. You might have a few thumbs up. I haven't quite counted them yet. Okay, so I think, do we want to have a thumbs up in terms of whether the 500,000 comes up of the accommodations tax or the CIP?
Or is it $1 million?
I'd ask the question a little different than that.
Million.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay, so to the, well, right, no, I think it's 500,000, right? To the extent that we're saying 1 million, I think we've already, we've got what I heard Amy say, or Councilor Dixon say, is we've got the 1.5 million already in the CIP for the concessions, for the Stables restrooms, right? So I was thinking that's what we were talking about. And we were going to and then we were going to take 500,000 from the accommodations tax to get to our 2 million.
I kind of see it as two different issues.
Okay.
I see it as you've already made the decision that you're not moving forward with the stables restroom.
Right.
So you have sufficient fund balance in both the CIP and the accommodation tax fund to fund your $2 million. Which place do you want to bring it from? So I kind of see it as two different, and what amount? Two different conversations.
Okay. And I think where we landed last was 1 million from each, 1 million from the CIP and 1 million from the accommodations tax. So that's why I narrowed in on that 500, kind of, but
Who supports pulling 1 million from accommodations and 1 million from capital projects?
I'm fine with that.
Can go either way.
Yeah, you got to do that.
sorry.
Make a decision.
So who supports,
Well, you guys would.
who supports
okay, what do
pulling
you support?
1.5 from the capital fund and 500 from accommodations?
All right, let's
There's a
go.
majority there, so they want to do that.
You got your walking papers.
May I ask?
Still 2 million.
May I ask one more question?
Uh-huh.
Not related to this. On our below the funding line, the number 230, it's also ranked as number 88, Moore Ranch employee housing, 2.5 million. Can we fund that with STR funds today?
We can't, and that brought up my question is, where's the 16.9 million from outside revenue in that?
Well, and okay.
I mean, that's an important amount of money.
Okay.
To leverage 2.5 million to 16 in STR funds.
Yeah, yeah. So the outside funding in the plan was STR funds. So the 2.5 was capital to
Gotcha.
get going. And that is for the entire project, including the hospital's portion of it, which we've been discussing with the hospital more on.
So we would, okay, never
So we
mind.
would fund it with 19.4 million altogether from
Pretty much pay for it ourselves out of STR, not today.
That's going to be coming forward as a proposal through the ad hoc committee. So I would recommend that you allow that to follow that process, and you can make a decision as to whether you want to fund it through the STR funds at a later date.
So should affordable housing projects be on our capital improvement list?
Everything
I think
is.
it's just like, I sometimes, because I think it's just like things that can be funded with accommodation tax. You identify the projects and then you identify the funding sources with our other funds.
But I mean, if we're getting, I'm just thinking down the road, we have a process, we have people who apply for STR funds. That would be a project on here. If it's not on here, but some projects are, there's going to be a bias for council who sees those and then wants to support those.
I think it's our projects that we're proposing that make it on.
That would make it on.
Which might be a little different than someone else coming to us with a project, but
Does that create a bias? Because we're being exposed to a set list of projects.
Well, the issue that I see if you have every housing project on there is you can't act quickly. And the idea with the ad hoc and the housing subcommittee is if there's something that comes up and it's a great opportunity, we have the ability to act quickly to meet this growing crisis in our community.
And that's my point is why is it on this list?
Why is it on there? Yeah, I get what
We
you
don't need to solve this today. It's just a point of,
Because not 100% of our portion of the project was going to be funded from STRs.
okay.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I have, oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, guys, I was just going to ask if there's anything more on this or whether we're ready to move on to the next topic.
I just want to confirm that the geothermal grant was included in your proposal because they need to move forward on that today. So just confirming that that's part of your thumbs up.
I mean, we can have Kim read the list again, maybe just one more time for clarity.
Removing stables restroom and making it unfunded, freeing up $1.5 million. Add geothermal for a total project of $205,000 with $41,000 in grants for $164,000 city cost. Add an expense to the capital projects fund for $2 million for a second sheet of ice pending a agreement and transferring $500,000 from the accommodation tax fund to the capital fund to offset the $2 million ice, second sheet of ice.
And the car.
And $105,000 for a police patrol vehicle.
Okay, one more thing I just thought of before we fully close this topic. When we're looking at the accommodations tax, and based on our previous discussion earlier today, we talked about re-adding in the Howells Hill, the 17,000, so that they don't have to close early, as well as those two studies, the Mineral Springs and the Link study. I wonder if those could be funded with accommodations tax. And if so, are we taking too much out of the accommodations tax?
I would like to see us fund Howells Hill to 8 o'clock at night.
I would too. So, where is that funding going to come from? And I think it could come from accommodations, but if we're taking $1 million out already,
Can it come from accommodations?
It's operations.
well, maybe not.
Maintenance and improvements of amenities, I think operations would be a stretch. And from the accounting standpoint, from the selfish standpoint, I would prefer us find it in the general fund.
What about those two studies? Mineral Springs and Links.
Amenity.
I don't think.
Well, no, it's environmental.
Maintenance.
Open space.
Improvements, no.
No.
I mean, it's broader. We've added, it's more than the amenities. So I mean, I think that's a ripe question for right now, right? From the perspective of, can those be used for the accommodations tax? Otherwise, those get kind of packed on that.
Yeah, well,
Those pinned for when we get back to the
got it. Okay.
end. So maybe, do we have Dan? Okay. Okay, good. Maybe we can get Dan to weigh in on the accommodations language and whether or not that could potentially be used for either the wildlife or
Okay, well, we can
the
come back
Mineral
to it.
Springs.
Just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay.
So did we summarize?
I think we're good on the capital.
We are.
Great, we'll make those changes for first reading of the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the discussion.
All right, so we're going back to, are we back with,
Agenda item 7, unless you want to do public comment, but that would be enterprise funds.
So yeah, we can move on to enterprise funds or public comment, whichever you want to do.
let's see.
We have the utility
We can
fund.
take public comment, I think.
Oh.
I mean, just looking at the rest of the agenda, right? The rest of the agenda is enterprise, the enterprise funds, and then and then we will do a review and budget wrap up. So
There may be public comment regarding the golf fund. So just, I would allow that if you have public comment before that. So that's,
okay. Yeah, no, absolutely, right. So we'll take public comment. I would say we'll open it up to public comment for anything that's on the agenda for today's budget retreat. So that's what we've talked about. And then again, we've got conversations upcoming on wastewater, water, airport, golf, and then we've got our general review and budget wrap up. So just a reminder to everybody in the audience, if there's anybody that would like to make public comment, you can come on down, state your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes to make your comments. And we just respectfully request that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. And if there's anybody online that would like to make public comment, please raise your hand and we will call on you next. So you can come on down, John.
A laundry list for you. John Agosto, 3445 Stone Lane, District 3 candidate for City Council. Geothermal. I support climate change. You guys support climate change. We need to understand whether this thing will work in terms of geothermal. This is a proactive move for 17,000. Let's be proactive for our future and find out whether this is going to work or not. Chamber funding. Yes, I support the full 750K for chamber funding. We are a sales tax-based revenue stream, as everyone knows. We need to protect that revenue stream. This is money to protect that revenue stream. I would like to see some KPIs around it, goals, objectives, and measure those and have them come back and say, with 7K, 750, okay, what'd you do with it? and were you successful and how do we need to tweak it? So I think we need to have some more hands-on understanding how that money is being used. Next one, Whistler Park. I support it. It sounds like you support it. Let's move forward. Hellison Hill hours. If anybody has kids right now, you know that they're on top of each other. And actually, there's a number of cases where the different disciplines have bumped into each other. We can't cut the hours. In addition, if anybody, also the the school district just cut 0 hour, which meant they can't start this school earlier, which means they have to push out their training later. And so this is also a case where we're getting kids on top of each other. It's a safety issue. And it's also something that keeps Steamboat. So how do you, Winter Sports Club is the whole thing about Steamboat. So the thought of actually cutting that out is strange. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, John. All right. Come on down, Paul.
Raise your right hand.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Sachs, and I'm here today on behalf of the Steamboat Skating Club, as well as all of the many other users of the ice rink. And I think you all know there are a lot of them. Given your discussion that you just had, it sounds like you don't need my pep talk necessarily, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. I'm going to make a record like an attorney should, so it's on the record. I'd like to thank you all first for serving on City Council. It's a thankless task. And I would start by asking you a question. Why are you serving on City Council? And given that it's election season, I think you should all have an answer to that. But if you don't, I've got one for you. And I don't have a lot of time, but I think that you all chose to serve on City Council, and I commend you for it. Not for the fame, not for the money, not for all these countless uncompensated hours, but you're on City Council because each of you knows that there's something very special about the city of Steamboat Springs. And each of you in your own way wants to protect, enhance, and preserve what's so special about Steamboat. And today, you do have an opportunity to do that. Today, we are offering you $4 million to construct a long overdue second ice sheet and multi-purpose facility that has been talked about, planned for, and never happened for at least a decade. The second sheet is budgeted, as you were talking, at $6 million. The last time this user group came before this body, the then City Council said, you guys raised $3 million and we'll give you $3 million. We didn't come close to raising $3 million. We didn't even raise $1 million. But today, we don't have $3 million, we have $4 million. And we have that today. So you have an opportunity to get a $6 million facility at 1/3 of its cost, a facility that will produce revenue for the city from the day that it opens. It's not a bathroom on the court trail or at the stables, and I'm not saying we don't need them. I'm out there running every day. More bathrooms, better. But it is a facility that will be used by literally thousands of people in this community and visitors to our community. And it's going to produce revenue for the city. And that revenue can be used to build those bathrooms and to do the stable project. So I'm telling you, this opportunity may not come around again. I can tell you it won't be here next year. Today, you have a choice. You can accept this generous gift of $4 million and do something really magnificent for this community. Or you can do what a lot of other city councils have done and kick the can down the road. You can live with the regret that you didn't seize this opportunity when it was presented to you. Now's the time to get this facility done. We have the money now. We'll get it done. I urge you to do the right thing, accept this funding assistance, and get the ice rink built. Thank you.
Wow, thanks, Paul. Right at 3.
Age before beauty.
Good afternoon, City Council. Kerry Shea, 3316 6th Street, here on behalf of the Steamboat Springs Youth Hockey Association. And just want to start off by saying thank you. We've been having, as just Paul had mentioned, this conversation we're going on, at least my participation over a decade. And Steve Montana, Councilor Montana, I believe you had mentioned that this was all about performance. And we have the opportunity now of donors that are engaged to ready to support that and to meet this finally in a true public-private partnership, I think is something that we all can be proud of. I do thank you specifically with respect to the prioritization and the conversation today. I know it's not an easy one, but I think to the extent that we've shown our best foot forward to be able to work arm in arm to make this a reality, I think that's what we're all here to do. So I do want to take a moment to thank my friends at the Winter Sports Club, at the rodeo, as well as our respective memberships and everyone that has voiced their level of support for this project. This is the beauty now of this conversation, a true community-led conversation to get something to the betterment of our community. So I just want to say thank you for the time today. Very much look forward to the next steps of our project and process, as there's a lot to be done now. But this was a huge step, and I do want to thank you.
All right, thank you, Carrie. And we can just let the record show that we easily received, I think, more than 50 emails. We did get 100? Yeah, so I was going to say close, if more than 50 for sure, 100. Okay, in support of this. All right, welcome, Ted.
Good afternoon, thank you. Ted Carey, 425 Lupin Drive. I'm here speaking to you today on behalf of the board and the fans of Steamboat Free Summer Concerts. First off, a huge thank you to this council, the previous councils, city staff for many, many years that has supported Steamboat Free Summer Concerts in a very significant way, both financially and through the support we get for producing the event here in Steamboat Springs. As Ms. Weber indicated, there was some discussion this year about moving the funding for Steamboat Free Summer Concerts out of the general fund, out of the city manager's office lines, and into the community support funding. And I'm very pleased. Thank you very much for considering keeping us in again this year. It was absolutely critical for our survival. And I just wanted to come to you and ask an appeal for the future, because I know there was discussion that it might need to be moved to community support funding in future years. I'm here just to ask on behalf of the board that the council and the staff considered going down the line to keep us in the budget. It would be problematic for us to be moved to community support funding for a number of reasons. One would be just the sheer amount of money that we would need to ask for from the community support would be a significant portion of the community support funding. I think it was $234,000 that went to arts and culture in 2024. We would be asking for a large chunk of that, and certainly we would not be entitled to that, but that would be a draw on all of the other very worthy arts nonprofits that get that money. Another significant reason is a significant portion of the money that we get from the city goes right back to the city. In 2024, we spent about $20,000 between parks, police, et cetera. Another $7,000 came back to the city in sales tax. Now, that's not an expense. That's not our money. We realize that's a pass through, but certainly if we were to not exist because of financial reasons, that would go away as well. And I just believe that we are a very iconic Steamboat event. There was a lot of discussion about events earlier today, driving tourism. I know that we're doing that, and I know that there's tremendous value, not only to the constituents, the music fans of the city, but also to the city's government, the organization. I believe that events like ours have become commonplace in Colorado, across the country, and a lot of those events are produced on the city's dime with city staff and time funding. We do all of that, and we just ask for that very supportive funding that you guys have offered for many years. So going down the line, I would just ask that you guys consider keeping us in the general fund going forward. And again, thank you for the very many years of support that we've gotten. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ted. All right.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Leonard. I'm the CEO of the Steamboat Springs Chamber, 125 Anglers Drive. Big thank you to Kim and her team. I can't imagine going through this budget process. It's huge. And for all the city staff that comes in and, continuously has to make hard decisions on what is going to be funded. One of the reasons I'm standing here is because I don't want that to happen anymore. I want city staff to get everything that they want. And we know that right now, since we're not super diverse in how the city gets income, the way we can do that is by increasing sales and accommodations tax. John is absolutely right. Data and KPIs are super important. We have that. We know that we had $678.1 million in direct visitor spending last year. 50,000 might not seem like a ton of money when we're talking about millions and millions in a city budget, but for us and our small team, it makes a huge difference on where we can affect visitation. So we want these hard decisions not to be so hard. We want to come back in and have sales tax going up, 5%, 10%, 15%, like we used to see in years prior. And then just one other thing I want to mention, I know some of you have heard me beat this drum before, but I know it's easy to say chamber funding, but really what this funding does is funds a contract for destination stewardship services, which the chamber is the contract service provider, and we have been for like 40 years. So happy to be in this great partnership with the city. And, if you want to sell shoes, you got to tell people that you have the best shoes. And, we want to tell people our shoes are better than Aspen. So
It's an easy one.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else that would like to make a public comment? Or again, I'll let anybody online know that if you'd like to make a public comment, raise your hand. It looks like we do. We do have a couple hands. So why don't we go ahead and go online, and then we'll bring it back to the audience. Oh, great. Why don't you go ahead? You can unmute, state your name, Stephanie, and you have 3 minutes.
Sure, thank you. My name is Steph Einfeld, 1777 Timothy Drive, and in front of you today as the CEO of Northwest Colorado Health. Thank you for the opportunity to speak during your budget session. Obviously, you guys have a lot going on and a lot of really important decisions to make. And thank you for your ongoing support for the community's health and wellness. I'm in front of you today to talk about the ask that you have all seen to support our recently announced campaign. For more than 60 years, Northwest Colorado Health has provided home health and hospice services across the valley. Our nurses, our therapists, our aides drive over 100,000 miles each year, delivering more than 10,000 in-home visits to patients from birth through the end of life. So that includes 3,500 visits right here in Steamboat Springs. And most of those patients in Steamboat are on Medicare, Medicaid, or our charity care program. So the visits are more than just medical care. They bring human connection, independence, and dignity. Home health allows residents to recover safely at home, manage chronic illness, and age in place. Hospice gives patients comfort in dying, and it allows families access to a full year of bereavement care after a loss. What most people don't realize is that these essential programs operate under a broken reimbursement system, and it's obviously currently moving in the wrong direction. Medicare pays about half of what it costs to provide care, leaving nearly $900,000 in unreimbursed services each year. Unfortunately, regulations prevent us from billing the difference to patients. If we had the ability to, that gap may not be as big. And obviously, true to our mission, we never turn anyone away, regardless of their ability to care. Rural communities like Eagle and Grand counties have already lost these programs in recent years. And without action, we could be next. That's why we've launched the Home Health and Hospice campaign. It's a 3-year campaign, $3 million community effort to sustain these services. Over the 3 years, this will fund 10,500 additional home visits here in Steamboat and 30,000 visits in the Valley. It will preserve hospice for those 3 years, and it'll give us time to build more sustainable funding through partnerships, much broader fundraising efforts, and advocacy. I do want to share, you're not the only government entity that's been asked to participate in this campaign, and we already have commitments from our partners, Memorial Regional Health, UC Health, Yampa Valley Medical Center, and the City of Craig has penciled us into their budget for 2026. Additionally, an anonymous donor has offered to match the first $100,000 in donations from donors raised. So that's excited. We're well on our way. You've already seen our ask. So what I'm here to communicate today is your investment will directly sustain care for Steamboat residents, leverage the philanthropic dollars, and show that the city stands behind its seniors, families, and working residents, which obviously I don't need to tell this council that that's true already, and you've already shown that. It's not just a health issue, it's a community infrastructure issue. Without home health and without hospice, emergency room visits increase, dispatch and ambulance utilization increases, and ultimately the quality of life for Steamboat residents decrease. When Casey's Pond and the Haven are both full, like they are now, home health is the safety net. It's the lifeline. When services are available, people heal at home, families stay together, and our community thrives. So I'm simply asking for your partnership, not just as funders, but as champions for Steamboat's most vulnerable. Thank you
All
for
right.
your
Oh, great. Thank you, Steph. We
Yep.
thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. Okay. Thank you. We've got two more hands raised. Bill, would you like to unmute, state your name, and you have 3 minutes?
Good afternoon, Council. Just a couple of points from what I've heard in the discussion today. With regards to the geothermal grant, is it really allowable for City Council to make a decision about committing funds in order to get the grant money today during a work session? I thought you had to approve a budget, which is going to take 2 more cycles that go through public comment, but you're committing to funding your portion of the geothermal project today in order to receive grant money. I'm not really sure if that's permissible. I'd be interested in Dan's thoughts on that. And then with regards to Councilor Dixon's statement about operating cost for the new sheet of ice, it never really was addressed. I did hear one of the commenters state that it was going to be a revenue bonanza for the new sheet of ice. My question would be, is the existing ice arena revenue neutral or not? And that would be a guiding principle for how the new sheet of ice might result in operating cost overrun or underrun. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Brian, I think I saw your hand raised. Would you like to unmute and make a comment?
Yes, thank you. Brian Adams, 815 West Hillside Court. Just wanted to, I didn't have the opportunity to write an email to add to the long list of supporters for the sheet of ice, and wanted to be able to make that for the record right now. So I would agree very much with what Paul Sachs said to you earlier, how important this is for a lot of families in your community. And I think even more would like to echo what I think I understood Councilor West was saying, which is that right now you have not only a lot of committed funds to support to get this done, but you also have a lot of momentum from all the other user groups in the House and area. You really have, you know, the perfect opportunity to fund this. And so I'm really excited to see that that's kind of where your conversation was going today. Well, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. So thanks for your help on all your hard work on all this today.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Brian. So again, is there anybody else in the audience that would like to make a public comment? If so, come on down, state your name, and you have 3 minutes. Or if there's anybody else online that would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Okay. I'm not seeing any hands raised online, nor am I seeing anybody else in the audience who is making their way down to the front. So we'll go ahead and close public comment for the conversation on the budget today. And we'll go back and think we heard public comment certainly in support of the ice arena. Again, public support in support of the geothermal, Whistler Park, Hallison Hill hours not being cut. Again, on the ice arena, we heard comments in terms of from Ted about the request regarding the free concert money, and you know, to the extent that that stays the same this year, but think about it in the future. We received comment regarding the chamber and talking about that potential request. Steph Einfield with Northwest Colorado Health talked about the request. I think that we all have in terms of an email in terms of the dollar amount regarding home health care. services. And then we just received the comments from regarding the geothermal grant, and also a comment about the revenue for the second sheet of ice, and then another supporter of the second sheet of ice. Dan or Tom, do you guys want to speak to the question about the geothermal? Yeah, or actually Eric or Will,
Yeah, I'm
are you
happy to.
comfortable?
It's my understanding. We just need to give them the nod today, whether we're to start the contracting process. The email said it's going to take a couple months to go through contracting. So at that point, we'll be formally accepting it through the contract. So this is whether we still want to move forward with it is what they're asking for today.
Okay, so it will come back before the monies are allocated, would actually come back to council for a vote.
It'll come back in the form of a budget supplemental, but we won't, Tom and I won't sign off on a contract until the money is legally appropriated.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Thanks again for all that public comment and for being with us here today as we kind of work our way through the budget process. I think we are now down to the enterprise funds.
Yep. So we have, the city has 3 enterprise funds. We have the utility fund, the airport fund, and the golf fund. We report the utility fund as 2 separate funds in order to calculate rates, in order to report them separately, unofficially. But when we wrap it up into our annual financial statements, as well as in the budget, we report it as the utility fund. So together, the estimated fund balance at the end of 2026 is about $15.5 million. The majority of that is our wastewater fund. We have 1 additional FTE request, and that's the water quality and conservation specialist. That's a full-time FTE that is split between the wastewater and water funds. And we do anticipate receiving funding from Mount Werner Water to help fund that position. You'll see the projects planned for 2026 in the wastewater fund are on page 7.3. They include the wastewater main replacement, sewer capital maintenance projects, the wastewater UV system replacement, Mount Werner interceptor replacement, I&I reduction program, and the wastewater master plan for 2026. We do a rate study typically every 3 years. We did them a little closer together in the past, but we completed that last year. City Council approved rates for the next 3 years. That has been built into the budget. And then on the water side, in 2026, we plan on moving forward with issuing either some sort of debt, probably loans for $10 million for the Willett Heights pump replacement. So this budget includes debt proceeds of $10 million, as well as the expense for that and other capital projects. Because this is what's referred to as a Tabor Enterprise Fund, meaning it does not receive more than 10% of its revenue from general government service taxes, we can issue debt that is repaid with user fees without an election. So that would not, unlike any debt that would be issued in the general fund or capital projects fund, this would not need to go to an election. It would be approved by City Council, but not the voters. Again, the ending fund balance for the entire utility fund would be about $15.5 million if all of that revenue was received and all of that spent in 1 year. Questions for John, Michelle, or Gilbert on the water or wastewater funds? No? Okay.
Great job. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, the airport fund. So airport fund is also a enterprise fund, but it is not a Tabor enterprise fund because it does require state and federal grants, so it gets government grants from that as well as a subsidy from the general fund. They're not asking for any additional FTEs. This is another fund that had allocated overhead. It has about $330,000 of allocated overhead is in the operating budget. There's also about $200,000 of facilities maintenance in this budget, which is higher than it typically is. This is about $150,000 of it is really an investment in the terminal planned maintenance. Some of it is a contractual obligation for the lease, and Eric or Josh or John could talk more about that. But we have seen a reduction in revenue from the terminal lease over the last few years. When it was fully leased out from Honey Stinger, it was closer to about $230,000. This budget is down to $172,000 of lease revenue that we're projecting. So which all of that combined has increased the subsidy from the general fund up to the $634,000 transfer that you see to offset, to make the fund balance to zero. But I'm sure that there's questions and individuals that are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there fee increases and lease increases to recoup cost?
Oh, but Josh.
Yeah, and more importantly, as they gone through, you made those decisions. I'm just thinking, do you have projections in that? Based upon a historical with what we've done in the past couple of years, and then extrapolate that out with the new fee structure, what would that close the gap?
You're asking if the new fees would close the gap? Currently, no. The new fees, and by the way, this is Josh for the record, Josh Schroeder, airport manager. The fees that were increased this year were simply the ramp and parking fees that we have out there. So it's a smaller percentage of the actual revenue there that was increased, but over rough projection, at least for this year, for that fee increase, we may see up to $60,000 by the end of the year. So kind of a small increase overall, but we're seeing it trend in the right direction. Additionally, to Mr. Swintek's question, we will be seeing increases in the ground leases. There's an annual increase every year on those following the CPI. So that should help at least keep us tracking with inflation, but we won't see the gap closing that quickly with these fees. Kim kind of highlighted all the points that I was going to share with you today, so thank you for jumping in front of that. Not really much else we can do. It's kind of an outlier year with those facilities maintenance. Those projects are pretty high up there. Much higher than other years in the past. The lease revenue drop from this year is pretty significant. That's a large portion of our revenue just because there's so much square footage that's rented out there. And the allocated overhead is much higher than we've seen in other years. But back to your question about revenues, we're still looking at potential revenue sources. No huge jumps just yet without increasing available land for capital improvements, hangars, which are big revenue drivers for us. But we've got terrain constraints out there, so it's pretty difficult to develop that. However, we do have a terminal area improvement project happening this year. The grants are already in place. It's actually 2024 and 5, I think, funding. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kim, but those funds are already allocated for the project. Once that project is completed, it should put us on track to open up more ground for a little bit more hangar space. We could see up to, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I think we had over 50,000 square feet of space possibly available once this project is done. So we could talk further. I can answer more questions if you have any for me.
I have questions. Shocking. So revenue classification, revenues by classification, sorry. The charges for services, what is lumped into that group? First, that's my first part of the question.
The biggest portion of that is fuel sales.
Fuel.
So fuel sales and what were the other things that you just mentioned?
There were ramp fees,
Ramp
parking fees, and hangar fees.
Then the rental income would be the hangar lease, hangar leases.
Okay.
leases.
Charges for services. When I look at our fiscal year 25 year-end projection compared to our 2026 budget, we're projecting less than 1% increase. So I feel like those are, I think to Brian's question about what can we charge, like that is something we can control. So I'm wondering why we're not seeing a greater increase in that area.
Our two primary revenue drivers are the ground leases and our fuel. And the ground leases are the
Right. No, I'm not talking about the rental income. I'm strictly only talking about the charges for services, which is fuel, ramp, parking, what else? Some other stuff. So
those ramp parking services,
Fuel.
those fees were increased by 100% at the beginning of this year, just before I came into this position. We haven't seen any drop in service from that. And as I mentioned earlier, we've seen what we project could be up to $60,000 in additional revenue by the end of the year, compared to 2024 revenues. We were conservative on that because we're still trying to get a grasp on what these new fees are going to do. In addition to that, we've also put in some contracts with a couple of hangar owners to use their hangars to potentially bring in more users to the airport. It's not a significant jump and tough to say how much space we're going to end up with based on contracts. We're still negotiating that, but we are working towards getting those fees moved upwards.
Okay,
Hopefully
sorry, I
helping
apologize.
with your question. We're not done working on that. We're just kind of feeling our way out and seeing what the market's going to do and what's available to us immediately and what our tenants are still going to tolerate, or if they're going to take their planes elsewhere if we start raising these fees.
And Kim, what percentage of the charges for services is fuel sales?
I'll have to look, but I would say probably 3/4 of that number is fuel sales.
Yeah.
And, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask Josh if you anticipate the price of fuel going up. I mean, that's where you would get increased revenue, would be to increase the price of fuel.
So our current structure with the fuel revenues is there's a markup of about $1.50, not about, it's $1.50 for the avgas, and then $3.65 markup on the jet fuel. That's our current markup. And what that does for us is puts us kind of in that sweet spot of not being too high that people start flying elsewhere, but it also doesn't keep us at the bottom of the rung by any means. And I'm kind of anticipating you might be asking about fuel. I checked local fuel prices within the region and the state this afternoon, and we're trending a little bit higher than the middle right now. So it kind of puts us in that spot. And yes, we could put those fees up higher, or I should say fuel prices could go higher, but watching other FBOs do that simply to increase their revenue doesn't generally do a whole lot for them without increasing the level of service that they bring. I could use our next door neighbor, Kremling, as an example. They're one of the highest priced fuels in this region. And working over there for several years, we never saw an increase in the traffic based on that fuel. And don't know that it's really helping them that much. I think they could increase a lot more because their services did increase when the new FBO took over, but traffic did not.
Don't we have, Josh, several ideas around increasing fuel sales as well as increasing hangar usage? through sharing hangars and whatnot. I thought there was something around on that one and around the fuel that makes it easier for people to land here and get fuel. Is that true? Or is it just simply the price?
I'm not aware of any other, unless you're referring to the self-serve fuel
Yeah,
site. that's
exactly.
coming in.
The self-serve, that's it.
Yes. So that's part of the terminal area improvement project that's going to begin next summer. So the infrastructure for that fuel site will go in, which would be utilities and concrete, but it doesn't bring in fuel tanks. It's themselves or the fuel dispensers.
Okay.
So it gets us in the right direction, but we'll have to get more creative with the rest of that project next year. To the second part of your question, with the hangars, there are 40 out of the 50 hangars up there are privately owned, and we've so far contracted with 2 hangar owners and working on a third negotiation with another owner to use their hangars for what we call the short-term visitors that come in for a week or a weekend. Those individuals will contact the FBO, and because of our contract with the hangar owners, we are able to use those hangars for the storage of that aircraft. We share the revenue with the hangar owners. It's a 75% split in favor of the hangar owners. We get another 25%. Not a huge fee jump, but I think it definitely helps us remain attractive, especially as a destination, a winter destination, helps us remain attractive for those winter months when it's not just a convenience for these aircraft to keep snow and frost off of their wings. It's a safety concern. Even a small amount of frost can kill these pilots. So that's why that's such a desirable thing in an area like this is keeping that plane warm, prepped, and ready for flight. So the third hangar that we're working on right now is the largest hangar on the field and can accommodate some of the largest aircraft that we're seeing come in. I don't know if there's many folks familiar with the types of aircraft we see, but King Air is a fairly common aircraft that a lot of people know about. That hangar would allow us to put at least one of those. If we can figure it right, we can fit 2 of those in there. So it's tracking us in the right direction. It doesn't get us over the line, but it's tracking us in the right direction.
I wanted to go back to Counselor Dixon's question about just to make sure that you got your answer on the charges for service. You asked about the year-end projection being higher than original budget, but were you expecting to see that larger?
No, sorry.
Okay.
I was just using that for my calculation of the percentage increase from this year to next year.
Okay.
That was the only reason why I used
Projection
it.
is a little bit higher because of the wildfires. So there was about a 6% increase from 2024 actuals to 2025. And then not counting on that, hopefully, it's only a 1% increase to 20. Okay. I just wanted to make sure you got the answer.
Yeah.
John or Josh, either one of you guys, but I know it's only been a long time. I'm going to ask you a little bit about the RFP for hangar construction and where we at with that. I know we had allocated some money in CIP to underground some of the utilities to make it more attractive for an RFP to go out. Where are we at with that process? And if you know, Josh, go ahead, dig deep.
I can share.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned, and I should have been a little more clear, the terminal area improvement project is essentially a relocation of the access road coming onto the apron and gets us closer to moving those utilities so that the space for those hangars can be allocated. What tripped us up on that project this year was that bids came in much higher than the FAA and our consultants had considered. So the projected costs did not match with actual pricing that we were seeing. And so what happened was, in order to make the project happen and to make sure that we still received the available grant funding, because there was a portion of that grant funding that was going to expire this year. In order to make that happen, we had to cut out the utility portion of that relocation. So we're still moving in the right direction with this project, but parts of it were cut out in order to make the funding work. So John and I have talked about it, and we're working with our consultants right now to see if they can give us a temporary backstop on the utilities so that we can access them once this project is done, and hopefully explore more ways to find funding to get that project across the finish line.
Well, thank you.
Okay, maybe a question back, Kim, to where you started, because I'm not sure I followed the numbers. So in terms of the 700,000 increase, in terms of, and maybe whoever can answer this, answer it. One of the factors is the reduction in the lease revenue from Honey Stinger, right? And then is what I'm trying to get a sense of, right, is the increase from the 400,000 to the 700,000, and what is attributing to that? And is part of it the allocation as well?
Yeah, a part of it's allocated overhead. Part of it is $200,000 of facilities maintenance projects. Part of it is the lease revenue decreasing. Josh actually cut his operating budget by about 4%. And then it's a combination of probably personnel going up a little bit, which we could probably see pretty easy. Well, no, it went down. So yeah, those factors are the main ones. The facilities maintenance, allocated overhead, and the lease revenue going down.
And I'm sorry if you said this. What is the 200,000 in facility maintenance?
There's multiple projects in that one. We have fence repair, hangar maintenance and repair. We have a carpet replacement in the FBO building. And then a large portion of it is HVAC design and HVAC cleaning for both the terminal building where Honey Stinger is and the FBO where our office is. We also have a sliding door replacement. They have like those grocery store type doors on the Honey Stinger building, and they were looking at replacing those just for the efficiency of the building.
And are we any closer on finding a tenant in terms of the extra space?
I met with the realtor that's coming up there, and I'll let John speak to that too if he needs to. But I met with the realtor just a little over a week ago, just to get him access to the building. And he had shared with me that he's going to try to focus on aviation-based businesses that may be interested in that type of space. It's fairly significant space, but I don't think he's going to rule out any businesses here in the city of Steamboat as well. So I don't know. I haven't had any updates from him yet, so I don't know if there's any bites, but he is actively working on getting that moving.
And in addition to the maintenance that Josh said, that there's also a $75,000 placeholder for contractually obligated walls to construct in the terminal as well. So that is built into this budget.
And that's only if we find a tenant.
Mm-hmm.
But the revenue that we have in here is only if we find a tenant.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, this is a tough enterprise, and it always has been a draw on our general fund. We're just looking at trying to minimize that.
So
Agreed. You're welcome.
let's spend one more minute on the trouble with finding tenants. Is there anything that the city should be doing to make that, we can't move the building to a different location. Is there any way we can make that, that building itself more appealing to tenants?
And well, I think part of it's already in the contract, that $75,000 that
Yeah.
Kim mentioned.
That hasn't gotten you a tenant either.
No, it has not. I think that's part of it. I think splitting the space the way it is, I don't know if you've spent time in that building. I think it's a little challenging because Honey Stinger has the whole front of the building. A new tenant's going to have to access the side doors towards the rear facing the ramp, and anybody that's in there is going to be looking directly on the ramp, so they're going to get the noise from helicopters and jets. So again, that's why I had that conversation with the realtor about Mr. Hanaway focusing on aviation-based businesses, because that's a little more tenable for a business like that.
And you think that the Bob Adams would be more attractive than the Hayden Industrial Park? I mean, I guess that's what when you say focusing in on aviation, I'm like, oh, right. You've got the Hayden Industrial Park, and
That would require somebody building something.
but they are expanding out there, right?
Right. So we just, I'd say Randall Hanaway has really just begun.
Okay.
I mean, he went under contract, maybe a month ago or something like that. And so I would say, let's give him a little time to see if he can find some tenants. We worked with John Bristol at the Routt County Economic Development Partnership to see if he got the word out. And really didn't get any interest. And that's when we brought on Randall to try to help us market that space. So I think we just need a little time to see if he can find somebody. He's very tied into the aviation industry, and I think he's a great asset to have doing that. So we'll give it a little time. We won't give it a lot of time.
Well, and Council President, you brought up the Hayden Business Park as a great, almost in the competitive spirit, but I wonder if they could be a partner in this too, if they have some connections or resource needs, or, if you're working with them potentially to understand, what else might be out there.
We could certainly do that. I'm sorry to stop you there,
No,
Miss.
no.
Councilor Menteen and I will be visiting with the Yampa Valley Airport Commissioning on Thursday evening this week. So we can certainly bring it up at that time and share that in my manager's report and see if there's any contacts that they could share with us. It would certainly be helpful. So anything we can do, I mean, we'll just try to get the word out. I think to answer your question, Ms. West, is really we just need to get the word out to let people know that we've got a really great space available.
Is there any kind of like soundproofing that we can do to make it a little more desirable?
I'm sure you could. In my past years in construction, I was often heard the phrase, you can do whatever you want as long as you have the money to do it.
I feel like we're moving out of the what and into the how.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly.
Focus on our budget.
Yep. So I know additional questions. I know this continues to be a source of, what would be the right word?
Puzzlement.
Say again.
Puzzlement.
That's okay. We'll say sense of puzzlement. Right. I mean, in terms of, I think it's a repetitive theme from council that, we want to continue to see the costs go down. So thank you, to the extent that you reduce the operating budget by 4%.
Certainly.
So, I mean, that's absolutely a step in the right direction, but, to the extent that I think we've heard repetitively, we'd like to see, opportunities to increase the revenue. And then, obviously with the allocation monies and the loss of revenue from Honey Stinger, that's added is what's contributing to the increased subsidy.
Certainly. Yeah. Challenging year to come into this, but I'm hoping I can keep working with you and John Snyder and the rest of the city to drive it in that direction. I'll do my best for you.
Is anyone keeping track of our council goals to be discussed in December or January? I think this airport would be a good thing for us to just raise and see if council wants to address it next year. We keep circling around this topic, but we've never really formally talked if it's something that we want to actually address.
Well, it kind of goes hand in hand with to some extent, fiscal sustainability, right? I mean, as we look at what our expenses are. So yeah, yes, to your point, good point. We can have Tom add to the list.
Yeah, so full transparency. Thank you, Josh. So I appreciate you and the work you've done.
Yes, ma'am.
I am really unhappy to see this budget. Again, my broken record in 2020, we were at 173 general fund subsidy. Now for 26, we're looking at over 700. I've heard the statement we need more hangars. We looked at potentially moving the hangars that are owned when those leases expired. We had that conversation about taking them on. When I look back, that only generated an extra $50,000 a year. Granted, there was a handful of, hangars, but I don't see a viable path forward with what I'm hearing. Again, I'm okay with subsidizing it to some extent, but to me, it just continues to increase. And having I did the math from our 2025 sales revenue budget to 2026, and it's just under 2% increase. So I just think there's got to be more places for us to make gains on this budget. So that's just where I'm sitting right now.
If I may just highlight one quick point. You had noted that our subsidy was much lower in 2020. Data I have for 10 years prior shows that our terminal lease building, just on that Honey Stinger building, was at 477,000. It was much, much higher. I don't know what the change is on that, but I do want to highlight that there's probably some other variables that we haven't really nailed down just yet to paint a full picture. And I'll certainly continue to work on that for you. And I like the initiative. That's part of the reason I came over here. I like that we have an administration that really wants to see an airport grow and actually be self-sustaining. It was major attraction for me to come over here. So I'm happy to do it, and I'll do my best, and I hope you can be patient. I think it'll take time.
All right, thank you. And I do appreciate all your work.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Josh.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would recommend we take a quick break. Or should we go? Actually, maybe we should do Haymaker and then take a break before let's do that.
Okay, sounds good. So our last enterprise fund, the Haymaker Golf Course. This is a Tabor Enterprise Fund, does not rely on any sort of tax subsidy. And so the major change that you'll see from the 2025 budget, because it sticks out to the 2026 budget, is you'll remember the supplemental budget appropriation for the food and beverage. So that when you look at 2025 original to budget, that's the big change of $1.1 million. This budget has that at $1.1 million of expense and $1.3 million in revenue, so a $200,000 net revenue. Again, there was for operations, the main increase from 2025 year-end projection to 2026 is there was additional allocated overhead along with for equipment. There's equipment for the maintenance side of the house, 2 vehicles, an autonomous mower, and then the air compressor that we talked about earlier, split with the Parks and Rec department. And then on the on the operations side, it isn't in the capital outlay, it's actually in the operating expense. But GPS units, a few golf carts, 2 8-seater golf carts and 4 other golf carts, some range balls, a range keypad, no changes in personnel requests. And if you take out the concessions, the charges for service is budgeted at about a 5.5% increase. So that is the greens fees, the range fees, the course sales, et cetera. So that's about a 5.5% increase. The ending reserve at the end of 2026 is estimated to be at about $3.5 million. And there are Parks and Rec employees as well as golf committee members here if you have any questions.
Sorry, I think I just blacked out. Why is the expenses increasing by $1 million and revenues increasing by $2 million? On page 7.16, I'm seeing expenditures, course operations for 2025. Well, sorry, for the original budget, 25 original budget, 1.1, year end is 2.2.
What page are you on?
7.16.
Expenditures by division.
Expenditures by division.
Course
So
operations.
there's $1.5 million increase, $1.4 million increase, right? In operations.
Course operations original budget for 25 is 1.1 and 25 year end is 2.2.
Okay, so $1.4 million increase.
And why?
Because, oh, sorry, I thought you were, it's because of the food and beverage. So we are now purchasing all of the food and beverage and as well as recording all the revenue.
That's why the revenues are up. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I know you said that, but it's
Ski Corps.
figure out the other.
Ski Corps used to have it. Now it's Destination Hospitality.
Okay,
Yeah, and it ran separate books before and now it's all included in our books.
understood.
So Kim, what was the 20, or what is our estimated ending fund balance for 2025? Like 2.8?
Yes, $2.8 million at estimated ending budget or ending reserves.
3.5.
3.5.
Let me just make sure. $2.8 million at the end of 2024. And then about 3.4 at the end of 2025. So about a $400,000, $600,000, sorry. At the end of 2025, and then add about $100,000 to that at the end of 2026 for 3.5 million at the end of 2026.
What is the reserve, the fund balance used for? Is that rainy day? Because why do we have a balance of 3.5? Maybe the golf people can.
Our fiscal policy reserve for all of our enterprise funds is we want to keep at least 15% in there. And then the remaining amount is to be used for one-time expenditures, capital expenditures, not for ongoing operations. I'm sure that someone, either Drew or Cody, could talk about where the reserves are planned to be used.
Thank you. Yeah, Cody Haston, head professional at Haymaker. We do have a large capital project projected in the next 6 years for irrigation, a new irrigation system, which will run about $7 million. And so we're trying hard to build our capital reserves in order to be able to pay for that here within the next 6 years. In addition to some other large capital expenses. In 27, we'll need a new golf cart fleet, which is about 700,000. So that reserve is there for large capital projects, essentially.
So when we bought the golf carts and you bought them with the lithium ion batteries, so we get an extra couple years out of it.
Yep.
And is that helping generate this increased revenue? You seeing that positive work?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we budgeted for 5-year lifespan on those lithium carts, and we're gonna squeeze 6 years out of them. So that's all net profit, about $250,000, $300,000 that we'll see this next year that we wouldn't have otherwise by leasing them.
Thanks.
How much revenue is the virtual
GPS?
GPS, I mean, your golf
Simulator?
simulator, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, you got it.
Yeah. Is that doing really well? I mean,
That's doing well. It's I'd say it's underperforming budget wise. We're not seeing as much revenue as we projected originally. But it's great to have out there keeping our customers coming back to the golf course throughout the winter, and great for instruction and club fitting and all that kind of stuff too. So it's been a great addition.
what do you see as the biggest opportunity to even increase revenues further? Because you've done a great job in making a profit the last few years and building revenues, and of course the weather helped a lot this year, I think. But I know you talk a lot about children, and golf school and all this kind of stuff. Where's the biggest opportunity in your mind moving forward?
Sure. I mean, really, our focus right now is just retaining the golfers that we have, retaining the golfers that we've seen since 2020 and the big boom with everything. But that's the biggest opportunity is ladies and juniors, developing those new golfers and keeping them at Haymaker. Aside from building a new golf course, I don't think there's a lot more room for growth.
What about the winter operations? And I think last time we spoke, when we were talking about bringing the concessions in-house, will they be open in the winter for the Nordic skiing?
It will be. Yep, they're still working out some details. Yeah, Nordic skiing will still be there. That'll be unchanged. The food and beverage operation will be a little bit different. I don't think they're going to do the sleigh ride dinners this year like they've done in the past, but they're going to do Well, it's all in the works, so I don't want to say anything.
But will there be lunches? I mean, so in addition, will there be concessions in addition to the sleigh rides?
There will be concessions, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Cody, we had
Thank
talked
you.
in the past about potential driving range with a couple more simulators to get year-round golfers, especially the 5 months a year that we have snow out there. With your enterprise fund being as high as it is and anticipating, 4 more years of growth, have you done a pro forma yet? Should we kind of look at maybe doing a little 3-bay simulator for winter and summer out on the golf course? And what would that mean to this practice facility in Northwest Colorado?
Yeah. Yeah, we've looked at options in creating kind of 2-3 bays out on the driving range itself instead of having our simulator in the clubhouse itself. It'd be external on the back of the driving range that we'd have open year round. It would have some simulators and garage doors that you can open up for the summer. So that would be really cool. It would allow us to do a lot more stuff in terms of leagues and whatnot throughout the winter. We need to look at numbers. It's kind of on my priority list this winter, is to really dive into it and look at numbers and see if that financially makes sense for us. But yeah, I'm always looking for ways to boost revenue and keep us relevant. But if we did do that, I mean, to answer your question, we'd be, the best practice facility certainly in Northwest Colorado. We'd be the talk of the town.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Other questions?
I have one more. I think it's for Kim. When we look at our enterprise funds, between here, I'm going to say something probably real unpopular, some of our golfers in the room, but I have to bring it up. When we talk about the golf fund and the airport fund, are we able to transfer dollars between the two? So we have a reserve, and I heard you say you're trying to save it, but we have a reserve at $3.5 million that's grown, continues to grow year over year. Would there be a case to be made where we could transfer some of that over to the airport so we don't have to have such a large general fund transfer to the airport?
Yes, there's nothing legally stopping City Council from transferring from the golf fund to the airport fund. And the reason for that is because there's no debt in the golf fund that requires that revenue to be earmarked for anything in particular. If we were talking about anything with the utility fund, I would have a different answer. But with the golf fund, the customers pay that voluntarily. They aren't required to play golf. There's no health item that requires them. There's no debt covenants that say we have to use those funds for anything. So there's nothing that legally that would stop City Council from transferring money from the golf fund to the airport fund.
Okay, thank you.
All right, maybe a follow-up question on that. What's the timeline for the irrigation replacement? So to the extent that you've got 3.5 million, if I heard you correctly, needs to get, did you say to 7 in order to?
It's in our 6-year CIP. So about 6 years.
Okay. And what are you adding? I mean, what are you adding to the reserves on an annual basis?
I mean, this year we're adding 600,000. So I would anticipate that for the foreseeable future. That said, golf is booming right now. So that assumes that is going to continue. At some point, I think it'll slow down, but I've been wrong for the last 5 years. So who knows when that'll happen.
So are we looking?
That makes a lot of assumptions for sure, but we're doing really well right now. So.
So are we looking now, you say in the 6 years, so 6 years from now?
Yep. Yeah, we have it phased. So phase 1 was actually completed this year in our mapping of the irrigation system we currently have. Phase 2 will be in the 27 budget of 2 new pumps. So those are kind of 2 smaller chunks, and then the big chunk will be in 6 years for the plumbing itself.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
I was curious about your charges for service, and sorry if you've already answered this, but was wondering about the Nordic skiing. Is that market rate that you're charging compared to other resort communities?
Yeah, I believe it is. We actually don't set those rates. We have a contractor that runs the Nordic Center for us. But yeah, it seems to be kind of market rate, at least in this community.
And same with the golf fees rates.
Golf is very much market rate. Yeah, we kind of compare ourselves to similar golf like Eagle Ranch and Eagle, Keystone, Breckenridge, other resort communities. We're very much, I mean, that's really how we set our rates. We all talk to each other and kind of, yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay, additional questions? All right, well, thank you, Cody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. All right, why don't we take a 10-minute break? Come back at 3:25. Yeah. 3:20, yeah. 3:20, we'll be back at 3:27 to wrap up our discussion.
Oh, well, she normally.
allow kind of another additional public comment period. So if you would like to come down and state your name, you have 3 minutes to make a public comment. There was a question about, to the extent that we had the golf management after our general public comment. There was going to go ahead and open it up and allow another public comment period. So
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Katie O'Hara. I'm 421 Cherry Drive, chairman of the Golf Management Committee. Ian and I just came down to sort of answer any additional questions on the budget. I did want to quickly, before I forget, and just mention yours. We did have to raise our rates 5% this year to cover the allocated overhead because we really didn't have, as creative as we're trying to be with revenue generating things with food and beverage and possible wedding venues, things like that, it all takes time and money. So right away, we just kind of had to pass that along to our users, which is unfortunate, but I just didn't know if you had a question about that. But we do try to keep golf extremely affordable, especially for our locals. That's one of our main goals. So, and then the other thing I wanted to comment on was the question about transferring our funds to the airport. I'm rather appalled by the question, actually, partly because on my 10 years serving on the committee, that's something that, we've been told we're an enterprise fund and that's something that wouldn't happen. I understand it is maybe technically legal. I don't know about ethical. I do believe that if that is something that is going to go forward into further discussions, that we will have not enough seats in here for public comment next time. We have a very passionate group of users and our staff is so amazing. Cody and Adam have done the most amazing job since they've been on staff. And I've seen that transition happen during my tenure. So just to, sort of, I don't know what a good analogy would be to, but if you just worked so hard for 10 years and then someone just took away your savings account, that's pretty depressing. And, we're trying to be fiscally responsible while still maintaining affordability and such an amazing product. And the irrigation system is our lifeline. That's not a vanity spend. We're certainly going to be putting off other projects so that the golf course can survive. And they don't come back either. If we went a summer without water, we would have really, really big problems. And it's just such a beautiful, amazing asset to this community, summer and winter, to your point, that we would hate to have anything happen. So I would be very, very against any sort of transfer of our reserve funds because like we said, with the irrigation project, we don't have enough. So we're working on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Come on down, state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ian Landy, 40172 Lindsay Drive, also on the golf committee. I just really want to reiterate what Katie has said. We have operated as very fiscally conservative enterprise fund during my tenure on the committee, and it's really frustrating to see you guys wanting to play a shell game like that, or just even bring it up. We have a unique situation where we have to attract great staff members like Cody and Adam. And if you take away the ability for them to run an organization and save, prioritize how they're going to spend their money annually, you're going to lose great guys like this. And you're going to end up with a municipal city course that isn't top ranked. We have been in numerous magazines over the last 10 years that show how great this facility is. And we've had social media organizations, social media groups come out, top guys with huge followings come out and choose to run their events at Haymaker. This course is getting known, and it's getting known because of the staff members that it has and because of the way the budgeting has been done over the last, the life of the course. When I grew up here, this was a course with a double wide, and now we have a magnificent facility that when we have events out there, other teams that come to play us, they come and marvel in it. Like they truly are jealous of the facility that we have, the restaurant facility. So please don't do this kind of thing and take this away. We have plans for this money, and we are trying to be as fiscally conservative as we can to use it in a way that doesn't overburden the course in debt. I would also like to comment on allocated overhead over the last few years. I don't know how aware you guys are of, kind of what those numbers have done, but I believe when I came onto this budget committee in 2020, allocated overhead was about 160K. This year, we had a $116,000 increase and took us over 400K. So in my time on this golf committee, I've seen that number over more than triple, and I'm really concerned about the way it's happening. As I've said, we try to be fiscally responsible with our money, and year after year, we have a percentage increase that we can't even account for. We can't plan for. And so I'd just like it to be on your guys' radar, the concerning rate at which it's increasing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right. I think we're ready to then move on to our wrap up.
Sounds good. All right, I can go through our list of what we have identified, and we can talk about where City Council wants to go for the first reading of the budget. So Nella is going to share a spreadsheet identifying the things that we've captured. So there was talk about, general fund budget, the surplus in the budget that was provided to you was 22,263. So that's a positive number. We talked about taking out the fire and police department dispatch amount that has been budgeted, which is 465,500. So that adds to that so-called surplus. Talked about adding 2 police employees. This is at half the year, so aligned with the 2 that are already in the budget. And then add back the Halcyon Hill ski area, so open till 8 o'clock, which was the 17,643. I believe I wasn't sure on what the email said on the Northwest Colorado Health. We just put that in there because that was a talking point. Some of the other was the mineral study and the, were you talking the Bobolink study?
Wildlife, right.
The wildlife study. So those were talking items. And then the $50,000 chamber funding was also a talking point that wanted to be discussed. Oh, was there, I think that was just to get, the search and rescue, I think was just to get additional information, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think we gave them 25, they asked for 50. We didn't know how big an impact it was.
So on other items I have on my list is, you want a list of organizations that we funded in 2025 with the coalition community support that we'll email you. You want information from search and rescue on what the nexus of 25,000 would be used for. And then more information on the ice arena pro forma. Those are the items that I had as follow-up items.
Need those first 2 items? Do we need those first 2 items? List of people we funded and search and rescue Delta? What are we going to do with that?
We get the community support funding already, right? I mean, that's already compiled. It was given to us in a packet and when we approved it. So that, I mean,
Why do we need?
That's an easy one. The search and rescue one will create work for us and others, but we are happy to do it if you want it.
Why do we need these data points?
My only point on search and rescue was it would be nice to understand why they've requested twice as much money as we granted them last year and are doing the same thing again this year.
And they had a list last time too, right? I mean, in
Yeah,
terms
they
of the
did, and
equipment,
I
right,
recall
increased
there was
costs,
this.
right, things like that. So
But
again,
I just hate, it would be nice to know what we're missing as a result of this, or what they were going to do with the additional 25,000. But, we don't have that information today.
I agree. I mean, this is an organization that's literally out there saving lives, as far as I understand. So it would be helpful when we're talking about funding them, what impacts there are to a reduction in funding.
Just think it's I don't know, information bias. It's more information that changes nothing. What are you going to find out? Are you going to advocate for them more if you find out somebody hasn't been searched and rescued? I mean, what is this data going to do?
Yes, that's exactly what I would do.
I mean, that is the fact though. They're underfunded. They cannot do their job to the level they need to.
Right. And I've advocated for them to get their
Yeah.
full funding the last.
And I don't think I don't think it's any different than adding 4 police officers and 2 Tahoes or whatever. I mean, it helps them do their job.
Then you don't need information. You guys need to advocate to the rest of council to properly fund search and
I
rescue.
guess the answer I would say to you, Brian, is I don't know what the 25,000 would buy us. I don't have that information. I know what the 150,000 will buy us in police or in SUVs or whatever. I just don't know.
Maybe you're right. Maybe we just need to advocate for an additional 25,000.
That's hard to do without being able to answer the question, what's it needed for? It totally worthy organization, but it doesn't matter how worthy the organization is when they come to council and ask us to spend the money that we've essentially raised from sales tax to support this community. We ought to at least have an understanding of what that money would go for.
We can include their actual request. I just don't have it at my fingertips to tell, because they did provide a request for the funding. And we can provide that and get additional information for the first reading of the budget.
Thank you, Kim.
Okay.
and I don't recall back to the Parks and Rec and the list that was cut in terms of like the assets, the senior programs. Do we have a cost on, I mean, that's kind of on that list of the mineral
but it's
study and the wildlife. I don't recall that there was a specific dollar amount that was associated with those cuts.
Not on the list that I emailed you, but we can come up with a list. So I don't have a list for the senior ones. I'm guessing Alexis might have that off the top of her head. Because that was actually reduced prior to the tier 1 cuts. That was part of the balancing of the budget initially, I believe.
Yeah, we do have the tier 1, right? You guys handed that out.
Yeah, you do have the tier 1. It's probably not easy to look at really quick, the items in the red or what were reduced. So the wildlife study, 12,000.
Seems like on the tier 1, just to kind of look at it, I was glancing at it throughout the afternoon. And a lot of these items, it looks as if you're still funding a big portion or a portion of each one of these line items, we've just reduced the amount so that you can still, $80,000 for recruiting. It's now 70,000. And so that's how you got your 10% across the board. The only thing that was missing, I think you said you deleted, was the mineral study and then something else. But other than that, everything else is just less money was put toward it. I think that was a reasonable request. Thank you for giving us these tier 1 cuts because I think that really helps out.
Can I ask a question? Oh, did you have something on that point?
No, I did
Okay.
not.
I was going to ask if we could look at our council budget and better understand what all goes into that. I mean, a lot of it, I think, is travel expenses. And, it looks like there was 5,000. I think we already talked about 5,000 in savings from operations, but I just wonder if there's more that we could find there. If we just added up all the membership subscriptions, I totaled 63,000 and change. You know, and then how much money do we really need to travel? And then can we find like 40,000 in savings in our $119,000 budget? Or is there more to our operating budget than just the subscriptions and travel and conference fees?
Does that include the food
It does include the food, so.
or meals?
What's our goal here, though? Like,
Well, we're looking at everybody else's tier one cuts, and I haven't really dug into our own budget cuts.
Can I raise a bigger question? And if nobody's interested in it, I will just be quiet about it. But again, we're forecasting a 1% decline in sales tax revenue. If we said 2026 was the same as 2025, that would be a 3% increase. That's a 4% delta. Each percentage change in sales tax is roughly $400,000. So that's $1.6 million. If we took the budget for next year to just flat, that's an extra $400,000. If we go up 1%, it's $800,000. 2%, it's $1.2 million. 3%, it's $1.6 million. So I, am just bringing it up that to go to a flat budget for next year and increase our budget by $400,000, which would fund most of this stuff, doesn't seem that aggressive. Obviously, it's not as conservative as a 1% decline, but I just want to raise it because we also are in a position of making adjustments if we find that sales tax comes in next year in the negative. We always have the opportunity to make adjustments. So I'm just raising it because I think that we're going to end up at 3% this year. And quite frankly, even being up 3%, if you talk to most businesses, that's basically flat because of inflation. And nobody's suggesting inflation is going to go down next year. In fact, I think most would project up versus down. So I'm just raising the question, are we missing an opportunity here and being a little too conservative here? And all we need is to be flat, and we could raise an additional $400,000 for our budget just by maintaining 2025. So just want to know what you think about it.
Intriguing.
So I would say, unfortunately, we don't get any type of numbers from Altera. So that leaves us a little bit in the dark for budgeting. Vail is public, and so they've already come out with a 3% decline in pass sales. I also wonder too, when Kim's looking at the yearly budget, when she's comparing them to other cities and towns, municipalities, how many of those have such a high reliance on sales tax as we do? I think that's another, like there are so many variables in this. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point that you make about everybody else usually has some other kind of taxing mechanism. So they might have a little bit more confidence moving into next year. And, maybe we don't need to pick apart the council budget right now, but I just, looking at that last spreadsheet you had up where you're tracking our list here.
I think that makes sense, right? I mean, right from the perspective of looking at it. I mean, it's important that council does have the opportunity, whether it's to go to, CAST or whether it's to go to CML, right? Or various different opportunities, new council members will have new council members. There's an orientation. I mean, it's very beneficial in terms of the ability to do your, kind of fast track how you learn to do the opportunity to, we learn a lot from other communities, but I do think it makes sense to because I don't know, let's look at where we are this year. That's probably the biggest piece of that budget, I would imagine, other than we do have isn't it the Northwest COG piece of it, but.
Are you looking so you're looking for additional reductions out of the city council budget?
That's my question.
I think Dakota, yeah. What'd you say, Councilor Swintek? I think.
I mean, we're literally like picking apart pennies and
My-
reason.
My thing is that everybody else had to come in with a 2% reduction. And I'm looking at it and it seems like we have an increase in our budget. And is that fair when we've asked all the other departments to reduce for us to not do the same?
I mean, our salaries and benefits are sticky. So the only other options are memberships and subscriptions on page 258 and our dinners. So pick out of that list and the donations and sponsorships and support. So I would be down to get rid of our Colorado Association for Recycling. Has anyone gone to CAST this year? Has anyone gone to CML? So, I mean, we're using these things. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's a nice sentiment, but I'm like, what's the goal?
I was just trying to better understand what all is in there because if it's beyond the memberships and subscriptions and travel.
I can read it to you if that's helpful. You have training at 7,000, memberships and subscriptions at 57,000, operating supplies at 1,200, donations, which is detailed out at 60. It says 6,100, but we have a little more. Meetings and expenses 27,500. Meals that to go along with the travel at 3,500 and contingency at 5,000. So, sorry, did I go too fast?
That was pretty fast.
It was pretty fast, but essentially it's training, travel and meetings, operating supplies at $1,250, the meals before council, and then what is detailed out here. So really training's only 7,000.
What is training? Is that conferences?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and I think to Councilor Swintek's point too is, with the ballot initiative 2 years ago, I mean, those are built-in increases, right? In the sense of any new counselor.
Operating expenses has gone up a little bit too, rather than 2%. We don't have to spend long on it. I just thought it'd be worth a little bit of a discussion.
Operating expenses includes, the reason operating expenses has gone up is it actually has gone down. So 2025 budget, 123,754 down to 119,568, so that you might have reached your 2% there.
I guess just based on the year-end projection of 2025 being 117.
And that's because you haven't spent any of your contingency of the $5,000. So that's was projected that you wouldn't, but.
Okay. So I guess it's
throw a
gone
party.
down a little bit.
We need to throw a party. Yeah,
We can move on.
$1,000.
Answering the questions.
Our unassigned reserves are what, 15, 20?
15 is the fiscal policy and then 7.2 million above the fiscal policy.
We're at 7.2.
Extra money, reserve.
And we're short, the tier 1 cuts were 60,000 altogether.
412.
They were 571,000.
But we increased revenue by 516.
Yes.
So the delta is 60.
But that increase in revenue was partially because we went from a 2% below to a 1%. And so expenditure, correct me if I get something wrong. Expenditure reduction cuts were 571,000.
Are you proposing funding those with reserves?
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the point of reserves, is to get you through a rainy day? And it seems like if we're expecting a decrease of sales tax of 1%, that we could maintain our current level of service using our reserves?
I don't think we use reserves, and correct me, Kim, but I don't think we use reserves for budgeting. What we'd need to do is what Steve was talking about would be increase the perspective, zero flat, so that we would gain that extra $400,000 to achieve what you're doing, but we don't usually pull money out of reserves to pay for budgets. Is that correct?
It is correct. City council can and has, when staff has come with a balanced budget, they have said we would like to use a portion of reserves to fund these items. Essentially, you're doing the same thing, except for in the budget book, because you only appropriate expenses. So when we bring the ordinance to you next week, you only appropriate expenses. You don't appropriate revenue. And so it just depends on what your budget book says that you anticipate the revenue to be. That makes sense. So you could do it either way. You could use a portion of reserves and leave the revenue projection the same. You can increase the revenue projection and it would not look like you were using reserves as long as the revenue projection came in at flat with 2025.
I would advocate for using reserves because then if revenues come in higher than expected, we can backfill our reserves.
True.
I don't see why we would plug in numbers we would prefer to see when our finance director is telling us she thinks we'd be down 1%.
And what are you trying to achieve?
Maintain our level of service. Unless somebody tells me the purpose of reserves is something else, but that's the point of savings, is it's a rainy day fund. We're heading into a 1% decrease. Rather than cutting out all of these things, why wouldn't we use it to maintain our current level of service?
Okay.
I would just like to say, I think we have to have a conversation on the airport and the increase of general fund to $700 and some thousand. Do we ask John and Josh to come back with other options for ideas for increased revenue? Clearly, I struck a chord with my comment about transferring funds.
Do it.
But I have to say, that's why I was elected, though, to ask these questions. So sorry, not sorry. And if council hasn't talked about that before, that's a problem. And Haymaker has received taxpayer dollars. So, like, and I'm not saying we want to do this. I'm just saying we should have a conversation around it. If it is allowable, if we're looking out for the entire city budget, as we're required to do, we should have these conversations. That's all I'm saying.
I'm glad you brought it up.
Oh, thanks.
It brought some clarity to what an enterprise fund. I did not know that you can actually transfer that. So that information is new. I don't know if I support it, but I'm glad that we at least know that it's an available option. I knew it wasn't with the utility fund because we have debt attached to it.
I don't disagree with your discussion of the airport. I just think that's a project. I don't think that that's something that they'd be able to come. We've been asking that for the past couple years and we don't get an answer other than self-service fuel. I think that's something that we need to agree on at a council goal setting and likely would require consultants to come in and propose ways to right-side it. I don't see how there's an easy fix to fill that gap.
Yeah, the hardest thing about the enterprise at the airport is that it truly needs to be run like the golf enterprise as a business entity on its own. When it's running as a business, no one would run a business at a minus $700,000 a year. So we need to look at it from a business standpoint and not a municipal standpoint.
I'm pretty sure that we've been told in the past, no airport makes money. Every airport requires a subsidy. So that's part of that goal is a collective understanding that we agree that this is a service we want to provide. So even if you run it as a business, it will still lose money.
Yep. And the amount of, that's what I've been asking. What is that amount?
Well,
like that's where I'm uncomfortable. When I
Just
say
give a little clarity.
increase,
When
increase,
my first
increase.
year on council, I went and met with Stacy because I was on the airport commission.
Yeah.
And what we were in the red, $70,000. And it was the closest she got to zero.
Perfect. Yeah.
Right? And then it went to 200 and it went to, we're 400 because we were laying so heavily on that lease. So what we're recognizing right now is a couple of capital expenditures that you see from the previous year was we allocated a couple $100,000 to do the utility improvements so we can get the airport hangars. And then we lost the lease. So that $70,000 delta, which was close to breaking even, if I'm not mistaken, it was close to that a couple of years in 2019. I was like, wow. And then it just went higher. And so I think that we're seeing an ebb and flow. So I think it's a great conversation to have. I'd like to see what Josh has under his belt, his first full year in seeing what we're doing as moving forward with it. It has been tossed at one of the RFPs that we had for hangars is to tear down the terminal and build hangars that make money.
Okay.
And I don't know, I'm just saying,
We
is that
need to see,
people,
like-
people have thrown that stuff out, and I'm just saying is that there's ideas on the table. Let's kind of let it kind of mesh out one
No.
more year.
I can't do more ideas. I just want like hard
I understand.
numbers. I want ROIs. I want business plans. And I want more options than just saying, bringing in more transient aircrafts. Like, that's all I'm asking for. Because I have a massive problem with our community subsidizing.
Josh, we
A
need
private
helicopter
airport.
rides every Friday.
No.
I mean, you got to come up with something.
So
And let's bring it back, right? I mean, so again, I think what we're, what we're trying to do, right, is we've got Kim suggesting, well, we've got, Counselor Montine saying, okay, do we want to look at this flat? Do we want to look at, right, in terms of 1% below? There's, a couple of ways to look at that then from the perspective of, do we use the reserves or, kind of, or not, right? I think we've also, we kind of out there as a gray area is the fire, the dispatch, right? From the perspective of that's at $465,000 as well. So maybe you want to bring that spreadsheet back up on the slide in terms of what, because and again, I think all those things that were on the slide that was just created are part of these tier 1, right?
They are, except for,
So and again, as long as we read this, we're looking at 571,000
this one.
on the tier
full-
1.
I guess I go into Counselor Swintek's question of what is the goal? Is the goal to add back all tier 1 cuts? Is that the goal where we're at? Or was the goal to add back just these certain ones? So that would be a question. So mineral study was 7,000. And wildlife study was 12,000. We could get the cost for the seniors programs from either Drew or Alexis. There was some reduction in the asset programs that is in this list.
You?
First,
Back?
no, for me, I'm really uncomfortable cherry picking these things that are pet projects that individual council members care about. So if we're going to open that floodgate where we had 7 and 5 and a couple other things, we should just be saying this cut is not, we're not doing these cuts. Or we say we are doing these cuts and we're not cherry picking things like a mineral study.
Well,
That's not equitable. It's not fair.
Right. Well, and I think just to be clear, I mean, it's not cherry picking counselors' special projects, right? I mean, it's based on the information in terms of the questions that were asked, right?
They're
So-
individual counselors' personal passion.
No, I think the problem is that's the information that we had coming into this. The question probably at the beginning should have been, what were all these cuts, right? So that it's a more informed, and I think we had that conversation, a more informed conversation, right? As opposed to just not having that information to begin with. So,
Would it be helpful? Go ahead.
nope, I was going to say, so I think then that's where you came in, Counselor Swintek, in terms of asking for this entire list, right? So.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask, would it be helpful for us to gauge council and see who agrees that we should go about it in the way Counselor Swintek's suggesting, or if we should move forward in at least discussing the items on the screen and then discussing moving forward with all the tier 1 items as well?
I would want to start off with the fire PD, IGA with the county. To me, that is a great opportunity to take off the list. I like it on there, take it out of our budget, because if and when we have an IGA, I'm going to totally support taking that out of reserves. Okay? To me, that is where we use reserves, because we don't even know what the IGA is going to say. So let's not even budget for it. let's go ahead and take it out of reserves. That gives us a lot of freedom to finish some of these other items. I do like what Brian was saying, was if that delta is only $60,000 or $70,000 delta between those two numbers, then add tier one back and see where we land.
Well, and I think there may be a question on that, but maybe let's go first. We'll peel these off one at a time. I mean, are we ready to have a conversation about the $465,000 with the IGA, with the county, in terms of let's take that out of the budget? Or is there more conversation that needs to be had on that?
I just remind council that this is not a one-time expense.
Right.
This is an ongoing operating expense that's actually going to get bigger in years 2 and 3. So I appreciate the comments about taking it out of reserves, but you're just kicking the can down the road in terms of having to fund this in future years. The IGA is going to most likely address operational issues, performance standards, governance, that type of thing. I don't think it's really going to change the number. So I think you can pretty much anticipate this is the number that we're going to be on the hook for.
Next year?
If there's any negotiation.
2026 or 2027?
My understanding is this is 2026.
I feel like if we put it in the budget this year, we're essentially saying we like seal the deal, like there's not room for negotiation. Whereas if we don't have it on the budget, at least at the start of, the year, then we can negotiate and figure out what's a good collaborative approach. And with staff's recommendation, maybe there is a better pathway forward.
I think we're playing games here. This is a reality. It's going to happen. And whether you take it out or not and want to play games and move the shell over to this account and move this one back over here, what do we want to fund? Okay, let's just decide on what we want to do here. I looked at this and we haven't read it yet, this SRG report, but it basically, said, and again, I know I'm way ahead of myself on this, but it said expenditures per capita trending below population growth, cost recovery ratio improving, FTEs per capita are below like cities, creating capacity constraints. Okay, so that says overall, we're doing a pretty decent job of managing ourselves, right? We're not wasting money, especially in comparison to others. So we just need to decide what we want to do here. I'm not suggesting that we go to flat because I want to find $400,000 that just conveniently comes up to this. I'm suggesting that if we are up 3% this year, I can make a rational, logical claim that flat is reasonable. Okay. Now, if you all disagree with that, that's fine. But if we're going to go down 1%, then let's put the cuts in that staff recommends. I mean, if that's what you believe, if you believe that, then let's do that. I just happen to believe that I can make a case for a little brighter outlook than -1 on sales tax, and nothing against anybody who says -1. I'm not, it may turn out exactly that way. I just look at the historical perspective on things, and I don't necessarily see it going that bad, but I could be totally wrong. But why are we spending all this time about the 465? We're going to spend the money, and then we're going to spend double it next year, and then we're going to spend another 450 more, and we're going to end up at $1.3 million in 3 years.
Good point.
Unless we can find a different solution that we haven't even given the space for yet, as far as I'm concerned.
And I guess just a point of clarification too. I don't think Colorado Northwest Health was in here, right?
It was not in here.
So Colorado North.
These were talking points that we've formulated throughout the day.
No, but I just, again, eyes wide open, right? So to the extent that we added Colorado Northwest Health, it's not in here in terms of the tier 1.
Neither are the
The mineral study I think is in here, right? But nor is the, the search and rescue, right? So anything.
Rescue, the additional 2 police officers aren't in this cut. The chamber is not in this cut list. Right. The only thing that's in this cut list right now is that mineral study. And the ski and rodeo are the only 2 things.
Where I'm confused is this county number. My understanding is it's not set in stone, but the way you're speaking about it is that it is set in stone. So am I misunderstanding?
This is their proposal. When they presented to you, there were some comments made, not only from the city of Steamboat Springs, but comments made about you really need to tier this because the proposal to pay $1.3 million all in the first year was much too much of a hit. So Kim worked with the county finance manager and Stranad. They worked through what the potential phasing of this could be. And that's what was proposed to the county commissioners. County commissioners, I believe, met and have accepted this proposal. So my understanding is they're moving forward with this as their proposal. Now, it's not, is it set in stone? No, because they haven't probably adopted their budget yet, but they are under severe financial constraints. And they've identified this as one of their top priorities to help with that. So I think my point is there might be room for negotiation, but I think it's really going to be difficult to get the county commissioners off of this proposal because they've identified this as a significant need. They've also identified this as being one of maybe 3 or 4 communities that don't follow their proposed model. 95% of all the other communications dispatch centers operate on this type of model that they're proposing. So that's why one of the reasons they're proposing it.
Yeah, I just find that disappointing. It seems like we were just told that this is how it is. And of everything that Steamboat does, we are the one of every mountain town who does things that way. So I find it very disappointing because I feel like we're just being told this. There should be, we should be negotiating with them. I would like to try to put the screws to them a little bit. The fact that they're just saying this is how it is and you have to do it. I feel like there are certain things that we could go back to them and say, well, then we need to do something else. It doesn't feel particularly fair or like a partnership. I feel like we've been put in a very impossible position now.
And I guess that's where I go back to that question too, is and I asked this, but I don't know that I got the answer. What did they budget for? And I mean, it'd be interesting to know if they budgeted their budget for next year, dependent upon this 500,000.
I don't know the answer to that.
I think we're usually ahead of them in the budget schedule. So I don't think they have presented their budgets to the Board of County Commissioners, as far as I know. But I believe it is their impression that this would be budgeted. I have not had a conversation with them on it. I can find out.
Thank you for that clarity. I think he asked the proper question. You gave us more information that we didn't have, with all clarity and transparency. Mikey works one day every random for there. So I hear a lot about the challenges at dispatch, and it is very challenging. We need to have that responsible. So I take responsibility as city council that we should care for our 911 dispatch. That said, to solve and work this problem through, Steve makes a very valid point. If we go flat to this budget year, a little less conservative than you would do, we go to 0% instead of -1%, then we can take care of all these things. And I think we can keep the 911 dispatch in that budget.
As we start to talk about the total picture here, I just want to state that I do work with Northwest Colorado Health. So when we talk about that, I don't feel like I'm speaking to that particular item, but just the whole picture. And if anybody has an issue with that, let me know.
You're not making any extra money for your decision today.
That's true.
I appreciate your transparency.
Okay, well, and just to level set us, Kim. So, I mean, we were talking about 2 different things, right? So the tier 1 cuts were 571,000, right? If I'm reading that correctly. And then what we're looking at is a potential, not totally 282,000.
Well, if you add back in the county.
Basically 200, what we need.
How much when we look at this? So to the extent that we've got 2 proposals on the table, one is sticking specifically with this list, right? In terms of the additional fire PD along with the car. No, we took care of the car, right? And that's cuts and Colorado Northwest Health. And then we've got the search and rescue down below, because the mineral study's already in here. I'm trying to figure, I think we got a little double counting is my point, right? Between this and that. I'm trying to figure out if we were to move forward with both of these,
Okay.
not, because I think there's a proposal on the table, right? That potentially move forward with not going forward with the tier
So-
one cuts. And then, and if then we did this additional, what's the total amount that we're looking at?
Okay, Nola, can you create a new spreadsheet? So if we start with $571,000 and add in two additional police officers, add in $50,000 of chamber funding, add in $50,000 for Northwest Colorado Health.
Search and rescue.
And $25,000 search and rescue.
What was the two police officers? How much was that?
138,500. However, in this cut, part of that was we had planned on funding them the whole year. Then when we went to tier one cuts, we cut them back to 6 months. So this 571,000 would say we would fund them the full year, not just half. So it's $834,000 for all of those items, to add the two police officers back, or add the two police officers in the Northwest Colorado Health Search and Rescue, and bring the chamber up to full funding. So you could fund this with either adding 1% sales tax, you can fund it with reserves, and take out the dispatch, or not take out the dispatch.
Is the dispatch in these numbers right now?
No. Well, they're like in the budget, so it's not taken out there.
Okay, so we're comparing apples to apples here.
I think we're comparing apples to apples right now. This takes our current budget as it is right now and adds those items back in.
What about this?
So that's everything plus all.
That was addition. So we were $1 million short, and we said, we got to fix this $1 million. We adjusted the revenue by 500,000, and we adjusted expenses by 516.
I thought that was the going from a -2% to a -1%.
It is. Uh-huh.
So did you take that out of this 800? No? Should we?
No, this adds, if you add these up, the amount that they've found is $1 million. One's top line, so they increased revenue by 500,000, and then one's the expenditures, they reduced expenditures by 500,000.
So
they found $1 million in the budget by increasing revenues and decreasing expenses.
Correct.
I really hate doing back of the napkin math when we're talking about budgets. Like this makes me a little, no, you're on top of it, like you all, but like for us to be like, well, it makes me a little uncomfortable.
I don't support the tier one add back in. We don't have 571,000.
I think we either add the tier one back in, or we look at these things and say, how can we support these things when we have required all of these tier one cuts? In what way are we better qualified to say that this is how we want the city to run? I think we have to be really careful with that. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do any of these. It would be lovely to be able to do them all, but we're taking money that staff has cut from their own budget and will have to live with for the next year, and we're just spending it somewhere else.
I agree.
Well, and I think we should take off the search and rescue. Like, I don't even know why that's on there. That was not a cut. What we're saying is we're going to increase them while cutting other areas. I think that should come off the table. Sorry. But I don't know why we're even talking about that.
So-
Can we please remove
Well,
it?
it's been a request, right?
I know, but can we talk about it? But why? I don't get why we're adding that in.
I don't either.
I'm
We
okay taking
just
the
take
search
it
and
off.
rescue, but I think we should keep the tier one. If,
Where are we going to get 500,000?
well, we're looking at our reserves. Isn't that what you were saying a little while ago? That
That was when I was misunderstanding the top line and the expenses. I was misunderstanding this on this.
did you?
60.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
So I misunderstood that as well.
Yeah.
Well, and I apologize for that. This wasn't ready for prime time.
Right?
That's fine.
Well, and again, remember, this is a work session, right? And so we'll have our first look at this on, again, officially next Tuesday. So this is to give direction and maybe what we could, if it's allowable, what we could do is say, this is what council would like to see, right? And then, we'll have that conversation on Tuesday.
I just want to go back and say that this 571 cut is a reflection of a 1% reduction in sales tax roughly.
Right.
Okay, that's what it is. So if you put it back in, what you're basically saying is we're around flat, and now we take those other things, taking search and rescue out for a minute, and it's about $240,000. So in addition, so if we approved all that, then what we're saying is we're taking the budget and we're saying we're putting back all the cuts and adding another $250,000 in on top of it. So it's 571 plus another 240. So we're basically putting in another $800,000 over what Kim and staff is recommending. $800,000 is roughly 1% growth versus 1% decline, right? Just to phrase what it amounts to, right? That's what it is. So again, I just think if we're going to go with 1% down, then we should be going with what those reductions were that they put in to get there, because they know what they're talking about. This other money, though, that we're coming up with, I can make a really good case in my own mind why we should throw 50,000 into the chamber and 50,000 into Northwest Colorado Health. I can come up with really good rationale in my own mind for that. But I don't think that takes away anything from the reduction in the other stuff. I just think this is stuff that's come up, and that we just need to think about it from the standpoint, what's best, for this community and for what we're going to face in 2026. And, I got to tell you, the 50,000 for Northwest Colorado Health, I know they're losing $1 million a year on this. I've seen the P&L. I know they're losing $900 and some $1,000 a year on this. And this is services to all these senior people who don't get out of their house. And when we talk about mental health, this is a very bad cause of depression and everything else in these people who don't get any socialization or anything else. So, to me, it's very important to support that $3 million they're trying to raise. But I'm just trying to figure out what we're trying to do here, because I'd love to make an argument for that, but I can't really make it if we're saying, well, we don't want to put any money back in.
All right, let's go. Can you put the spreadsheet back up?
The reason I'm not comfortable with that is I can't justify to someone on the street why, other than there was a gap in the budget and I wanted to fund a few more things. I don't have any basis to explain why I think it would be flat instead of minus 1%.
Would you have any reason why you wouldn't say it would be -4 or +4?
My finance director has done peer review and read research, and based on decades of experience, believes that we should be having a conservative budget of -1%.
Okay.
Can I chime in? So, okay, what I hear you saying, Kim, is this is a conservative approach. I've always loved and respected your conservative approach. And you've also said how nimble the city is at cutting services when needed, if needed, and it's really hard to add stuff back in mid-year. Would there be a way to fund all of this with Councilor Monteen's perspective? And if first quarter comes around, we're looking more like the -1%, we can start looking at trimming a little bit, or would that be detrimental to staff's psyche to go through this mental exercise again and again?
No, I think that would be fine. No, we could do that, and if we weren't at that level, we could trim the budget.
This is 2%. The 834, that's a 2% increase. Is it? Where are you getting only I need 1%?
It's 1%, not 1% add, right?
I was not putting all the other stuff back initially. I was trying to fund just the incremental stuff we were looking for by.
Year one.
That was no, I was just looking at the additional things we put in there, which was 275,000, and saying that if we wanted to do that, then that would require, not even 1% is 400,000. So that covers all of that kind of stuff. And even some other stuff out of the 571. But my original comment was prior to the 571 discussion, the tier 1 discussion.
Do you guys mind deleting the row 1 out of that so we can see the total sum, please?
Or maybe separate it, right?
We'll just delete it. You can always undo it.
The first line just deletes 571.
So Steve, you were talking about that would be made up with a 1% increase.
And there would be actual money left over after that, too.
Yes.
Yes.
I am having such a hard time second guessing our finance director. And to set her up for having to go back to her staff and everybody on city staff in 5 months or whatever, and say, we need to trim. I don't know, and why would that be? That would be because council spent money that we couldn't guarantee that we would have. I just can't do it. And if you ask me, do I have pet projects up here? You bet. They're the same one as many other people, but I can't do it. I guess when we keep getting told over and over and over, city has to live within its means. This is how you live within your means. You don't get to do all the stuff you want to do.
I'm going to go a little bit out on a limb that might not be incredibly supported by the rest of my leadership team, but these cuts were proposed by leadership team that they felt like they could live within these cuts. Are there cuts that would hurt? Yes. I would propose that we not blanket add $571,000 in because we think sales tax maybe come in flat. That we live within this budget. There may be ones that have a community impact, such as the Winter Sports Club, such as the mineral study, such as if those are big issues for city council, that is your discretion that you can add back in. And we fund those. If there's any other items that really strike a chord that we could add those back in, we add, if these are ones that you add back in, and we come in with, and if we want to go with a flat sales tax budget, we can adjust the revenue, and you come in with a surplus of $200 and something thousand or $140,000. And we don't do a blanket add back in of these cuts that leadership team made. Not all of them were easy cuts, but I respect that they came in with a balanced budget based on that, and I don't know that it's the best policy to add back in, but I'll let Tom weigh in.
No, thank you, Kim, for chiming in, because I completely agree. We worked hard to present a balanced budget, and none of these cuts are a complete cut. So the mineral study, we're not cutting it out, it's just a reduction. The wildlife study, it's not a complete cut, it's just a reduction in the scope. So none of these cuts are cutting a program or a service. They are just a slight reduction to get where we need to get for a balanced budget. No council that I've ever dealt with ever wants to make a cut because it means a service cut. But that does mean tightening your belt, and I think we have a responsibility to tighten our belt. I also think that it makes me nervous to balance the budget by adjusting our revenue projections. I completely agree with Councilor Montine that you could make an argument that we might be being too conservative. But I would, in my professional opinion, err on the side of being a little bit more too conservative right now. I think it's important that we tighten our belt. The only thing that's going to happen at the end of the day, if we're wrong, is that we're going to have more reserves at the end of the year. And that's not a bad thing. So it's a political decision how you want to do with these other things, but I completely agree with Kim that we need to keep the tier 1 cuts. Our staff feels very comfortable with those cuts.
And
Search and rescue.
Yeah, cut search and rescue. Kim, have you seen preliminary September numbers yet?
No,
Okay, it's too soon.
those aren't due till October 20th.
August came out, we're at 2.6% for the year, which is below our estimate.
No, I know, yeah.
So we don't know what the rest of the year will be. So our projection for 2025 was 3%. So if we come in at 2.5% or less, then we're below our projection. So the 1% reduction really is really sort of looking at flat, if you will, compared to the 2025 budgeted revenue projections. So we feel like that's a reasonable number.
And I think maybe a question, when you go back to Northwest Colorado Health, I mean, that wouldn't come from staff, right? I mean, in the sense of that request, was that presented to staff? I mean, did staff?
It was presented to staff. I maintain that we have a community support coalition process, that should go through that, understood that this would be a large amount for them, that then other organizations would take a cut. But I worry about one-off community support requests coming directly to council and council funding those. So staff did not include it in the budget. It did come to us.
Okay.
And there are other organizations as well that asked for higher than what they did. And we said, we need to remain flat. So search and rescue, yes, they asked for more. We said they need to be flat. The free concert series actually wanted to ask for more. We said, no, you need to remain flat. So we tried to be consistent with that. And I think to Kim's point, these are sort of one-offs outside of the community support process.
Could we encourage Northwest Colorado Health to go through the community support process?
I think that's different. I mean, Councilor Montine, you can speak to that, right? I mean, this is a capital campaign, right? And in terms of, so it's separate. So it's similar. I see it kind of similar to Casey's Pond as well, right? In the sense of it's a service for, we heard from Steph Einfeld in terms of the services that are being offered to our community and, predominantly to Steamboat. So, is it 50,000? Is it some amount? Some other amount?
Can we delete search and rescue from this list? Do we have consent among council? Okay. Do you guys mind deleting ROS 5 as well, please?
Keep the chamber.
I mean, that's a hard one.
All right, I'm good.
The 50,000 in Northwest Colorado Health does feel like cherry picking, considering there's so many nonprofits in town. Do we have council, didn't we have like 10,000 or something like that in city council budget for
5
for
contingency in 2025 and 2026.
Cherry.
But we need to come up with $238,000 and 500.
Depending on if you want to unfund the dispatch, but you heard Tom's comments that we'll likely be funding those in the future. Or, I mean, these are, can be, at least the chamber is a one-time cost that could come out of reserves. Northwest Colorado Health could come out of reserves. And any of these, city council can spend money out of their reserves. You can appropriate those out of the reserves. So you do not have to we can spend the 238,500 out of reserves.
Plus the 17 or 19 for Howelson Hill hours if we wanted to try to keep those.
Okay, so can you add the 17,005,
We were going.
whatever that amount was? 17,643.
Not to make a total U-turn, but does anyone just agree with keeping with the budget that staff has proposed? You do?
But we can do a thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah.
So I guess the Counselor Swintek's point.
Any additions you're talking with?
Yes.
Just the budget as proposed.
Yeah, a thumbs up.
Would anyone support
A
that?
thumbs up in terms of who wants to stick with the budget as proposed.
Wait, one question before we do that.
Okay.
When it comes to the CIP, can we transfer funds from the CIP to the general fund?
Yes, you can, but your reserves are lower in CIP than in the general fund, so I wouldn't propose that. They are somewhat interchangeable, but so I wouldn't propose that. Because those are, we are already proposing spending the,
Well, and
for the vehicle.
Mhm. And one of the other things is, with the 50,000 to the chamber, right? I mean, that's destination stewardship, correct? So that could be funded out of the accommodations tax in terms of how that was rewritten.
Could be.
We should do that, maybe.
That would be funded out of, well, it wouldn't be funded out of reserves.
Why is
I
that?
would, well, because there's current revenue, there's current accommodation tax revenue that will be coming in that hasn't been allocated. So, sorry, I was just thinking out loud. Again, I would propose not splitting up the 750,000 and cherry picking out of one fund. If that is what you want to fund, I would fund it out of general fund reserves.
But I mean, from a chamber perspective, I'm absolutely, supportive and know that we are, moving into, potential strong headwinds. I just struggle with 50,000 in terms of, and I'm all about destination stewardship. I mean, I think, and certainly wanting to support that. I'm struggling with again, what we know is an absolute need in this community for home health services, both, for our, the crib to grave that was discussed.
We never did the thumbs up.
Yeah, can we answer that?
Budget as proposed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for pulling me back in. Okay, so we'll go with the thumbs up in terms of staying with the budget as proposed. Okay.
Only two.
Looking at this, I was just going to say, you kept in the $465,000 for 911 dispatch. I agree. But I still we can find the money when that time comes and we need to start budgeting for it. Why don't we cut it to 250,000? Just so we have something budgeted for 911 dispatch, and then we clear the rest of this up because you have $22,000, which was a surplus from the previous document.
Just funny math. That's what.
It's a funny math, but at least it gets us to a zero budget without having to change and go any flatline.
And give us the wish list items that we want to have.
I'm sorry, but I agree with those few things that are up there. I think we really need to have the parks, for our community, we need $17,000 to go to Parks and Rec. That's silly for us not to put that in there. And the chamber and the other ones, those are all very viable, especially the police officers. I think we should find a way to make it work.
Wait, hold on. So then the way to make it work is you take it out of reserves.
Then take it out of reserves.
So you want to take $233,000 out of reserves?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I think okay.
So is there a
Other than the one issue would be the police, right, to the extent that the police, right, the 2 PD are an ongoing operating expense, right?
It's recommended you use reserves for one-time expenditures, but it's not required. So there's no reason you can't pass a budget that uses reserves for operations. And I'm sure that there's at least $233,000 in the general fund that are one-time expenditures that would offset that.
Can we take a thumbs up or down on 1% reduction is the budget, and we will fund $233,000 out of reserves on those items? Can we take a thumbs up or down on that?
Let's do it.
Yeah, say that again.
We go with Kim's budget, 1% down, and we fund that 233,000 on those things through the reserves.
Okay. Is there any discussion, any additional discussion on that?
I don't understand that too, please.
Understand what?
What do you mean?
Police are severely underfunded.
But why
We
was
need to
that?
get to 14.
I understand that, but why was that not in the budget then?
It was, and it got cut.
It's in the budget, but they don't start until halfway through the year.
Then what's going on?
No, so there's two funded, so the police department requested 4 additional patrol officers.
Only two.
In order to balance the budget, we put 2 in starting third quarter. We put 2 on the unfunded FTEs. So these are adding 4 FTEs or having 4 FTEs start in the third quarter. So, yeah.
So I mean, to your point, Brian, we're cherry picking that too. Don't they need a vehicle? Because we saw that in capital. So it's not just.
So that we moved up, you moved up in capital to be funded at 105,000.
And that was for the 2 that's already funded. So I think on her vein, what she's talking about is if we get rid,
We asked Chief Beckett, he
I
said,
think-
doesn't need a second.
Doesn't need,
Doesn't need it.
doesn't need a second vehicle,
till 20.
but these 2 PD, we can actually eliminate as well.
Eliminate these 2 PD.
These are additional, which would make 4.
These are additional, which would make 4. That's correct.
Right. And he said because of training, they would not need a vehicle until 2027.
Actually, here.
Hello, Chief Becker.
Down.
No, we got to run.
I apologize. What was the question?
We're just trying to debate whether we really need the extra 2 PDs for mid-year.
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Mental health.
The 2 FTEs on top of,
On top of that, so you already got 2 in the budget. We're looking at adding 2 more mid-year. Do we need those other 2 that we added on there, or can we?
you're putting me in a tough spot, Council.
Yeah, well, no,
Um,
you answered it. Yes, right. From the perspective.
mean,
of
I
if-
asked for
if
4
we're
'cause I
worried about the
believe I
health
need
of our police.
Right.
Yes.
But you don't need a
Answer for you.
vehicle until 27. Was that correct? One vehicle you need and the other one because they'd be in training?
Yeah, to be clear, I think I know where we landed was 2 FTEs is what we asked for in July. If we were to get 2 more FTEs, we would definitely need another vehicle. I think with the original 2 FTEs, we could probably get by with what we have, at least for now.
So one additional vehicle, which we have in there. So we're
We
good.
did it fund
Yeah,
additional
so that's the additional.
police
What's up?
vehicle. Just say thank you.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I
we're,
think
like,
I just
spinning
struggle
it.
because I am part of a team and I just I want to recognize that.
Amen.
I'm not by myself.
So I heard, I'm sorry, if you had 4 additional staff, how many vehicles would you need? 2 or 1?
I won't know until I know, but I think I can get by with 1.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Right. Good.
All right. Thank you, Chief Beckett.
See you in a few minutes.
Yeah, don't go far.
Right, so Steve's thumbs up.
Yeah, well, let's go back to the question. The question is, right, we move forward with the 260,000 out of reserves. Is that the question?
230.
238,580. Okay, out of reserves. So we're looking for a thumbs up on that.
Well, you have a majority.
We got 4.
You have 5.
Yep, okay.
Just to be clear, this is not in the conversation, though. I
No,
mean, this
absolutely
is
not.
just to move us forward to our next.
Oh, I thought this was
Right.
like we're done.
No.
We have first reading.
We're done for today.
Today.
No, we're done for, I mean, this again, right? This was our work session. So we have another week to go in and make sure that we've got all of this correct. To the extent that there are additional questions, we know that staff is more than willing to answer those. We're obviously looking for, we'll no doubt get public input as well in terms of the conversation today. So there will be the opportunity next Tuesday night when we look at this for the first time for the ordinance to have public comment.
Not to reopen this, but could we fully fund chamber through the accommodations tax?
No.
You cannot.
I don't believe because of some of their marketing aspects of it. I think we would have to get Dan to weigh in on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, other questions or comments before we adjourn?
This was a tough meeting. Thank you all for getting through it. And I just want the community, and I know you department heads that are in the room, you've spent more time on this than we did today. So I just want to say, I hope that we equally struggled on this and we're doing this together as a team. But I'm happy with where we landed.
So sorry.
And
Yeah,
thank
so
you
again, we really,
again for all
Yeah.
your work on this.
yeah. Thanks to Kim.
Digging in. I appreciate the conversation.
All right. And thanks to council for all the work and the conversation, robust conversation today. And we will be back in a week.